This is the longest video you'll ever watch about YouTube growth. And it's not only the longest, but it's the last one you'll ever need to watch about this topic. Because I literally summarized all knowledge ever needed into this YouTube video. And after watching it, there is nothing stopping you from going viral with your YouTube page. You wonder, how do I know that? Well, the knowledge I'm about to give out in this YouTube course is the knowledge I acquired over 4 years of YouTube experience. It's also the knowledge of my business partner who has been active on YouTube since he was 12 years old, and my whole current content team in my agency. And in these 4 years, I literally did every type of content you could imagine on YouTube. Whether it's YouTube automation, I did YouTube Faceless channel, and I also did YouTube Shorts and got this page to 11,000 subscribers just for fun. And recently I also started this page and obviously help a lot of other big creators grow on YouTube through my agency. As Tinus Klauser, whose channel we started from scratch and got 47,000 views in the first 3 videos. Brandon Gillen, who made $45,000 in our first month working with us just from YouTube in 5 videos in total. And lots of other creators such as this guy, that one and that one. So that's why in this full YouTube course I will give you all of the knowledge I collected over the years. You'll learn how to find ideas that go viral, how to do SEO to rank your videos in the YouTube search bar. We'll even go through a live process and walkthrough on how to do that, how to create thumbnails that can't stop make people click, and we even create one thumbnail together. Then we talk about how to edit your videos to keep the retention high, how to plan out a full content strategy, what funnel you should use to make money from YouTube, how to script out a YouTube visa that makes cash, and how to script out any YouTube video in general. And we'll do 2 full channel breakdowns to see how you can actually apply all of this theoretical knowledge then into practice. But let me tell you one thing up front, this video will be fully value based. So if you don't have the ability to just sit in your chair, let it play and take notes, you'll very likely not succeed on YouTube. But for those of you who can do it, I would say let's hop into a full-on 5-hour YouTube masterclass. Hey guys, and welcome to the ideation section of this guide. This will be probably the most valuable YouTube ideation training you will ever watch, where we'll go through ideation step by step, how you would do it on YouTube. We'll go through the theoretical side of things and just discuss all of the knowledge you need to have about ideation, and then we'll also hop into YouTube and actually do ideation, how I would do it, how you should do it for yourself, how you should collect your ideas, and so on. So I would say let's hop into it and let's discuss the first step about ideation. But before that, you need first of all to understand, why is ideation even so important? Well, because ideation is the most important part of everything on YouTube, your content strategy, your content creation itself, because every video you create obviously bases around an idea. That is basically the foundation of any YouTube video. And why do you need a good idea? Well, because a good idea determines if your video will perform or if it doesn't. And if your idea is bad, your thumbnail can be great, your video editing can be top notch, your script can be great, but if it's all based around a bad idea that no one wants to watch, your video will simply flop. That is why the idea is the number one reason why a video performs or why it doesn't. And that's why if you select a bad idea, your video will most likely perform bad. And this is the number one indicator why your bad performing videos are so bad. Usually it's not the thumbnail, usually it's not the script or the editing, usually it is the idea. Not every time. If your idea has proven to work, then it's most likely not. But if it hasn't, it is most likely the idea. So let's hop into the ideation process. So first step is to pick a niche. Picking a niche is the most important thing when finding ideas, and this is the first thing you need to do in general when starting off with YouTube. And then once you picked your niche, let's say you're a business owner, then you already have kind of a niche in place simply because you already have a business, you have already a product that you sell. That is why you already know your ICP, you already know who should watch your video and who your viewers will be. If you're starting from scratch on YouTube, you obviously don't have a niche yet. This is why the first step is then to pick a niche that it's actually good and that you can benefit from and that you can work off of. So this is the first step, to pick a niche. Then the next step when picking a niche is obviously having a validated product. So this is really important. So your product should be proven to be a great product. And as a business owner, you most likely should already have that. If your product is bad, you might first change up the product before starting to marketing the product through organic sources as YouTube, for example. And what you need to have is product market fit. So your product should actually fit the market demand. And you basically need to find the gap, which is right here, where your product actually fits into the market. So your product needs to fit the market demand, and your product needs to have market demand. And once it does have that, you're absolutely good to go and you can start market the product. But without having product market fit, it simply doesn't make any sense to promote your product at all. Here, for example, two client examples of what they're selling. This is Brandon Gillen, this is Finn, one of our German clients. And Brandon Gillen has a low ticket e-commerce offer, and Finn has a YouTube automation high ticket offer, high ticket coaching, and a webinar where he teaches people things about YouTube automation. And their product simply has proven themselves over time. For example, for Brandon, he has a low ticket offer, and we just promoted it through YouTube. Simply, it worked. Why? Because this product has had product market fit. What is this product? It's basically, again, a low ticket community. It's valued at $100 per month, and we scaled it from 0 to 200 members by now in a matter of 2 to 3 months just from YouTube. YouTube was the only marketing effort that we used, and it was the only thing that was needed to scale his low ticket community. The same goes for Finn, but he has a high ticket offer, so it always depends on your offer. But really, as long as your product has product market fit, you're absolutely good to go when deciding if your product is validated and if it does make sense to actually promote it on YouTube. And the second thing is then to have a good TAM. What does TAM mean? Well, TAM means total available or total addressable market that there is on YouTube. So basically the full market that you can target on YouTube. And this is how it looks like. You have the total addressable market, then you have the service addressable or service available market, and then target market, or also called service obtainable market. And these are all of the markets that are basically on YouTube. So TAM is how big is that market in general, what's the biggest market. Then you have the SAM, and that is basically how many can I reach with my sales channel, for example. In this graphic, it's just a picture I pulled up from Google. And then you have the target market, also the SAM, the SOM, the service obtainable market. So it's basically who will be the most likely buyers, and this is what you want to find out. And this is obviously the people that we want to target in most cases, especially if you want to go niche or you have a B2B or B2C offer you're selling. You obviously want to create content for your exact target market, so for the people that want to buy. If you want to go for views, you obviously want to target your TAM, so your total addressable market. But again, it depends on your offer and if your product has product market fit. This is the first step. The second thing is then the positioning, because your product can have product market fit. If the positioning is bad, it doesn't matter. And for positioning, you have to do market research. Why is market research needed? Because without this, we have simply no ideas, and we don't know where our target audience are on YouTube. We don't know what videos they're watching, and we don't know what videos they even want to watch. And this is something that's really, really important to understand. What videos do they actually want to watch? And without all of this knowledge, we don't know which videos to make. And knowing what videos to make is really important, because it is what will get you views or what won't get you views. And these are the things we want to identify and research. First of all, you have demographics. So first of all, your audience in general. And then you want to analyze your audience. You can, for example, again, pull up a Google Doc and write down your audience attributes. You will write down their interests. You will write down their fears, their desires, their pain points, what are their needs and their wants, and how do they think. So dream state, dream outcome, their desired transformation. What are their biggest pain points? What are the biggest problems? And based on that, you really want to decide what content to create. And really around basically these 9 things give you all of the info you could ever need to create and find good video ideas. So now, how do you find these exact things? Well, there are multiple options. First of all, just social media. So not only use YouTube, but also use other social media platforms to understand your audience. Then you obviously have groups. So simply just groups that are based around your niche. For example, join a YouTube growth community. Then simply by using AI, I created a customized ChatGPT bot that actually helps you out with exactly that. Then you can also use websites of competitors or other people that are successful in your niche. Then you have blog posts too. So simply just follow a couple of blog posts or newsletters of creators. For example, I also have a free newsletter that you can follow. or you can just speak to them. So speak directly to your audience, to your ICP. Maybe you know people that would fit into your ICP and you just want to talk to them and understand their wants and needs exactly step by step. And with that, you exactly can understand how to do this. What we can also do is hop into ChatGPT, and then we will simply hop into the Scale, Retain, Growth Assistant. And now we can just ask him any question. For example, please analyze my audience so I can find good video ideas. This is all you need to know about them. This is just a simple prompt. You can also choose another one, but that's simple and it's absolutely enough. And what you will do then, the doc you created previously that's breaking down your audience, you will just insert this doc into here. And then you will insert the doc and ChatGPT will give you exact info on what to write down there. For example, let's do this really quick. So my audience breakdown. So this is, for example, how you could do this. You just type in my audience breakdown. You have this ready. Then you just split it up in multiple categories. For example, desired transformation. You just write it down, quite simple, and then just type in go from 0 to 10,000 subscribers. I'm not the quickest typer, I'm sorry guys. Go from 0, make, I don't know, 30k per month from YouTube organic content. You can actually write down desired transformation, dream outcome, make 30k per month from organic YouTube content, maybe even more. Just write in a number that you have in mind. This is it for that, or build a full-on YouTube sales funnel that brings clients on autopilot. Now you have this. Now, after you have the desired transformation, dream outcome, you will write out biggest pain points. Don't have time to create content on YouTube. What are other pain points? If for my target audience, don't have time to create content, don't have money to outsource it, although usually they should have money to pay me for my service. Don't have money to outsource it. What else? Let me think. Don't have money to outsource it. Don't have time. Maybe. What are other pain points? Actually, ChatGPT could give you pain points too, based on what info you give ChatGPT and the custom ChatGPT bot. But let's just keep it in that for now. I don't have other pain points in mind right now. Oh, okay, wait. Don't have an organic acquisition channel. Okay, let's say that. Then what other points do we have? Sorry. What other points? Desires, interests. Yeah, let's write down interests. How to grow a YouTube channel fast. How to create clickable thumbnails and titles. I know how to rank videos in the YouTube search bar. Just an example, and maybe let's take another one. Wants, needs, how they think. Actually, it's enough. Let's do it with that. The more detailed you make it, the easier it will be for ChatGPT to process it. But now let's download it really quick. Now we have it downloaded, and now we just paste it simply into ChatGPT. Okay, my audience breakdown. Let's see what he spits out. Let's wait a sec. Takes a while. Okay, analyzing your audience and generating ideas. Your audience is aspiring. Okay, yeah, exactly. He just basically breaks down really quick again. What are the interests? What are the challenges? Now, steps to generate ideas. Understand your audience needs deeply. Use the DFS algorithm. Actually, really, really good. I mean, I customize it. This is something we'll break down in a second. This is the best ideation method out there. Develop problem-solving content. Completely right. 5 proven strategies to grow from 0 to 10,000 subscribers. Action-based content, evergreen content. Yes, 100%. The average existing. Suggested video topics. How I grew my YouTube channel. Bam. Why you're stuck at 1,000 subscribers. Really good idea. Into a client generating machine. Good as a bottom or mid of funnel video. Top 5 free tools to make good looking YouTube videos. Editing like a pro. Master YouTube SEO. Content strategy tips. He really gives you everything you need. I mean, it's basically as if you would chat with me, because again, I gave this ChatGPT bot all of my knowledge, but he really has everything you might need. And now he even gets you video ideas. Obviously, you can optimize them and do actual market research and SEO research, keyword research in general, if they work. But this is really all you need to know, and this is how you can quickly analyze your audience. And ChatGPT can actually, this ChatGPT bot especially, can analyze your audience really, really quick. So now, how do we even identify topics? So what you want to do is basically explore all of the adjacent and bigger niches as well, and repeat the entire process for them. So for example, if you're in general in the business niche, let's say you're in the dropshipping niche, you can explore the SMMA niche, the agency niche in general, the e-commerce niche, and find topics that worked in these niches and basically summarize them and collect them for your own niche. A really, really underrated thing, but it works. Now we hop into a really interesting thing, and this is finding the best opportunities with the depth-first search algorithm. This is a really, really good method to find video ideas on YouTube, and I'll actually show you how to do it in a second. So how do you carry out the DFS, the depth-first search algorithm on YouTube? Well, you start off with identifying all root nodes, and then you basically hop into your niche, hop into sub-niches, hop into adjacent niches, and then YouTube in general. So let's hop into YouTube and do this. You basically start off with a certain root node of a video. So let's just type in SMMA for beginners. Or yeah, let's just type in SMMA. Sorry, don't want to do this, guys. Yeah, SMMA. Now, for example, here's an Iman Ghazi video ranked quite high. 5 most in-demand SMMA servers. So let's say we are an SMMA. I am actually kind of an SMMA. And now we have this topic. This is quite good. And how the depth-first search algorithm now works is we click on the video, because it's a good video idea and it fits, and then we continue here for more root nodes. So basically, let's hop back into this. This is our root node. This is the Iman Ghazi video that we found, and now we're searching for other root nodes. So let's say we're continuing here. So, and search for good topics that perform really, really well. Okay, start your SMMA with $0. Top 9 SMMA services and skills. Again, a really good topic. And then we look if we can find another topic that is really, really good and maybe is even an outlier on the channel. By installing the vidIQ Chrome extension, you see that actually even more detailed. I don't have it on the Mac right now, but on my PC. But still, nonetheless, just install it and it will be way easier to actually see outlier videos on a channel. But yeah, let's scroll. So this video is quite old, so maybe it is already out of trends. My exact SMMA client onboarding, a bit more mid of funnel video. The blueprint to crafting 10,000 SMMA dollar offers. Okay, so we hop into the next root node or to the next step of the algorithm. So if we look at this graph, we basically just hop into B or into G, into basically the next step in opening another door of videos. Because again, the more you click on them, the more video ideas you will get here as suggested videos regarding SMMA. You can obviously do this for any niche. Now, let's, as an example, check through this. Okay, these ideas, nah, they're quite bad. No, I don't like them. Don't seem like they could perform nowadays. They aren't trending anymore. Let's just say it for the sake of the video. So now you go back to your root node, fully back to this root node. So we basically went until G, but okay, we saw afterwards there aren't good topics, so we hop back into A, and now we hop into B. So we just are again in the A root node and see if we can find another good topic. A lot of Iman Ghazi right here. Again Iman Ghazi, again and again. This guy knows what he does. There are a couple previously watched videos. Starting a new SMMA from scratch. Okay, this is a good topic. It doesn't make sense only if you're selling a B2C offer, not if you're an agency yourself. 7 effective marketing strategies. This is quite good, performed quite well. So now let's click on this video. Okay, and we continue back on here. 10 marketing strategies, psychological marketing. Now it's more based about marketing, but you can obviously apply this topic still because you're a social media marketing agency. And now you continue here and you just go through this depth first search algorithm and see if you find another topic that is good and performed well. A complete marketing strategy in 3 minutes. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we find an actually good one. That you could also apply basically for your business. How to start? No. Okay, let's just go with this one. It's a quite recent video, but it's a good topic. And now you basically went from A to B, and now you have more doors open that you follow. Now you hop basically into E. Maybe that's a good idea. And on the way, while you're doing this ideation process, you want to collect all of these ideas that you find that are actually good. And now you again, you are now at spot E, and you continue right here in suggested videos and try to find more of these well-performing outlier videos. Again, with the vidIQ Chrome extension, it's even easier to do that. And now you continue here, and you can continue this process unlimited times until you don't find any more good video ideas. Because now again, in suggested videos, there's so many videos that are similar to that. Most valuable funnel training, how to have a successful funnel. Now it's a bit more about funnels. So maybe if we don't find another one that's actually good, we can just hop back to our root node. If we find another one that's good, we just continue. Okay, now again, let's say we don't find one. Now we are back at this root node where we went through. So now we go back from E to B, and now we maybe hop into D instead of E. So let's continue again back here. And if we don't find another one here, we hop over to the main root node, which is A. Might sound a bit complicated, but it's really simple. I try to make it as understandable and as simple as possible. So let's continue, scroll further. Nah, that one isn't good. These rules made me so rich. 101 marketing strategies. Again, let's hop onto this video. Okay, so now you reached, let's say, point D. Okay, maybe this is the video idea you were searching for. It's a really good idea. If so, you take it. You obviously don't just copy and paste it. But what you want to do is you want to create a Notion board for yourself. Let me hop really quick into it. Yeah, we are actually in my Notion board. These ideas here, I just started this board, so it isn't too filled out. But let's say I'm doing marketing strategies, and this is the idea I want to choose. So I just save it up. Obviously, this won't be my title because it would be just copy and paste. But what we'll do is here we paste the title. Then we just write out a quick topic that we have. Marketing strategies. Then we also save up the link of the video right here, so we have it and we can check it out at any time. Then with the vidIQ Chrome extension, you can check out the search volume and competition for each video. Obviously, again, I don't have it on the Mac right now, so what we do, we just copy the title and then we hop onto vidIQ. Let me log in really quick. I think it should be logged in automatically. Yeah. So now, bam. No, I don't need it right now, guys. We type it in. Okay, you'll see search volume is medium and competition is high. So this topic might be not too well. Obviously, not always rely on vidIQ, but still vidIQ is a good source to understand keyword research. Okay, so now we type in here, search volume is medium and competition is high. If the topic, you can decide whether the topic is timeless, out, or trending. Basically, timeless means it can grow over months and years. Trending means it will grow over the next couple of months, but then the topic might be out. And if the topic is out, it means that it'll most likely not grow. So it doesn't even make sense to collect these topics. Now, let's do something similar for the YouTube growth niche. So it's actually based on my niche. Again, you can just do this anytime for your niche. Or even let's do it a bit more specific, YouTube sales funnels. Usually the content on there isn't the best, but nonetheless we can hop into it. Oh, let's hop onto the video by Eamon, for example. Let's hop onto it. Great video, by the way, good case study breakdown. Again, this is our root node where we start off finding ideas. So now for me, this could be it. Obviously, it's a case study breakdown, but nonetheless, I could, for example, take this idea and base it around one of our clients, or I reveal a seven-figure YouTube sales funnel, or exposing a seven-figure YouTube sales funnel. I don't even have to make it around one of my clients. I can just take up a creator like Dan Coe, for example, and say, exposing Dan Coe's seven-figure YouTube sales funnel. And I could take this idea. But nonetheless, let's continue here. For example, oh, okay, this video idea seems quite good. The YouTube lead funnel that actually works. Okay, seems like a good idea. Let's save it up into our Notion board. Again, as said in the, in the thumbnail section, volume beats perfection every time, and in the how to win on YouTube section. That's why the more volume of ideas that we have, the easier it is to find the best ones in the end when we then want to create a video, or obviously collect a good fusion of multiple ideas. But now again, let's copy it, type in a quick topic, what the video will be about, because again, obviously we won't just copy and paste the title. We'll save up the video into our Notion content system. Come on. Okay, and now we again want to check out the search volume and competition. So we just type in right here. Okay. So search volume is medium and the competition is really, really low, which means it's actually a good topic that might perform. You see the score is high. It's obviously in German, but I think it's not too important. So search volume medium, but competition low. And topic is timeless. Boom. Next topic is in. Now we continue the depth first search algorithm by again just scrolling onto here, onto the YouTube page. Okay, how to turn YouTube into your 24 sales team. Good topic. How Matt Green built a 13.8 million sales funnel. For example, what we also could do is take up a quite similar topic. Let's hop onto this video actually. And instead of just copying this topic, we do a similar idea that we save up into our idea bank, which will be simply how Charlie Morgan made a certain amount of money from his YouTube funnel. So let's just type in how Charlie Morgan made, let's type in X from this YouTube funnel. So instead we'll just break down Charlie Morgan YouTube funnel instead of his school community funnel and just fully focus on YouTube. But again, this is a good video idea that we can actually focus on and base the video off. Then as inspiration, we obviously connect this video, save it up right here, and then I just use my title for now and paste it into vidIQ. Bam. Okay. Competition, search volume is medium, competition is high, might be not too well, but again, you can always play around with the title and the keywords you want to rank for, and this could actually make an impact on the idea. Okay, high and timeless. Maybe it's even trending idea right now if Charlie Morgan is in hype, depending on which person you're actually making the video about. And yeah, this is really it, how you want to do the YouTube depth first search algorithm, and you can just continue every single time and just continue here, see if you find another good video another good video idea that you could apply for your niche. Again, as I did right now, I used an adjacent niche because this guy isn't in the YouTube growth niche, but the idea is good and I actually can apply this idea to the YouTube growth niche. That is why it's so well. And then again, we can continue. Okay, this is in a video by Iman Ghazi, and we just continue. Maybe I'll find another one. Oh, this could be good. How to get clients with YouTube. And then we just continue. And this is really how the depth first search algorithm works. So now let's hop back into here. Now you really know this is the best ideation strategy you can do. Find ideas with the depth first search algorithm, then collect them into your Notion board, save them up there, and then you're good to go. This is really the main thing you need to know about ideation and how to do ideation. And once you have that in place with this algorithm and your Notion board, you really have a big data bank of so many ideas that you can use over time. And with that, again, the volume before perfection law comes into play. You actually have a lot of volume of ideas and you can select the perfect ones, or you can create combination of ideas and make them perfect and find perfect video ideas because again, this is how you actually win. You could also just find 5 ideas, but maybe these 5 ideas are all bad, and then you won't find good ideas. Instead, collect a volume of big amount of ideas and then find the best ones out of there. And these are the 3 components when doing the dev first search algorithm. So first of all, outlier videos, formats, and channels. Again, for that, you really want to install the vidIQ Chrome extension. Sorry, let me draw it properly. The vidIQ Chrome extension. I think you know what I mean. vidIQ. Then you want to focus on supply and demand. So always, once you have the ideas ready, put them into your Notion board and then search for supply and demand again on vidIQ, best platform for that. And then obviously check out for trends. So again, is this video currently trending? Is it out or is it timeless? Again, something you can check out on vidIQ based on the search volume right now, or simply by using your simple brain for that and understanding, is this video currently trending, or do market research on the topic and see if it's still performing really, really well. So now this is really the main thing. Here, for example, also a couple outlier video formats and channels. So let's check out the video. For example, right here, a story video, a full course video for Jordan Bound. You see it's a 100x outlier. This is how it would look like with the vidIQ Chrome extension. And here you see how many views it gets every single hour. Here, the outlier. So it's a 100x outlier. So it performs 100 times better than the average video on the channel. Here an 83x outlier. And here, this guy seems like a really, really cool creator. Just joking, that's me obviously. Okay, my video just gets 4 views per hour right now, but you see it's a 75x outlier on my channel. So it seems like it was a really great performing video. And good formats that always perform are full courses. Something funny is you're watching one right now. Maybe, if we're lucky, this is an outlier on my channel. I would say it will be, but you never know. And these kind of formats just always perform great. Here you see outlier 22 hours course. The funny thing Charlie did right here, he just collected all of his videos that he had about beginner to millionaire and just topics that were about that: productivity, self-improvement, making money online, and so on. And he just put that into a big ass course and it performed great. Or also again for Jordan Bound, this video, great outlier. Or for Joel Kaplan, also he made a full SMMA course. I think he's also working with a YouTube agency, and also big outlier, 20 times outlier on his channel. So these types of formats always work really, really good. Yeah, this is really the main thing for ideation, because again, the main thing that you need to know is understanding supply and demand. So actually knowing supply and demand on YouTube, tracking supply and demand right here in the Notion board. So search volume is basically kind of the supply and competition is the demand. Actually, no, it's the other way around. What am I talking about? Search volume is the demand, so how many people are actually looking for this topic, and competition is basically the supply, so how much content is already there and how much of your competitors created content for the topic. And this is how you can actually track all of these ideas. Again, on vidIQ, it's really, really easy to check out if the idea has low supply, or if it has high supply, so high search volume, or if it has low competition, and basically check out the demand on vidIQ. And this is the main thing you need to know about ideation. Again, you don't need to go too deep into ideation psychology, because it's all about understanding YouTube's algorithm and how YouTube's market research works, and how to do YouTube market research, again, with the dev first search algorithm. This is actually an algorithm that people use in computer science, in science in general, in just research in general for businesses. This is a great algorithm, and you can just apply it to YouTube and anywhere else, and this is why it's so great. And once you have all of these things ready to go, your ideation process will run flawlessly. Again, volume beats perfection every single time. So that's why focus on volume above perfection. Collect a big volume of ideas in your content system. I will do the same right now after the video, and will collect a lot of ideas into this video, into the Notion board, I mean. And yeah, guys, I really guess that's the main thing you need to know about ideation. Hope you got a ton of value out of this that, again, you can implement. Again, main takeaway: do market research, do a lot of market research, establish a daily practice of market research at around Yeah, 30 minutes, do 30 minutes per day. I talked about this more in the How to Win on YouTube section. Establish this daily practice, collect a lot of ideas, use the depth first search algorithm, and then you're good to go regarding ideas. And yeah, guys, I guess that's it for the next section, for this section, and we'll see us in the next section. So yeah, guys, see you there. Okay, so welcome to the next part of this guide, which will be about SEO. What does it mean? SEO means search engine optimization, and this is probably one of the most underrated parts when it comes to creating content on YouTube, because most people don't even think about SEO. But SEO allows you to rank your video #1 in the YouTube search bar. So if people are searching for a certain topic, your video will pop up, and you can achieve that by understanding SEO and how to use it right. It can be a massive powerful tool if you use it the right way. So in this part, we will check on how to become the #1 ranked video in the YouTube search bar by simply understanding SEO. I'm saying this 100% for real. You can abuse this cheat code. We've used this method to rank videos for ourselves and our clients, and that for a couple of times. For example, I got the second SEO ranking for Iman Ghazi's course Digital Launch, but you see this video and then I come up. You can even search it up. The chances are really high that I will come up with this topic, and this is simply by using a small framework that is just so powerful, but we will talk about it later on. Second SEO ranking for making money with TikTok in Germany for our client Tinos. So let's start off with the base of YouTube SEO. Why is YouTube SEO that important? Well, as I already said, it allows you to rank at the top of any search term you like to. You just have to optimize the video well enough. So let me give you the advantages of being ranked high. First things first, you will get views literally forever. If the topic is well chosen, you get clients forever. And with that, point number 3 is you will make money forever. And all that from one well-ranked YouTube video. It sounds so simple, and it is. I mean, you're looking at this course right now. Best case scenario, it is ranked really high, and I get these advantages from this video you're watching right now. We'll see. We don't know how it plays out, but still, this could be it, simply by just being ranked high. What you have to understand, YouTube is the second biggest search engine. I think you understand the potential and opportunity of SEO after seeing this. You see, Google is #1 and YouTube is #2. So people are using YouTube as a search engine, and this more than ever. And if you take advantage of this, you can make so much money off of YouTube just by being ranked at the top of the search bar. And it is really not that hard. So let me give you a brief introduction to YouTube keyword research, because this is the foundation of SEO. SEO stands on keyword research. Keyword research means finding keywords that actually have the potential to get ranked on YouTube. It is basically the whole foundation of getting views on YouTube through search results. It involves finding specific terms that people actively search for on the platform, and by identifying these keywords you can create content that matches viewer intents and appears in search results. So let me tell you real quick why this keyword research actually matters. Without proper keyword research, your videos might and will get lost in YouTube's algorithm pretty quickly, and who wants that? You create YouTube videos, they are hard to make, they take a lot of time to edit, a lot of time to script, finding the right ideas, doing the right pre-search, creating a good thumbnail, so you don't want your video to get lost in the algorithm after 1 or 2 days. And this is why keyword research is so important. The difference lies in intentionally targeting terms people are searching for rather than just creating random content. Good keyword research can lead to consistent views for months or even years after publishing, even decades. I'm not joking, even decades if you optimize it right. So let me show you the impact of bad versus good keywords. Bad keyword selection often results in videos getting minimal views, sometimes as few as 5 to 20 views in total. Well-researched keywords, on the other hand, can generate hundreds of thousands of views per day through search traffic. The right keywords can even help smaller channels compete with larger ones in specific search results. And what you basically want to look for are keywords with a large search volume and small competition. Platforms you can use to do that are, for example, vidIQ. So I'm actually on vidIQ right now, and here we can search up the keywords we want to find. For example, let's search for YouTube growth as a keyword. Here you see it's in German, I'm sorry, but still, this is the search volume, which is pretty high, and here this is the competition, which is unfortunately also really high, which leads to a quite mid score. But we can search up for different terms. Let's just put in YouTube. Now you see search volume is really high. It's very good, but the competition is also good, which means we have to create really good videos, but the search volume is there for this topic. So we know, okay, the score is quite good. It is high. Anything above 60 is usually good. So we can go with this keyword and focus on it, but only by creating a good video and standing out of the competition, because the competition is actually really high. So let me give you the basic search traffic principles. Search traffic traffic works differently from recommended views because it relies on people actively looking for specific content. So when someone searches on YouTube, they rarely go beyond the first few results, making ranking high very important for success. Understanding search traffic principles helps you create content that appears when viewers need it most. When they have a specific problem, your video needs to appear, and the key is matching your content exactly to what people are searching for. The best example for this are how-to videos, basically action-based video. They are needed for any niche and they will just pop up because people are just searching for certain topics. For example, right here, how to create viral TikToks. This is a typical search term that people are searching for on a daily basis, and then this video pops up. This was 2 months ago, and I'm sure it will grow to 100k because it just pops up every time someone searches for this topic. Same goes for this video, how to dropship on Shopify. This video was published 7 months ago and has 308,000 views. How to start dropshipping in 2025. This video can grow to 1 million views simply because it is search traffic optimized. It is that easy, and this shows how important SEO actually is, the right SEO. So this is the 3-step SEO strategy you need. The successful YouTube SEO strategy consists of, this is the 3-step SEO strategy that you actually need. The first step is finding keywords, the second step is qualifying their potential, and the third step is optimizing your content for this keyword. And each step builds upon the previous one to create an approach to ranking in search results. The process needs attention to detail and analysis of competing videos. If not, you might do it wrong. So this proven strategy works for channels of all sizes. This strategy is proven and it works for channels of all sizes, but only when implemented correctly. So the first step is finding searchable keywords. So the first step in keyword research is discovering terms that people are actually searching for on YouTube. What you can do for that is using search bar suggestions. It's one of the most reliable ways to find real search terms, because these suggestions are based on actual search data from the platform, making them valuable indicators of viewer interest. The key is basically finding keywords with enough search volume but not too much competition. This is the perfect scenario. So here we type in the keyword email marketing, and after typing in the keyword, you can make the process even easier. Install the Chrome extension of vidIQ and you'll directly see the rating and you'll directly see the ranking what you're searching for. So we searched up this and this came up. I unfortunately don't have it on the MacBook right now, but you can install this everywhere. Use the Chrome extension and you directly see the ranking for the search term. You see here the ranking is quite medium, volume is directly in the middle, and competition is directly in the middle, which doesn't mean it's too bad, but it also isn't that great. But a 50% rate, but a 50 out of 100 ranking is alright. It doesn't mean it's good, but you can go with it if you want to do it and actually create a good video, but it isn't the best ranking. Then you also have the alphabet research method. The alphabet method is adding each letter of the alphabet after you base your keyword to discover more search suggestions. For example, typing how to A will show different results than how to B or how to C. So let me show it to you real quick. We type in how to actually get clients by posting on YouTube, how to add timestamp in YouTube video, how to add link in TikTok bio, how to become a 6-figure content creator, how to build a trading portfolio, how to build a Shopify store, how to build a personal brand. And this approach helps uncover hundreds of potential keywords you might have missed otherwise. This method is mainly effective for finding long tail keywords with less competition. So let's understand vidIQ's basics, because vidIQ is a powerful tool that includes the keyword research process by taking data directly from YouTube search suggestions. So the tool gives you an easier way to find keywords compared to manual search bar exploration. One really good tool in vidIQ is matching terms and related keywords, because they make it faster to discover potential video topics. So let's first look at finding matching terms in vidIQ. Matching terms in vidIQ shows you the keywords that contain your initial search term within them. For example, searching AI might show AI tools, AI video generator, and AI voice changer. Actually, let's do this real quick. We type in AI and here's matching terms. Now, matching terms are AI cover, AI news, Suno AI. And this feature helps you to really find more specific long tail versions of your base keyword. And the matching terms feature is mainly useful for finding variations that might be even easier to rank for. Then we have finding related keywords. Related keywords in vidIQ shows terms that are connected but don't contain your original keyword. These words can help you expand your content's reach and maybe find other ranking opportunities. For example, searching for AI might show machine learning or deep learning. Let's do the same thing. Here are the related keywords. You see AI news, Sophia Insights, Future Robot. These aren't really that great, great. AI News has a really good ranking, but other than that, these aren't that good. You can also buy the pro version. I don't have an affiliate link or anything. I just tell you this. If you want to do it, then you see even more related keywords. I also don't have the pro version right now actually, but it is enough if you do it like that. But if you have the pro version, it is a bit more specific. Also right here, you do a basic competition analysis, which involves looking at the videos currently ranking for your target keyword. For example, open the top 3-4 ranking videos in new tabs to analyze their performance patterns. Look for view growth rather than viral spikes to identify real search traffic, and consider whether the ranking videos actually target your exact keyword or are ranking for related terms, because this makes a difference whether they are for the exact keyword or for related terms, because you only want if they are ranked for the exact keyword you also want to take. And again, by getting the video Chrome extensions, you see all the stats you need as soon as you click on the video. For example, right here, this would be on the right to the video you clicked on. You see right here the views and how they went up after 24 days, 49 days, 74 days, 124 days, and they consistently go up. What does it mean? This means that it's a search-based video that grows over time. Also, you see the engagement is 3.4%. It is an 8.2 times outlier, and it has 2.8 views per hour, which isn't that good. But for the channel size that I looked up this video on, it was a very, very good performance. Also, another thing you have to do when searching for the keyword you want to rank for is check the channel sizes, because channel size is an important factor in determining whether you can compete for a keyword or not. If all top ranking videos are from channels with millions of subscribers, it might be way too competitive for smaller channels, because if all of them have just millions of subscribers, you don't really have the chance. Look rather for keywords where at least some smaller channels under 100k subs are ranking well. This actually indicates that the keyword is accessible to channels of various sizes, otherwise it is nearly impossible to rank there. This is also how I ranked with the Iman Ghazi video. There weren't really big channels that were competing for this keyword, so I did, and now my video is growing every single day on Iman Ghazi's course. Maybe Iman Ghazi himself watched this video, who knows. Also, next thing you want to do is analyzing the video length. Video length can be a competitive advantage when targeting specific search traffic. So look at the length of currently ranking videos for your keyword, and then you have to understand if most ranking videos are short or long. If most of them are short, creating a longer, more comprehensive video might help you stand out because your competition is rather short. So if all of their videos are too short, you might want to make it longer. But remember that longer videos should maintain quality throughout. Don't make your content bad just for length. For example, if you see that all of your competition's video are longer, check through the video. Maybe they have too much fluff in them, and then make your video shorter and just keep only value in this video. This will also make you stand out. So either make it shorter or longer. It really depends on the keyword you want to rank for. Then also do a thumbnail quality check for ranked videos. Check all of the thumbnails and their quality to find opportunities for improvement, because bad thumbnails among ranked videos present an opportunity to stand out with way better design. It's oftentimes that simple, but as you already heard in the thumbnail guide, thumbnails are one of the most important parts of the video, and it has to be nailed down. It has to be great. Split is the thumbnail if needed. So use clear text, high contrast, and professional looking images in your thumbnails to keep it simple, but you shouldn't keep it too simple, because the thumbnail is the reason people click. So again, if you haven't already watched through the thumbnail guide, watch through it again. It is the most important part of this full YouTube guide. So now the next step is keyword selection and keyword spread. Now you know literally everything on how to identify good keywords that first will actually work, have a lot of search volume, have not much competition, and have potential to grow over the years. And now it's about time to find out what to do with the keywords once we have the one we want to focus on. So the first thing is the title. Once you have a keyword, it obviously needs to be a part of the title. So what's the action step you want to do? Create at least 10 title variations with your keywords and select the best one. For example, for this title, we selected the keyword Shopify SEO. The same we did for brand. And then we just write down 10 titles. Actually, here right now are 9. It isn't a big deal. 9 are also fine. The only Shopify SEO guide you need, how to optimize Shopify for SEO, how Shopify SEO actually works, full Shopify SEO tutorial, Shopify SEO optimization guide, Shopify SEO guide 2024 edition, and so on. You can read through the title yourselves. And now we have these titles and we just select the best one. Now if we search up Shopify SEO, who comes up? It is Brandon with the Shopify SEO optimization guide for beginners in 2025. We already changed the title because 2025 is coming up and now more people are interested in what's happening in 2025 than in 2024. Second thing you want to optimize your keywords for is the description. Description is the second part that absolutely needs to be SEO optimized. And this is how you want to structure it. In the first part of the description, as right here, you give a detailed description of your video, basically an actual breakdown of the video, what is happening there. And in the second part, you want to focus on including related keywords to your chosen keyword. And the more you have, the easier it'll be for your video to be ranked. So basically, first part, give a description. Second part, include as much keywords as needed. You will see exactly this in the description of this video if you want to check it out. This description example is of the video overnight in the world's most luxurious airport. And then step number 3, in where you need to include your keywords, is the script. This is actually the part most people don't even think about, but actually is the most important. You need to search up your keyword before writing the script and then actually implementing it properly, because the YouTube algorithm literally takes up every info it can get on what your video is about and how to rank it. And the more info you'll give, the higher you will rank. That's why you need to implement it as much as possible in your hook, body, and outro. And this is really all you need to know about SEO. Every time you want to start with SEO, hop through this guide, check through it, and actually do it properly, because it is too important to skip it. But once you nail SEO down, you can rank your videos forever, and just with a couple evergreen videos, you will make money, and that for a long time. So I hope you get a ton of value, and let's hop into the next part of this guide. Hey guys, so now we'll hop into SEO, and we'll go through a quick live SEO process on how I would do SEO, just quick basic SEO keyword research, how I would structure it and how I would do it. So I would say let's actually up into it. The platforms we need are Google Docs, YouTube, and vidIQ. These are the main platforms that we will use. You don't really need that much more. Don't overcomplicate SEO. It's really simple once you understand it. So first of all, we obviously need a video idea, some kind of idea that will help us to grow our channel. So for that, let's hop into YouTube and do a bit of ideation. So let's say I'm in the YouTube growth niche, so I just type in YouTube growth and I just search for idea. A method that I like to use here is the so-called depth first search algorithm. This is how it's called. And what you do is you basically have a root node where you start off and you search for your basic niche. And what you want to do is search for outlier videos. This is a clear outlier video because you see here has 900 subscribers and the video has 11,000 views. So for his channel and for his growth, for his basically the size of his channel, it's a really, really well-performing video. So for example, we could go on this one, but he isn't actually in the YouTube growth niche. That's why it doesn't make that much sense. He just made a video about it. I know his video. That's why let's move further. Here, this one, for example, this is also clear outlier video, 64,000 subscribers, but 300,000 views. So we could click onto this one really quick. Now we have, for example, we could already orient ourselves on this idea, obviously not copy paste it, but instead also do a similar concept of how to stop being a small channel or how to blow up your channel to stop being a small channel. Just as an example. For the depth first search method, what we would do is we go into his video and we search for other ideas that are similar. And we just go further in this method, basically opening new doors in form of new videos that we click on. And with that, we go always further and further in this full rabbit hole of video ideas that are quite similar in our niche. So we have his video, and then we just go to the right sidebar and search for new ideas. Another one for YouTube growth, but this one isn't an outlier on his channel. It actually underperformed, which we always see. What you also want to do is get a vidIQ Chrome extension. Then you basically have vidIQ always on YouTube and you see clear outlier videos, how much videos are getting right now per hour, and so on, and basically the basic video stats and how the video growth was once you click on the video. For example, right here, you see the exact view growth. You see exactly how it has grown over days. You see, it has consistently grown over 254 days, and it grows and grows and grows, and it doesn't stop to grow. So a clear outlier. You also have here a brief overview of his channel and his views in general over a certain period of time. I think it's probably how old his channel is, I guess. I don't know fully, but I think this is what it is. And then also an AI coach. I honestly don't even have the vidIQ Pro abonnement, but nonetheless, you don't even need it. I mean, if you want to go full all in, you can have it. But for basic keyword research, it's completely fine to have the simple version. So back to the depth first search algorithm. So you basically just go onto here and you search for more ideas. For example, this one, 6.7 times outlier. So it's an outlier video. Why you should not speak about your YouTube channel. Okay, not a bad idea. Then we can go further. The new way to grow on YouTube. Also an outlier for his channel. 2.3 times outlier score, which is good. And we just continue Okay, this one also a good idea, but it isn't an outlier, so most likely it doesn't perform that great on my channel too. You really want to search for outliers in your niche. Mr. Beast shares his YouTube advice, clear outlier. You see 100 times or more outlier. So for example, what we could do is take this video as a video idea for our page. What we could do instead is not use Mr. Beast, but Iman Ghazi. This is actually something I did on my channel. So for example, let's use a quite similar idea. So, uh, let's skip the ad, or maybe I blur it out in the course, doesn't matter. But basically, what we will do is we take this idea, let's copy it over into this document. All right, now we have this here. We just clear really quick the formatting. Okay, for example, this could be an idea. Obviously, this idea was already used, so we won't just copy paste it. Instead, let's say Iman Ghazi. I think this is how his name is written properly. Shares his best YouTube advice. Shares his best YouTube strategy. For example, this. Now we have a broad video idea that can perform really, really well because it performed already on his channel. On my channel, for example, Iman Ghazi always performs quite good as a keyword, but we do not want to rank for Iman Ghazi. We can do it, but the keywords we want to focus on is, that's a YouTube strategy. So let's first of all try out if this keyword is actually good. So what we'll do, we copy out this keyword, we go into the keyword section on vidIQ, and we'll paste the keyword. Okay, you see, search volume is quite high, search volume is good, but competition is also high, which means the score in general is all right. If competition is high, it isn't that big of a deal because high competition doesn't mean it's bad. It does mean we just have to find a way to stick out of this competition. For example, with a better idea, with a better thumbnail, with a better title, or just a title that catches the attention and lets us stick out, or obviously a better video in general. So superior editing, superior storytelling than the other videos that also rank for this keyword. What we could do also is check out, instead of ranking for YouTube strategy, rank for Iman Ghazi. So let's just copy and paste Iman Ghazi into keywords. Okay, you see the score is high, so it probably makes more sense to rank for this one. Obviously, the same goes for here. The search volume is really, really high, obviously, for Iman Ghazi. He's quite popular right now, but the competition is also high, which means, nonetheless, the score in general is better, but we still have to stick out because the competition is high. Usually, it's hard to find a keyword that has really high search volume and low competition. There are some, but it's really, really hard to find them. So either you want to find a keyword that has a low competition, but with that also a medium to low search volume. Sorry, guys, just drank a bit of coffee. Or what you want to do instead is maybe find one that has low search volume but also low competition, which also isn't that great. So instead, just go for high and try to stick out of the competition. So let's say, okay, we'll rank for Iman Ghazi. Then we copy our keyword and then we just make a quick doc with keyword we want to. I'm not the quickest typer. Keyword we want to rank for is Iman Ghazi. Let's just quickly mark it out. Okay, so keyword we want to rank for is Iman Ghazi. Based on that, we'll now write our title, our script, our description. We'll also implement this into our tags and a really, really important thing, into our video files. So let's write it out. First of all, title, title, script, description, tags, and video file name. So these are the 5 main things where we want to implement the keyword Iman Ghazi, and we want to really make it stick out. So first of all, our title. A good title could already be this. So at least Iman Ghazi has to be in the title. His full name has to be written out in the title. So Iman Ghazi shares his best, performing YouTube strategy. This could also be a really good performing video, actually. This is the first thing where we want to implement the keyword in. The second thing is obviously the script. I won't write out a script in this video, simply because it would be a bit too long and it would be really a long process of writing a script, probably an hour. If you guys want me to do that, I can do a separate video writing a script, but usually I think it isn't that important to do it right now. But for the script, what we want to do is we want to implement our keywords, so Imangazi, into the intro. We want to implement it into the outro. We want to implement it into the body, and always implement this keyword always with YouTube strategy. So always when you talk about the keyword Imangazi in your video script, you want to add YouTube strategy. So these two keywords are always kind of connected. Imangazi, YouTube strategy. For example, you start off, I recently watched one of Iman Ghazi's really high valuable videos where he talked about his YouTube strategy. And Iman Ghazi's YouTube strategy was so mind blowing. Or, I don't know, always just kind of sentences where you connect these keywords, because the more info on a keyword you give YouTube, the higher is, or basically the probability that YouTube will rank your video onto this keyword and with this keyword. So it's really, really important. So, what you want to do is implement into hook with connected keywords. Always implement it with. You want to also implement it into the body and the outro. So always implement it, and at best, as many times as possible. You don't have to implement it just a lot of times, because obviously it will sound a bit repetitive. You don't want to sound your script repetitive, but just a lot of times. So YouTube, the more info YouTube has on your video and on which keyword to rank for, again, the higher the probability. And why is that? Well, YouTube actually has your script of your video. If you write it out word for word, at least it has your transcript. Because, for example, on this video, let me show it to you. You just go into the description and then you see down below here, transcript. You can go on to show transcript, and then you see the full video script. And obviously YouTube also sees it, and YouTube obviously displays it. And the more you have here the word Imangazi displayed and Imangazi's YouTube strategy, the higher the probability, again, that YouTube will rank your video for it, because the keyword is just implemented so many times. YouTube understands, okay, this is the keyword your YouTube video should be ranked for, and that is why it will be ranked for this keyword. This is the next thing you want to do. Our third thing is the description. So you want to write out a detailed description for your video, where you'll also implement your keywords. How you want to structure the description is in two parts. So you want to create two parts for your description. How it should be is quite simple. The first part should be, let's say, it should be, not let's say, it should be always like this. First part is basically a quick summary of the video. Just a summary of the video in general, where you break down what you'll be talking about, and obviously always implement. You'll be talking about Iman Ghazi's YouTube strategy and how he shared his YouTube strategy, also implemented a couple of times. And then for the second part of the description, you'll just want to give a bit of value, just a bit of value, and maybe break down his YouTube strategy really quick. So give a bit of the YouTube strategy away, not everything, but here, so in the second part, you just want to give keywords, and not only keywords that are connected to Iman Ghazi and YouTube strategy, but keywords that are similar and are also kind of connected. For example, what you could do on vidIQ, let's hop back into it. You could go into vidIQ, type in your keyword, and then you also have related keywords. So social media marketing strategy. So for example, okay, you see this keyword, it hasn't the best score, but you can still implement it into the description. And now you can go into social media marketing strategy and search for related keywords there. For example, B2B lead generation, and you could implement also this one. Then again, and then again, you have B2C lead generation. You could also implement this one, or cold email. You just implement keywords into the description that are connected. Obviously, the description also should kind of have a certain sense, a certain meaning. It shouldn't be just random keywords that are put together in some kind of way. They should be related, and you should write them out related in your description. But with that, you really find a lot of connected keywords that you can implement, and this will help to rank your YouTube video even easier. What you could do too is take Iman Ghazi and go into matching terms, and there are also keywords that are connected to Iman Ghazi. For example, Iman Ghazi unscripted, Iman Ghazi edit. For example, you could write in the description, Iman Ghazi is obviously famous for his editing, and his editing is one big amplifier for his YouTube channel and his YouTube success. And then you implement this. Go again on matching terms, how to edit like Iman Ghazi, and maybe implement this into the description. The more keywords and related keywords you have, the easier it is to rank for them. So let's hop back into this. And this is how you want to write out the description. It really isn't that hard. I even created a ChatGPT AI chatbot that can write out descriptions. Not only that, it's basically like a YouTube assistant. I gave this bot so many docs with YouTube knowledge. I fed it up with an immense amount of YouTube knowledge that you can basically just take for you. You can write with this ChatGPT bot. I'll just link it into the description. You can use it, plug and play for your own business or for your own YouTube channel in general. This is it for the description. Then we have tags. For tags, quite simple. You just basically do the same thing, but instead now in tags, you can really just put in your keywords. With that, you just put in the keywords you find on vidIQ, matching terms, related keywords, and you just add them. For example, entrepreneur, related keywords, entrepreneur life, entrepreneur channel. Let's say you add YouTube strategy into the description, and then you add YouTube strategy and YouTube advice, growing on YouTube, YouTube ideation. I don't know. Basically as many keywords as possible. Okay, again, not spam as much keywords, but just to have the main keywords in. This is the most important thing: YouTube ideation, YouTube advice. Basically, again, related keywords to your full video. And this is what you want to do for tags. And the last thing is the video file name. So basically tags keywords in general. And the last thing, as I said, is the video file name. For the video file name, what you want to do is you basically name the video file itself basically in your files. Once you save up your video, or if an editor is editing your video, how he should save up the video is you call the video file Iman Ghazi's YouTube strategy file. Basically how it's saved up. And you call it like that. And this is another point and another reason YouTube takes up and YouTube saves up to understand how to rank your video. It's really, YouTube sees everything and it processes everything. Literally every information YouTube can get, YouTube will take, process, and implement. And even that. So this is also really, really important to rank on YouTube. And once you have all these things, you can trust me fully, you're good to go. Because now you have all the keywords, and especially the main keyword you want to rank for, in your title, in your script, in your description, in your text, in your video file. And now YouTube will process all of this. It will take it up, it will eat this information, it will save it up, and it will rank your video. Obviously, ranking a video takes time. Usually not every video is ranked right away. It really takes time to rank a video, but once it's there and saved up, trust me, you're good to go. For example, one of my videos is also ranked for Iman Ghazi. Let me really quick switch my channel to, let's say, to my business partner. Obviously, maybe he watched the video, but nonetheless, you can also check it out if it works. And you just type in the keywords Iman Ghazi. I probably showed it to you in a previous doc already, but nonetheless, Mangazi Digital Launchpad, this is his course. Okay, do it pop up? Yeah, I pop up right here. This video pops up. Maybe for you it pops up even earlier, but you see I'm ranked, okay, number 4. Probably, but yeah, okay, this guy dropped a new video, but nonetheless, I'm still ranked number 4 on this keyword simply because I implemented the main ones and ranked for them. So Ivan Ghazi in his course, Digital Launchpad, and it performed really, really well. And this video is also really search based, so it's actually fully search based. We can quickly hop into my analytics and check the growth of the video. So let's up onto the YouTube Studio, let it load, and then you go onto content. And then where's the video? Here it is. We check the analytics of the video, and you see the growth is exponential. It just grows and it doesn't stop growing. It grows every single day and it grows and grows and grows simply because this video is search based. So let's see. Actually, it first has blown up through browse features, but then YouTube search. 35% of the video's traffic came from YouTube search. And right now it only comes from YouTube search because obviously browse features are only important at the beginning once the video drops and it is put out on the landing pages on the starting page of YouTube for the first couple of days. But afterwards, it's just YouTube search and you see the impressions rise up. Click-through rate is quite all right for this video, not too great, not too bad. But you see the video grows and grows and grows. And it will continue growing simply because it is ranked and it won't stop growing. And this is basically, yeah, the key to YouTube SEO, how to understand YouTube SEO, how to do YouTube SEO. You can do it even more advanced, but honestly, again, as always, don't overcomplicate it. There's a lot of things on YouTube, a lot of people overcomplicate. As for example, analytics. Some people could see a 5.8% click-through rate and they would think, oh my god, this is bad. Honestly, it isn't. I mean, it depends on your niche always, but 5.8% click-through rate is awesome. Especially for my niche, it is really, really good, not too bad. Especially also what you need to know, the click-through rate always drops off after a while. At first, this click-through rate was also higher, I believe, but it just dropped off, which it always does. And yeah, guys, this is it for the SEO part. Now you first of all understood what is SEO, how it works, exactly everything step by step in the Gamma doc that I broke down. And now you got a quick live rundown of how I do SEO, how my SEO process looks like, and so on. So yeah, guys, I guess that's it for the SEO section. Now we've broken down one of the most important things in YouTube in general. And let's move over to the next section, guys. Yeah, we'll see us there. Hey guys, how are you doing? And welcome to this section of the YouTube course. And here we will do a full-on channel breakdown, because obviously now you have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but you actually want to apply this knowledge into practice. And that is why we'll do an actual practical example of a channel breakdown that we scaled up from $0 to $18,000 in revenue from a low ticket community, and also a bit of his high ticket community in revenue that is funneled from a low ticket into his high ticket offer. Here a bit of context. This doc will exactly break down how we scaled our client's Brandon Gillen low ticket community valued at $100 per month from $0 to $18,000 in just a span of a month, and plus how we added on top of that an additional $27,000 by funneling the highest qualified clients of his low ticket offer into his high ticket coaching. And all of that basically with just 4 videos that did not even get that much views. They were averaging between 2,000 to 4,000 views, to be realistic. The thing with that is, it is absolutely enough once you know how to use these views right, and once you get qualified views. Because if you get 2,000 qualified views to 4,000 qualified views that are actually able to buy a service and are fitting for your, let's say, low ticket communities in this case, it's absolutely enough. Because imagine only 10 of them join your low ticket community, would be $1,000 in revenue. Imagine 50 of them join your low ticket community, would be $5,000 in revenue, which is already enough. You really need to know how to target the right qualified prospects. You can check out the proof. Here did Brandon say how much he get, even 30k MRR for his high ticket and 10k for our low ticket. This actually increased as discussed in our client interview. If you like, you can check out the client interview. But let's hop into it. Brandon isn't the only one we're doing this for. Also for Tinus Klauser, one of our German clients in the German space. He is actually positioned in the TikTok market, and you see the views are insane. And we just did 8 long form videos, 14k views, 14k, 20k views, 13k views. And it's really about the positioning, because we started the channel from scratch and grew to 1.5, now even 2k subscribers within 8 videos now. And 80% of his customers now come from YouTube, and he's already ranked number 2 for TikTok growth in the German space. He's basically now the number 1 guy in the German space regarding TikTok, simply because of the right positioning. Plus, obviously, we understood how to position him right in the total addressable market that is there on YouTube in the German space, and especially because there is just not a lot of competition for that. So now let's hop more into the doc, a bit about Brandon's backstory. Before working with us, Brandon just did only content by himself, and he didn't really have the time to focus on high quality content, because he was just posting videos that came to his mind and tried to find out what could maybe work. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that well. While he was trying to figure things out by himself, he couldn't obviously 100% focus on growing his business and at the same time his YouTube presence. And the result? Both things suffered badly. The thing with YouTube is he actually had already a good amount of views and a couple of videos that were ranking really, really well. The problem was these views didn't target the right qualified prospects. First of all, he didn't have a low ticket offer set up yet. This was another thing. And the third thing is he obviously couldn't focus on his business while creating YouTube content. And if you want to create high quality YouTube content, YouTube content and a business, and focusing on both, it just can't coexist. You really have to focus on one more than the other, and obviously the other thing will then suffer from it. So this was his previous content plan. He basically just took ideas without doing proper research and didn't really have a plan on how to write good scripts, script out on editing completely, and created thumbnails by himself. Basically, a content and YouTube growth plan was non-existent, and it became a pure chaos, and it led to no new growth or new customers for his business, especially through YouTube. And so he had to find a solution on how he can build out his YouTube presence, and while doing that, he still can focus 100% on his business. So he approached us and he knew he needed a YouTube growth partner. Basically, a YouTube growth partner that exactly knows how to find proven video ideas that are researched and have worked before, write scripts that convert his viewers into paying customers, edit a video in a way that is first of all engaging, fits his brand and is obviously not too over edited, create clickable thumbnails, do proper SEO to rank his videos in the YouTube search bar, and understand analytics to take advantage of them and see proper growth. Obviously, all of these things we are also discussing in this YouTube course. So now we came into play with a 90-day growth plan. This is something we always do to actually use our theoretical knowledge and create praxis and practical results off of it. So the first steps were simple. We hopped onto the role as a YouTube growth partner and we started out by planning a full-on 90-day growth plan. We started simply by analyzing his competition. And this is one of the most important things to do on YouTube when doing market research in general, is doing proper competition analysis. This was basically our first step to understanding how to build out his growth, because he had already a good amount of subscribers on YouTube. Basically, the main problem was he didn't know how to convert them. So what we did is, first of all, we started doing research on YouTube regarding his competition. Then we wrote out 10 of his most successful competitors. And the third step we did is we analyzed their outlier videos. What we do a lot of times is we have a big ass Notion bank with competition, video ideas and so on. And there we write out the competition and check out their 5 biggest outlier videos. Basically their best performing videos with the best performing thumbnail and title. And we analyze all of them and create a big data bank with all of that collected. And then also, for what we have a data bank is to select the right ideas, because then we went over to selecting 20 of the best performing video topics of his competitors and created a good mix of ideas that actually would fit Brandon's channel. And before actually approving these ideas, we went over, planned out keyword research. So what we did is we checked if these ideas that work for his competitors actually can also work for him and have the chance to be ranked on YouTube. What was the big problem in this case? 90% of these ideas didn't. And this is a big problem a lot of people face, is they just simply take ideas of other people, copy paste them over for their channel and directly expect them to work. In most cases they don't, simply because other people have different positioning. Even if they're in your niche, they have a different positioning, a different channel branding, a different personal brand in general, and that's why you can't just copy and paste ideas that may be well successful for other people in your niche. That doesn't mean they will be successful for you if you just copy and paste them. But there's a different thing you can do, and this is the solution. Instead of just copy pasting the ideas, what most people unfortunately do, we reframe them by searching for keywords that actually had a low competition and a high search volume. And this basically allowed us to come up with completely new ideas that first of all haven't been used before and made Brandon stand out in his market. And most people just simply fall into the trap of just taking ideas that may have worked for others and they think automatically they will work for them, which is absolutely wrong, and it will never allow you to stand out in your market. Because, like I said, you cannot just copy paste ideas. In most cases it won't work out. Sometimes maybe you'll have a good video simply by copy pasting an idea, but you can copy an idea but then reframe them, make it better, improve it, and based on that you'll see actual growth. So now here's the key understanding. The more you stand out in your market, the easier it will be to make money from your views. And that's why we knew once we started playing out his growth plan that we will only need 2,000 to 4,000 views to get customers on autopilot. So always take yourself the time and find proven ideas, reframe them, do keyword research to check the recency of them, and you basically have a money printing machine. So really what you want to do is stand out. Stand out, because once you stand out, you found the right positioning for your channel. It is way easier to make money from your views simply because you're just your own brand, your own personal brand that you haven't copied from someone. You are yourself. You present your own knowledge. You present your own unique insights, unique tools that you use, your unique process on doing specific things, niche specific things that you present in your videos. And by doing that, it's way easier to get customers simply because you don't have real competition, because it's only you. Only you have that personal brand, and that is especially the only reason why personal branding works so well. So now the next step we did is setting up a content calendar, because to achieve actual growth, we sat down with Brandon and created a calendar for the exact videos we'll upload on each date. And that basically guaranteed us kind of to keep up with the consistency and post one video consistently every single week. What you always want to avoid is never start off creating videos without having your uploads planned out, because this will just block your growth by a lot. First of all, you will slack off, you will miss upload days, and there will be always days where you won't have the energy to focus. And you wonder probably, how did we actually manage to stay on this calendar? Well, what we always do is we pre-write all 4 scripts and let Brandon batch record all at once. And this takes up maybe 2 hours of his time, but after, he didn't have to do anything else, and this is where the process stops. Our clients basically just have to record the video, and we do all of the rest. And this is why it's so simple. Obviously, I'm being completely transparent and honest with you here. We haven't managed to always stay consistent on this calendar. Obviously, sometimes the client just needs to go somewhere. He has certain projects and maybe he doesn't have the time to record. It happens, being completely honest. It's not always possible to stay consistent on that plan. Nonetheless, this was it for the pre-foundational setup for your channel. Next step is obviously writing the scripts. For scripts, first you need to understand, why do you want to use even scripts? Basically, a lot of people just skip over scripts and think they can just sit in front of the camera and talk, and let me tell you one thing, in 99% of cases, this just simply won't work out. First of all, you will not convert your viewers, you will attract the wrong people that don't fit your ICP, and your retention rate will just simply drop by a lot. My feedback to scripts is that you don't always have to write out your script word for word. Sometimes you can just write a script out with a hook, with an outro, and for the body you just simply use bullet points or just a couple prompts, a couple notes that you can just build out in your video. This always works out. And if you're a good speaker and just know how to speak in front of a camera, you're not a beginner, this might be even easier for you, especially if you're writing scripts yourself. And what's the big advantage of that is the following: you just are more natural in camera and more personal. Obviously, if you write your scripts yourself, okay, you can just write the scripts as how you would speak them, but if someone else writes your scripts, in most cases it is even better if they write out the body word for word, simply because you just sound way more natural if you talk like you would normally talk if you would talk with a friend or just someone who knows. So after we're done with that is where basically Brandon's part comes into play. And it's just recording. This is the only part Brandon had in our partnership. He just needed to record the scripts we've written for him, and that's it. We then helped him setting up a proper setup. We guided him on how to set up the camera, how to set up the lighting, how to record the audio file, and upload the recorded footage. But that's it. We don't have to go into too much detail there. This is where the next interesting thing comes into play, which is the post-production. And the main important part, the most important part of the post-production is the video editing, because this is where we took back over on a quite interesting part. Because we needed to find a new editing style for his channel that obviously actually fits his brand and does one following thing. And this is underlines the story he's telling and value he's giving out and does not overshadow it. Really, really underrated part, because most people simply use editing wrong in their videos. Editing is important, without a doubt. Honestly, if you don't edit your videos or you don't have editing on your videos, your retention will most likely suffer badly from it. So why do you want to have editing and how do you want to implement it? Simply, you want to just have a clean editing style that never overshadows what you're saying. Or fast-paced editing style, especially if you want to achieve sales through YouTube, a fast-paced editing style isn't something I would recommend. If you have a faceless page on YouTube, you create faceless content on YouTube, and you just, you create these kind of faceless documentary style things, or I don't know, you want to just get views, subscribers in and go really, really broad, then to be honest, you can use a lot of editing that actually overshadows what you're saying, because most likely what you're saying isn't that valuable. In most cases, either at least. But if not, if you want to achieve sales from YouTube, you want to make money from YouTube by funneling your audience into your business, never use too much editing. So what we did is we delivered a custom style for Brandon, and we were quite successful with it. We just crafted a style and it worked great. What we just simply did is we selected a brand color, which ended up being kind of dark green. We found a font that we just use consistently and created brand animations. And this was the result. You can check out the video if you like to. I won't click on it now. Or wait a sec, maybe I can click on it. Yeah, then it will send me to YouTube. You see, dark green, quite dark green. We always use this font. And this was the simple editing style we found out and we created for Brandon. And it worked really, really well. you see the Google Ads scores, 6.5k views. It's still consistently growing. Why? Because it's an evergreen video. It will most likely grow for a couple months or years from now because it's an evergreen video. So next thing you might wonder is, why even use editing? Well, video editing is obviously the most complex part of creating a YouTube video, but it doesn't have to be that, because good editing is what literally will make or break your video. And the only thing you have to understand is, good editing does not mean, first of all, high animation frequency, a lot of retention editing, or Imangazi edits, or just copying an editing style. Copying an editing style is simply as copying a personal brand in general. It will lead you to nowhere. I mean, do you know someone who copied Imangazi's editing style and was successful with it? I don't. Do you know some guy, some YouTube creator that comes to mind that also uses the Imangazi edits one-on-one, exactly as Imangazi does, and just stick it in your mind? Probably not. You don't remember him. Even if someone used Imangazi editing style, you won't remember that guy simply because it isn't unique. So what editing actually is, it's a way to, first of all, underline your story. It's a tool to upgrade your video, and each animation should have a meaning behind it. And these are the most important things. Once you have them nailed down for your editing will actually make an impact on your content, on your videos, and with that will obviously lead to massive and good growth on your page, and especially improve your retention massively. The next step after the editing and the post-production are thumbnails, because after the idea, this is probably the second most important part of each video. Why do thumbnails even matter that much? Because viewers are just scrolling mindlessly, waiting for something that snaps them out of autopilot. And if your thumbnail simply doesn't instantly grab their attention, they'll just move on to another video. And to get your channel gaining traction quickly and start pulling in views within the first 30 days, your thumbnails need to just stand out like these, for example. These are clean thumbnails, they don't use too much elements, they aren't overwhelming, and this is actually something you want to focus on. Because once you have clean thumbnails nailed down, your CTR will grow, your channel's performance will grow, your views will grow. Some things you want to focus on in your thumbnails. For example, never use more than 3 elements, or at least don't make it too overfilled. Why? Because once you use more than 3 elements, or at least more than, 4 or 5 elements, people will be overwhelmed by your thumbnail because they can't really focus on everything at once. And so the result of that, people will start thinking about your thumbnails. And once people start overthinking about your thumbnails, they'll just be overwhelmed, and they will most likely not click and instead move on and just looking through other channels and other thumbnails on the YouTube starting page, and there will be another thumbnail that will catch their eye more than your thumbnail did. And this is really something you want to focus on. Then what we did next is drawing in Brandon's ideal customers, because what we did is we tried to capture the attention of all of Brandon's ideal customers alongside potential prospects at different awareness levels and stages. So we basically were trying to reach every market at the same time. In reality, obviously some just weren't possible to reach, as it's really impossible to appeal to everyone at once. However, this was the audience we were trying to attract. So you see here 3 circles. The biggest circle is the so-called total addressable market, and this is what you want to attract on YouTube. The second circle is the so-called SAM, so the service addressable market. And the third circle is the so-called SOM, the service obtainable market. Total addressable market in Brandon's case is e-commerce. Service attainable market is in Brandon's case e-commerce brands that would directly fit his ICP. So this is basically the full market. This is a specific market, and this market is even more specific. So really people that would perfectly fit into his offer. And once you have that nailed down and understand market and market positioning, you're really good to go. So next step is what we understood in this full process. By focusing Brandon's videos on the service obtainable market, we simply increase the chances of the thumbnails converting impressions into views and thereby capturing a larger share of his total addressable market, his TAM. And if those viewers obviously find value in his video, the algorithm then will take notice of that and promote the video to similar customer profiles, as they're way more likely to engage with that and enjoy the content as well. So what we first did is we started A/B testing, because to then find out which thumbnail even works best for Brandon, we just started A/B testing them, and for each video we just simply created 2 variations and used YouTube split test tool to compare their performance. And what this allowed us to do is over time finding out which thumbnail style converts best for Brandon channel, and we just stick with it. For example, with this one, we tested out a more e-commerce based style, and this tweet kind of based thumbnail style. And you see, the tweet kind of based thumbnail style just worked better. We understood that, so we applied that, and we'll now definitely implement more of these tweet thumbnails. The next step in this full process is search engine optimization, which is really important. It's a game changer. SEO is a pure game changer in Brandon's niche, and we focused fully on creating evergreen videos. And what does evergreen videos mean? Basically videos that can grow forever. And how we did this is by ranking his videos in the YouTube search bar, and that's simply as high as possible. So for that, you want to do keyword research. And this kind of leads back to finding the ideal video topics. Because when we find the ideas, we select a certain keyword that we want to rank for. Keyword should be there. And let's say, for example, it's Shopify SEO. Then we will use this keyword as much as possible throughout the video creation. Meaning, we will use the keyword in the script. So we will write it into the hook. We will write it into the body a couple of times. We will write it into the outro. Because YouTube tracks every info it can get on SEO and keywords. It really wants to track every info it can get on which keyword your YouTube video should rank. And the keyword you have in the most is basically the keyword YouTube will rank your video for. So in this case, Shopify SEO. So you want to implement them as much as possible in your script, because YouTube has always the transcript of your video on the platform itself, and it will track it based on that. Then you obviously want to implement the keyword into the title. This is probably the most important thing, because if it's not into the title, it will obviously not rank. Then into the description, you really want to write out a detailed description, maybe even in 2 parts. So the first part describing just the content of your video itself, and then in the second part you just want to go into detail on the topic Shopify SEO in general. Then the fourth part are tags. I wouldn't say they're that important, but you can use tags to just add more keywords. And then an underrated part, but it also kind of has an impact, not that big, but it is, for example, the name of the video file. So for example, you want to name the video file Shopify SEO video. Simply, YouTube really tracks everything when finding out what keyword to rank your video for, and then even the name of the video file kind of plays a role for that. So you might wonder now, why do even so much effort? Well, YouTube catches up literally everything to find out how to rank your video in the algorithm, as I said. And that's why even the name of the video file we upload on YouTube matters. And once you understand this, you just can create videos that will rank forever in the YouTube search bar. What is the advantage of being ranked? Well, the big advantage of that evergreen videos, that evergreen videos get you is, first of all, you get views forever. Because once you rank a video high in the YouTube search bar, and it's a common problem you did create the video for, if it's a common problem, people will search it up forever, because they always need a solution for that problem. There will be always new people that need a solution to that problem. That's why it will get you views forever. And obviously, if it gets your views forever, it will also get you subscribers forever at the same time. Because when people click to it, they actually find your video valuable, and the video actually gave them a lot of value that they could actually implement right away, good amount of action steps. Then they will also subscribe to your channel. And not only that, it will also get you clients forever, simply because if you actually gave out so much value, so much knowledge in that evergreen video, people will maybe even buy from you because they believe you would be valuable for them to grow their business. But only this happens if everything is positioned right. So it's all about positioning yourself right, your channel right, your YouTube presence right, your branding right, your videos right. Once you have these things nailed down, you're good to go. And this is really all you need to know about the practical example of this. So here a quick summary. Because remember one thing, it is really important not to target a big market on YouTube without a clear purpose. Because the size of the markets you enter should first of all align with your channel specific goals. And if your goal is to gain fame, this strategy can help you achieve that relatively easy. However, if your primary focus is on generating revenue through sales, you can change up your approach to connect with a particular market, and you should do this. So for those that want to find a perfect balance between popularity and profit, you'll want to find that sweet spot in between. So it's really important to find a good market. What's best of it is usually the service addressable market, because it's a mix of the service obtainable and the total addressable market. But you really in positioning, it's really all about the positioning, about the right positioning on YouTube, finding the right market on YouTube. And once you have that, this is literally it, everything you need to know. And that was everything about the practical example on how to actually implement ideation, thumbnail design, video editing, and so on into your YouTube channel, and how to actually take advantage of that. And again, once you have these things nailed down, you have them on point, you know how to implement them, you're good to go. But this won't be the last channel example we will run on in this video, because we have another one that is more focusing on other topics that is also quite interesting. So we will break down definitely this also in the YouTube course, but we'll see us in the next section. So let's talk about something a lot of people don't talk about, which are YouTube analytics, because YouTube analytics are quite underrated. Everyone checks them. How did the video perform? Is it a 1 out of 10? Is it a 10 out of 10? But most people do not really understand how YouTube analytics work and how you can take advantage of your YouTube analytics to blow up your channel, and that as fast as you possibly can. So that's what we will do in this section of this guide. So let's directly hop into it. So why even bother about analytics? Analytics are the main indicator to understand why your content is performing so well or why it doesn't. And by simply understanding analytics, you can start going viral just because you know your right KPIs, so your key performance indicator. And there are a ton of things we can focus on when talking about analytics, but this guide will break down all the important data you need to know about. We will break down literally everything. First off, the retention, the AVP, so the average viewer percentage, the click-through rate or short CTR, and fourth, the audience analysis. We will go through everything because these are the most important parts and you have to understand all of them. So these are the results you get by knowing and optimizing your YouTube data. You get evergreen videos with a good click-through rate simply by understanding what worked before, improving that, and working on these exact stats that you need to know, understand, and then optimize. So let's start off with retention. The first and most important part of understanding analytics is your video retention. What mastering retention? It gives you an understanding when viewers are coming and leaving, knowing what parts of your videos were bad, and finding your perfect video length on your channel. So let's look at what a bad retention looks like. This is what a bad retention would look like. Actually, it could be much worse, but I couldn't find anything in the YouTube studio of my clients, because we know what to look for. Now, but for it, here's just one to get an understanding how to identify a bad retention. First off, the AVP is under 30%. It doesn't matter that much. We will talk about AVP later, but under 30% might be bad. Around 30 is quite alright. Then what is actually bad is a big dip on the graph at the beginning of the video. You see here, it goes down massively. Usually it isn't a big deal. It could be much worse, as I said. This one isn't even that bad of a retention. I just showed it to you that you have an example of how it is to understand it. And the third thing is you have small dips throughout the video. About a lot of these things we'll also talk about when we check out the AVP, but still, these are the main things you need to look for and understand why the retention is bad and what are the indicators to make sure you understand the retention is bad. This is what a good retention would look like. This video we made for Jordan has this best retention rate. Actually, it has its best average percentage viewer rate of 49% watched the video till the end, if you want to say it like that. And what you also want to look at is that the retention graph stays flat throughout the full video, as it does here. Here it has a couple of dips, but the retention is good because it's above the typical retention, but it's hard to compare. It really depends on the video length, because this video performed really well, although the typical retention is above it, but it's only like that because of the video length, and the video is only 5 minutes long. His other videos were around 10 minutes long, so obviously the typical retention is higher, and it only depends on the length. So how did we reach this retention? It's simple. First off, we experimented with the content style and tried to script out the hooks and bodies in an engaging way by actually only keeping value in and cutting out all of the stuff. Secondly, we found an editing style that matches its content and stick with it. Third, we understood that his viewers mostly watch the videos that are between 5 to 7 minutes, and we used this info to get a high retention rate for his future videos. 5 to 7 minutes might sound short. Well, it is, but only depending on your audience. That's why to find a perfect length, you need to understand your audience, and that is what we will look at next. Audience analysis. Understanding your audience is one of the most powerful things you can do, because by knowing your audience, you'll know which content they want to see and which not. And by not knowing who is actually in your audience, your channel will just completely flop. So how to do this? Simply go to the audience tab in your YouTube studio and click on advanced mode. then a massive audience graph will pop up, something like this. Actually, I will go into one of my YouTube clients account, into the YouTube studio, and show you this full graph. So this is one of my clients account of Tinus Klauser. He's a German client who actually started his channel from scratch and don't do content too long. So we can check out the last 90 days, but it isn't too much because we're actually active for like 2 months right now. So let's check for 28 days. So here are the normal stats. You see the views we got in total for now in the last 28 days. The watch time we got in the last 28 days, subscriber that came through in the last 28 days, impressions, and the average click-through rate we got in the last 28 days. So first thing we need to know and optimize for with our content are returning viewers. Basically viewers that not watch one video of yours, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, or even 24 videos. And here's how it looks like if you compare it in the YouTube studio. We want to select these two modes, returning viewers by content and new viewers by content. So let's do this real quick. Viewers by content, go on more metrics, and then we go on returning viewers by content and new viewers by content. So you see new viewers are 11,840, returning viewers are 2,149. Usually new viewers are always higher. This is how it typically is, which is good. But what you should actually aim for is by having returning viewers higher than new viewers. New viewers are basically viewers that watch one of your video and just came new to your channel. Returning viewers are viewers that watch multiple of your videos. And what you really want to aim for is for viewers that actually return to your channel and not only watch one video, but multiple videos. Because with that, you have loyal viewers that actively watch your content and stay on your channel. And by staying on your channel, your videos will get pushed, as already talked about in the scripting guide. YouTube will push your channel when viewers stay long on it. That's why you want to aim for returning viewers. Returning viewers are the make money king, but it's obviously hard to get more returning viewers than new viewers. So just for you to keep this stat in mind. Next thing we want to go through is average views per viewer. Next thing we want to go through is average views per viewer. That basically shows you how long viewers actually stay on your channel and if they watch a second or third video after clicking on that initial first one. And usually a range between 1 and 2 is great. Again, we want to use this comparison method, but this time compare average views per viewer and views. So let's hop into it. Again, we go on more metrics and then we have, where is it? Average views per viewer. Average views per viewer to views. And you see it's 1.5, which is good. Usually, like I said, anywhere between 1 and 2 is good. This is basically how much videos each of your viewers look at. So usually it's 1.5. So anywhere between 1 and 2, as I said, is perfectly fine. And if we just go through it, you see some videos have more stats. You see some videos have more average views per viewer. Some videos have less. Some videos just have 1, but you never see some below 1 because it's quite hard. But you also don't see one above 2 because this is also really, really hard. How do you achieve this? With really good call to actions to other videos. That's a really good way to achieve this. But as I said, also quite hard. So anywhere between 1 and 2 is perfectly fine. But if you have anything below 1, you definitely should work on your call to actions because this might be not good. So next metric to understand your audience is viewer activity. This is a simple but underrated metric because it allows you to see when your viewers are mostly active on YouTube. And this is when you should plan out your content on a weekly basis. And the darker the color is, the more active are the viewers. So we see right here, the darkest kind of purple is, for example, here on Thursday at 6 p.m. Very many of your viewers are on YouTube, or Thursday on 7 p.m. or Thursday on 9 p.m. There are a lot of viewers active on YouTube. So what does that mean? Basically that it makes sense to upload at these times because most viewers are active on there and they are more likely to click. So we get more views in the beginning of the video and the video gets rather pushed out. Usually if your video is really good, it doesn't matter that much. Also on Sunday, a lot of people are active Sunday 5 p.m., Sunday 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So either you pick the upload date on Sunday at 6 p.m. for example, or Thursday at 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. And then you just pick this upload date and you stick with it and you upload every time on Thursday on 6 p.m. or every time on Sunday on 6 p.m. And this is just how it works. Really simple metric, really easy, but it pushes your video throughout the first hours, and that's where it does make sense. So for example, you could start off with publishing it at 4 p.m., but your viewers are active till, so you have a 5-hour time window where your viewers are really, really active, and you can just use it to get that beginning boost for your video. Then we also obviously have some basic audience metrics, as for example the top geographies. For this channel we have Germany, Austria and Switzerland, obviously because it's a German channel and only a German speaking channel. That's where only people that speak German actually watch this content, mainly out of Germany, out of Austria and out of Switzerland. It's always good to understand where the people are from. For English speaking channel it's much more interesting to understand where people are coming from, because you speak English in all of the world, German only in these two countries, German only in these three countries, that's why it depends obviously. Then you can also check out the gender, which is also quite interesting. Here 97% male, so you can understand who are you actually targeting, female or male, and just simply by understanding this you can just frame your content right and frame the content better to who are you actually speaking, who's in your audience. Again, what's also important is to understand the age the people are watching your content. So here mainly 18 to 24 and 25 to 34. So mostly rather young people, not too old people. So you can find a fitting language style that fits that target audience and find a fitting content style that fits that target audience. For example, if your audience is younger, you might rather use more editing, more retention editing to keep them engaged, because usually their attention span is much lower. And that's it for audience analysis. These are really the main things you need to understand. Obviously in channel analytics, in the advanced mode for your audience, you can check out thousands of metrics, compare thousands of metric views to average views per viewer. You can compare subscriber counts, subscriber himself. You can compare 1,000 metrics, and the more you compare, the more you understand your audience and can make more out of it. Because like I said, audience analysis is really important, and understanding your audience is really important, because you will not go viral if you do not understand who you're actually talking to and who you're actually targeting. So now let's hop over to the next metric, which is click-through rate. The understanding of this metric is arguably the most important, and this metric actually tells you how good is your idea, how good is your thumbnail, and how good is your title. But keep in mind, it is dependent on your niche, and not everyone can even have insane CTRs. So how do we identify a good CTR? Usually a good CTR is anything above 5%, meaning 5% of all the people seeing your title and thumbnail actually click on it. So we check the impressions on here, 700,000 impressions, and the average click-through rate is 6.6%. When it is below 5%, simply change the thumbnails. This will help you out a lot. Again, we check it right here. The average click-through rate is 6.7%, which is actually good. If we look at this video, it is 10.8%, which is insane. 9%, which is also insane. These are really, really good click-through rates. Okay, these are shorts, okay, these are all shorts. But these click-through rates, 10.8% and 9%, are insane. And basically, what does that mean? It means the thumbnail is good, the video idea is good, and the video title is good. And simply by understanding this, you will get way better click-through rates. But there is also something else that is quite interesting, and that's that there are different CTRs on one video. So when you check the advanced mode on the video, you'll see that there are actually different CTRs on the right for each traffic source on your video. So let's check this really quick. We go into CTR. For example, let's check this on this video. We have this video, how he made $100,000 with TikTok. So this video has in total, so let's check this video, how he made $100,000 with TikTok. So this video has in total 11,000 views, nearly 11,000. But you see, and a click-through rate of 9.5%. But this is the average click-through rate. You see, there are different sources for click-through rates and views. We first have channel pages. Channel pages basically when a viewer goes onto your channel, and there the click-through rate is 21%. Insane. Then we have YouTube search, basically people that are typing in TikTok into the search bar, and then the video comes up. 13%. Why? Because this video is ranked really high in the search bar. We have optimized the video really well for SEO. More to that in the SEO guide of this course. Then we have also browse features, 7.2%. Then playlist suggested videos. These are usually all irrelevant. The main three are these: channel pages, YouTube search, and browse features. Browse features is basically the main starting page. YouTube search is people searching up the video, and channel pages is when they're actually on the channel. And out of all of this, this click-through rate comes out. If these two weren't that bad, I honestly don't know why they're even there, because they're quite irrelevant, but the click-through rate would be even better. So how do you understand if the click-through rate is good or not? So like I said, it should be above 5%. So it really depends on the niche, how your CTR is. Obviously not any niche can have this high of a click-through rate. So what you want to do, you want to check the click-through rates out of all the different sources. Usually if YouTube search, channel pages or browse features has at least each 5% or anything around 5%, it is absolutely fine. Because like I said, it depends on the niche. Above 5%, perfect. Below 5%, might be the thumbnail bad, might be the title bad. Usually it's the thumbnail, and then you just want to change out the thumbnail and save up your click-through rate, because usually this is what makes the big difference. And you should never stop optimizing for your CTR. And always strive to achieve the best CTR. I know you could say this for every metric, but CTR is on top. The more people you get to click the video, the better your video will perform. So always focus on improving your titles, thumbnails, and ideas. And that's really it for the analytics guide. There isn't too much to talk about, because these are the main analytics. You should always analyze them, always optimize. I showed you now how to analyze and how to optimize them, because there isn't that much more to talk. But if you understand your CTR, your audience, and your attention, you're really good to go, and you do not need much more than that, because there are obviously even more analytics, but these are the main ones. If you understand them, you're absolutely good to go there. Hey guys, and welcome to the next section where we'll talk about YouTube content strategies in general. Let me quickly put off the sound to not receive any stack notifications. But yeah, I would say let's hop into it. This is a quite underrated part on YouTube, because YouTube content strategies is basically, it is your full plan on your YouTube growth, how you'll achieve YouTube growth. And everyone and every business and every content creator should have a different content strategy, because everyone is unique. Everyone has their own content style, and should have that. And that is for what YouTube content strategies are actually for. So let's hop into it. So YouTube strategies to maximize your content. In this guide, you will basically cover everything you need to know about developing a highly effective content strategy for your YouTube channel. So whether you're targeting a broad audience, narrowing down to a niche, focusing on a B2C market, or aiming to B2B success, this document provides really actionable steps and frameworks that are drawn from proven strategies. So everything I'll break down in this doc actually works, and you can actually implement for yourself right away, with really action steps that you need to do depending on whether you're a B2C business, whether you're a B2B business, whether you want to go niche with your content and really focus on making money from your separate niche views, or if you want to go broad and just go for views, just go for basically attention on YouTube, just generate as much traffic, as much subs, and as much views as possible. So I would say let's hop into it. So first of all, the foundation of your full strategy, which is your audience understanding and positioning. This is where everything starts, and it's basically really your audience, because this is what you should base your strategy of your audience. So first of all, identifying your ideal viewer profile, because every YouTube strategy begins with a deep understanding of your audience. This is important for finding and creating content that resonates and converts at the same time. So first thing you want to understand is, who are they? Who is your audience? What you will do for this is create a quick Google Doc and quickly break down your audience to actually understand it. So outline details like their age, their pain points, their interests, their desired outcome, their dream state. Find out all of these things that you need to know about your audience, because a good target audience profile helps you create content effectively for this exact audience. Because how do you want to create content if you don't know who you're creating this content for? Next thing, what problems do they have? So understand their pain points and desires, so your videos provide solutions they're actually searching for. Again, by understanding that, you can create good and fitting content for your audience. And then next thing you want to find out is, how do they consume the content? So are they just casual viewers that maybe hop onto YouTube a couple of times a day or a couple of times a week and maybe just view a video that they might find interesting? Or are they professionals looking for value? For example, if you target businesses, do they need a certain solution for a problem in their business? Or do they just want to learn? Maybe they want to just receive value on a new topic that they just want to learn to increase their skill set, to increase their knowledge. And all of these things affect your pacing, your style, and your tone that you should use in your video. So this is really, really important to know. So again, you want to know the problems, you want to know who they are, and you want to know how they consume content. This is really, really important to understand. So for that, what you also want to do is do competitor research. So You want to study channels in your niche or adjacent niches to find what works for them. Really identify strategies that your competitors use, understand their target audience, understand their best performing videos, understand why did they perform so well, and based on that, you will also create your content and base it off. Because if you don't know if your content can actually perform, how it will perform, it doesn't make sense to do this content. You first need to understand, does this content style actually perform on YouTube? Did it work before? If so, what were the average views? What revenue made the creator from these views? And how many subscribers did the creator get? Just simple metrics, but they're important to know. The second thing is to identify gaps in their strategy. So what is missing or underdeveloped that you can improve with your content regarding your competitors? And because this is your exact opportunity to stand out, and it actually allows you to find gaps in the market that you can fill with your already existing knowledge and expertise. So you want to study channels, you want to find and identify gaps, and you want to fill these gaps with your knowledge and your value that you can give out to the market, so the market actually profits from you and your content that you create on YouTube, which is really, really important. Next thing is to find the positioning for real impact, because your channel must stand out by first of all defining your what. This is really important. So your main topic or niche. Let's say if you have a business already set up that you have, obviously you already have a niche simply because you create YouTube content for your business. If you're completely new to the YouTube game, you obviously need to find your niche. You need to understand whether you want to do faceless content, whether you want to do content as a personal brand with talking head content, and then you need to find your niche, with its business niche, finance niche, sports niche, documentary niche. There's so many niches that are out there, that and you need to find a niche, and you need to do market research to understand if that niche is actually profitable and makes sense to do. Then the second thing is you need to define your how. So how you will do it, your unique style, your unique frameworks, or simple teaching methods in general, simply something that again makes you stand out. And the last thing is you need to find your why. So the mission driving your content, because a strong why creates a real loyalty and makes your channel different. Again, it's all about standing out on YouTube. And I also did this mistake a couple of times where I just copied. I didn't know really what to post, and I made mistakes. I made mistakes on YouTube. I made mistakes with my content. And this is something you want to avoid. You really want to find something that makes you stand out, want to create content that makes you stay out, and basically just something that is only about you. And once you have that on point, you actually can have real impact on your audience and with your content in general. So now let's hop onto the content strategies, because there are really four general types of content strategies. First of all, B2C, so business to consumer content strategy. This is something you want to do if you have a B2C offer. So really, if you're a B2C business, for example, you're selling a high ticket coaching or low ticket community or a mid ticket offer, where you really from business to consumer. This is how most people make a lot of money, simply by creating high ticket or low ticket offers that are mainly for consumers and made for consumers. And the right approach to content creation varies a lot depending on your target market. So now we'll dive into the specific strategies for each market, and we'll start off with B2C. B2C content focuses on reaching a large audience, which often has a lot of viral potential, because B2C content really has a lot of viral potential, and with that, obviously, a lot of potential to make a ton of money. And again, something you want to obviously focus on. And while broad content is a big part of this content strategy, obviously, the ultimate goal is turning that attention into revenue. So now let's hop into the content pillars for your B2C content strategy. You will see these kind of video formats also for the other content strategies, not always in the same structure, but you'll see them again in this section of the guide. So the first type of content pillar is action-based content. With that, it's tutorials and how-to videos that provide immediate value. Basically, again, videos with actionable steps, where you actually provide steps that people can directly apply after watching this video, or even while watching this video. An example could be how to set up your Shopify store. So directly, okay, this is how you log in. This is how you find and create a theme for your Shopify store. This is how you create a good headline. Directly actionable steps that people can apply while watching the video, so they can basically put your video onto one screen, and on the other screen create directly Shopify store, or receive your actionable steps and apply them while watching the video. This is action-based content. Then we have evergreen videos. What are evergreen videos? Evergreen videos are timeless topics that continue to get views over months or even years. The funny thing is, evergreen is oftentimes action-based content. So for example, how to set up a Shopify store, because a Shopify store, there will always come new people, and there will always exist people who want to start with e-commerce or dropshipping in general, and they need to know how to set up a Shopify store. So what they will do, they will search up this action-based topic, they will search up a video, they will pull it up, they will watch it, and again, they will go through the process of applying these steps. And this is why how to set up a Shopify store is an evergreen video that will simply grow over time, because a lot of people will search it up. The next topic and content pillar is storytelling content. What is storytelling content? It's basically relatable and emotional stories that build connection to your viewer. They're really, really good and important, and you want to mix them in. These are usually videos, they won't go viral. They can go viral if the storytelling is great in them, but they're really, really mainly made to connect to your audience, be a bit more personal, and actually establish the personal aspect in your brand. And this is how you create a personal brand, by actually being personal to your audience, sharing valuable stuff, vulnerable stuff, and really info about you, so people actually know who you are, not only receive value, because it is important to really just add a new facade to your personal brand. And then the last content pillar is broad content. What is broad content? Basically topics with really, really high viral potential, and they are mainly designed to capture attention, get a lot of traffic in. So really just viral topics. For that, you want to do market research and analyze your competition. The next thing is the content style for your B2B content strategy. As for any strategy, you need a specific content style that you use. For B2C, you want to have fast-paced editing. Why? Simply because you want to keep it younger, and you want to keep casual audiences engaged. And it's really, really important, because for B2C, the consumer are always usually younger people. It always depends on your offer, obviously. What are you selling in the back end? But in most cases, it is for younger audiences, whether it's a high ticket coaching or low ticket coaching, low ticket community. It's always just for consumers, and consumers are most like the younger people who want to start a business, who want to start a dropshipping business, for example, who want to start with a TikTok creator rewards program. It's just what I have in mind right now for clients that I have. Just and in general, these are younger audiences, and you need to keep younger audiences engaged. For that, you need a fast-paced editing, because they just have a smaller attention span, and it really helps a lot with retention. That's why for that, use fast-paced editing. Then you also want to have bright and attention-grabbing thumbnails. How do you create them? Well, use contrasting colors. This is what makes the thumbnail bright and actually just makes it stick out and makes it eye-catching. And you want to have multiple visual elements, so they are kind of overwhelmed with the thumbnail. Usually, you don't want the user to be overwhelmed, but younger audiences become usually really, and they get really easily overwhelmed with a thumbnail. And this is what makes them click, because they can really process it. Again, attention to span is small, and is kind of connected to that. And then you also want to have controversy and excitement. So you really want to balance entertainment with information to get attention, because it's a younger audience, just receiving information doesn't make them stick around and watch your full video. Instead, you want to give them info and mix it in with entertainment to actually make your video exciting and make it also controversial, to first of all get the click and then retain the click. The next thing you want to have are ROI metrics. What is ROI? It's basically the return on investment that you get. So without tracking the ROI of your content, you'll never know which influence your content and personal brand actually has on your business. And that is why it's important to actually track this. And this is what you want to track. You want to track the revenue generated. You want to track the lead conversions you get, and you want to track the customer acquisition cost. And by implementing tracking links into your description, you can actually see how it works and how much traffic you're actually receiving from your content. Why is that important? Well, obviously you can just create content and just hope that something will happen. But if you see your content doesn't generate any leads after months of consistently creating, you need to change up something. And this is how you actually see if your content is effective or if it isn't. It's really important to understand it and really see how it works, and if it has any improvement to your business. And this is how you do it. Just implement simple tracking links onto your links in the descriptions. And then you see your actual ROI metrics and maybe some things that you need to change in your content strategy. So now let's hop over to the next thing. I don't know why it doesn't switch. Wait a second, guys. Okay, wait a sec. We skipped a step. It's the optimization that we first have to talk about. So always try to optimize your content no matter which content you produce. And why you want to have it is because constant optimization means and equals growth. So always optimize your content and try to improve something. For example, use A/B testing for thumbnails and titles and regularly analyze analytics for trends. Really important because you want to always have something to improve on. For each video that you do, you want to have a certain improvement in it that allows you to simply grow. It's really that simple. Next step is B2B content strategy. B2B means business to business content. So you're actually targeting business and creating content for a B2B audience is about viral reach, but way more about precision because it involves connecting with a smaller and highly valuable audience. Because your target market now with the B2B content strategy becomes a lot smaller without a doubt. But the big advantage that is created here is, first of all, your target market has a lot more money and it is a lot easier to reach. Why? Simple, because you don't have that much competition in your market right now. B2B market is way smaller and there are not so many businesses watching YouTube content, but they are perfectly enough for you to make money off of it, and a good amount of money, simply because there is less competition. And the good thing is, again, your target market has a lot of money, which means you don't need that much views, because each of these viewers are, in most of cases, with the right content strategy, qualified views that actually have money for the service you're selling to them. That's why this strategy works really, really great. So let's hop into the next step. Again, really important here is audience analysis. You never want to skip over audience analysis no matter which content strategy you're striving for. And for B2B, audience analysis is more important than ever, because once you fully understand your B2B audience, it'll be hard for them to not give you their money. And again, you want to focus on these things specifically right here. You want to, again, identify common pain points and high demand topics. This is something you want to do for every content strategy that you have. And then again, you want to research your competitors and discover what resonates with your market. These are steps that you always need to take because they're just so important and they're essential steps in planning out your content strategy in general. So how you do your content plan for B2B? You want to focus on evergreen videos, and here more than ever, because long-lasting content is the content that builds your authority over time. B2B guys that are on YouTube, usually they do not go on the YouTube starting page and they watch the content. They usually search up content that solves their specific problems. Maybe they just make them something to eat and they want to watch a video that solves some of the problems that they have, and they just want to watch it because they need value. Yeah. They are purely on YouTube for value, and this is something you want to give them. And you will create mainly content that will grow over time in the YouTube search bar. That is an action-based evergreen video with a certain how-to process. Again, how to set up a Shopify store would also fit into this category, kinda, although it is made for more for consumers. For example, how to set up cold email. Let's say you have a cold email offer. You're a cold email agency and you just make a video on how to set up cold email, how to set up a cold email campaign, for example. And this is just content that business owners search up, maybe because they want to set up a cold email process. Then they pull up the video, they watch it, they see, oh, okay, the guys know what he's talking about. And then they see, oh, this guy has a cold email agency. I have money. Why not buy from him? I trust him. I see he's knowing what he's talking about. He really has a lot of expertise and a lot of industry insights on this topic. Maybe let me just buy from him, let me book in a call and then talk with him, and maybe his offer is actually good. This is how business content works on YouTube. Really, business owners search up content more than they just see it on the YouTube starting page. Obviously, if your video gets pushed out to the YouTube starting page and they're interested in cold email, they click too. But most of them search up content simply because they need problems solved in their business, and that's how they do it. The next part of your content plan are value-packed YouTube VSLs. This is also really important for a B2B content strategy. And it's really there to position your expertise while guiding your leads and viewers towards your solutions. So YouTube VSL is really there to just fully sell them on your offer. The other videos are really to just give value and then funnel them over to your YouTube VSL. So for example, the business owner watches your setup on cold email video, and then you funnel him over to your YouTube VSL, and this is how you really sell on the business owner. They just wanted to eat a quick snack, and while that watch your video, but bam, he watches the evergreen video, he hops over to the YouTube VSL, he sees, okay, this guy has a lot of knowledge, a lot of value to offer, and wow, his offer is really, really good, and let me buy. This is something that could happen. Just an example process. And the third part of your content plan, the third bucket, are screenshot tutorials. So you want to provide actionable steps for solving specific problems. Screenshot tutorials are also action-based videos, but they're simple to make. Actually, I'm doing one right now in this YouTube course. It's also screenshot tutorials where I explain the YouTube growth strategy, really a YouTube content strategy in general. This is a good example for this, and it also works great to just deliver value. Again, this is a video that usually also grows over time. So let's hope this YouTube course also grows over time. For the content style for B2B, here you want to focus on slower pace because it allows viewers to easily understand complex information. And again, business owners don't have such a low attention span as consumers. That's why it's easier and it's way easier to do slower pacing. Plus, you don't spend too much money on editing, which is also good. Then you want to use minimalist thumbnails, so just simple, clean, and professional. Here, you do not want to use more than 3 elements. You don't want the business owner to be overwhelmed. Instead, really keep it clean. Business owners usually prefer just simple and clean thumbnails with maybe, I don't know, a whiteboard in it or just a quick strategy that they can see and they find it valuable. And that's why you also want to make a thumbnail informative. So really prioritize depth and expertise over any entertainment or editing in your thumbnails and in your videos. Because again, informative, slower pacing. This is also an advantage for creating videos in the B2B space. It is easier to create them. You can just hop over, set up your cam, hop into screen recording, show your process on how you set up your cold email campaign, and boom, you have it done. It's really that simple. Way easier to create. Obviously, it won't get that much views at first, but it's great, and you really don't need much more for that. Next content strategy we will talk about, and this is number 3, is the niche content strategy. And it is actually quite similar to the B2B content strategy, because with B2B content, you're going quite niche. And going niche, this is a big misconception, doesn't mean fewer views. At the beginning, it does. But over time, you can become really big in your niche, and this is a big advantage. Because it means not lower views, it means targeted views from a highly relevant audience. Again, it's quite similar to B2B. And this strategy really prioritizes quality over quantity a lot and means you actually make money and views over a longer period of time. And focusing on a specific niche makes it just way easier to stand out, again, because your market is simply not overfilled with your competitors yet. That's why niche and B2B are quite similar. I won't go too in detail into the niche content strategy, but it's really that simple. You don't have that much competition. At the beginning, you'll get fewer views, but the views you get are actually qualified. And this is something you want, because qualified views are the views that will make you the money that you want and need from YouTube. And that is why a good niche content strategy is important. Optimize for ideas in the niche content section. Again, focus on the common but important things when finding your ideas. So address specific pain points, address questions within your niche, create SEO optimized videos, and create a lot of action-based ideas. So address the pain points, optimize the SEO, and address common questions. Really, B2B and niche are really, really well connected. So there's not too much more to tell and talk about right here. For niche thumbnails, again, keep them simple but impactful. Especially with niche thumbnails, it is really important and easy at the same time to get as many clicks as possible, simply because you just don't have a lot of competition, which just makes it way easier to stand out. And you really want to focus on showing either dream state or a desired transformation that the viewers want to achieve. So always implement visual hooks to enhance that. A good example for this is a Stripe screenshot or a paper screenshot, because it is a visual hook that shows a certain dream state of your target audience. For example, a certain monthly or daily payment coming in through their service or whatever they're doing. It could be everything. A good visual hook, it's basically a visual that shows the dream state. So Stripe screenshot, Payable screenshot, e-commerce dashboard, Amazon FBA dashboard of sales. There could be so many, that dozens of visual hooks you can choose from, but it's always great to implement a visual hook that's fitting to your niche. And now the last content strategy, which is the broad content strategy. And this strategy is ideal for creators just aiming to maximize, first of all, their subscriber growth and viral potential in general, because this strategy is fully based on not just not just on just getting views and as much traffic as possible. So it isn't about making money from these views, so by getting clients. It's just about going full on broad, trying to go viral, which, I mean, maybe a couple of you guys want to do this because they want to make money through YouTube views and YouTube AdSense. That's why maybe a couple of you guys are watching it because of that. And for that, the broad content strategy is really important. And this is the checklist for success that you need for your broad content strategy. First of all, viral ideas. So you want to research topics that succeeded in adjacent and your own niches and adapt them. And then you want to just combine multiple of these ideas to create something unique. How you'll do this is simple. You just want to do it like that. Something that you always want to do in general is to research the topics that performed well, but obviously for viral ideas it is even more important. And then you want to create a big ass Notion data bank where you collect all of these ideas, maybe 100 of them. You find them, collect them, and then you'll search up the best. The one that performed best, had the best outlier score, and basically all of these things in general. And once you have these things, you're good to go because you have viral ideas. Obviously, just a viral idea isn't the only thing, but it's the most important thing. Then you need thumbnails and hooks. They also need to be nailed down for the viral performance. For that, you want to use both visuals and controversial elements to get the attention of your viewers, because attention, it doesn't matter which attention, it can be bad attention, good attention. This is the key for broad content, because you just want to get attention and you want to get as much of it as possible, not from the right people, just attention in general. And then you want to make sure your hook actually delivers on the promises of the title and thumbnail. So never clickbait the viewer. Even if you just want to get attention, if you clickbait them, they will most likely click off. So don't clickbait them, actually then promise and deliver on the promise that you set in your title and thumbnail. And the last thing is the editing in your video style in general. What you want to do for recording your video is implement location switches. So for example, record 30 seconds, or let's say I would record 30 seconds with this setup, then I will go into my living room and record 30 seconds there, then I will switch the living room, then I would go back into here and maybe set up my camera from there, from behind, and film from there, and just switch up your locations as much as possible, because it makes it way more engaging and your full videos way more engaging. Also, you want to use a lot of visuals in your editing, so a lot of animations, just fast-paced editing in general to keep their attention high. And with that, also fast-paced cuts, so just cuts every 3 to 5 seconds, so the video's as engaging as possible. A really important aspect for broad videos and viral videos in general. And then you want to optimize for curiosity by leaving open loops throughout the video. This is mainly for the video script, so you want to implement open loops into the video scripts. Why? Because it just keeps the curiosity high, and if viewers are curious throughout the full video, they're just engaged and will stick around to the full video, because they always have a new question that comes up in their mind that they need to have answered. Otherwise, they can't click off the video. It's really a psychological strategy, but it works great. So now a couple of things that you need for all of these strategies I just talked about are obviously ideation, scripting, and SEO. All of these things we already talked about in the full course, but simple, again, a strong content strategy just needs all of these three things to be planned out to fully succeed. And the first thing, again, finding ideas. As with the SEO live walkthrough that we did, use the DFS method, so the depth first search, to explore topics and identify big gaps in the market and overlook opportunities. You also want to focus on combining proven formats with new angles. Again, really important when finding ideas to just make them new and make them better. For script writing, you want to nail the first 5 seconds by aligning the video's opening with its title and thumbnail. Simple, but it works. So again, you want to make the same shot that you have in the first 5 seconds in the thumbnail. This works really, really great. You don't have to do this, but it makes actually an impact, because the biggest dip happens in the first 5 seconds, and this is how you make this this gap way smaller. And obviously, your title should be also something that is delivered right away in the first 5 seconds to even more decrease this gap that happens in the beginning. Again, you want to use open loops and multiple mini payoffs to keep the viewer retention high. And the last thing, as already discussed, you want to focus on SEO and keyword optimization. So again, identify high volume and low competition keywords using tools like vidIQ, as we already went through it. And again, you want to optimize video titles, the descriptions, and tags to improve the searchability by a lot, as already discussed. And yeah, guys, I guess a quick summary to the content strategy section. So whether your focus is on B2C growth, B2B, niche, or broad, the key success to a strategy is based on your audience understanding, clear goals, and consistent optimization. So improving something every time you create a new video. And by applying the frameworks outlined in this guide, you'll not only grow your channel, but also turn it into a valuable asset for long-term revenue and growth and influence. And yeah, guys, this is it for the YouTube content strategy section. You now know all of the content strategies you need, and I guess you're good to go. And now we can hop over to the next section, guys. We'll see us there. Okay, so now it's time to talk about editing and how to understand and master video editing for your channel. This might be one of the most interesting sections for a lot of people watching this video, especially obviously video editors, but also content creators that are searching for video editors, are searching for video editing, and really don't know what to search for, what's the editing style they need, or video editors that just don't know what video editing style to use, what's currently in the hype, what's currently in the trend. Is it the Imran Ghazi style? What to do regarding video editing and how to understand and master it. And about all of this, we will talk in this section and in this guide. So let's directly start off. Why do you even need video editing? Well, video editing is the most complex part of a YouTube video, but it doesn't have to be that, because a good video editing is what literally will make or break your video. And the only thing you have to understand is good editing does not mean high animation frequency, retention editing, Imran Ghazi edits. What it actually is a way to underline your story, a tool to upgrade your video, and each animation has a meaning behind it. So you actually need to find out how editing supports your story, supports your script, and the whole structure of your video, instead of just doing some edits that do not fit at all. Maybe they look good, but they do not make sense. And if edits look good but don't make sense, cut them out, because you don't need them. They do not help your video. I have to be honest with you here. They do not help your video at all. Here is an example of what clean editing looks like. You can watch this video by yourself. Again, if you want to have the full gamma docs, the breakdowns we're talking about in this video, just click on the link in the bio and you can have access to all of them. So again, here's the example of what clean editing looks like. So if you want to see it, just get yourself the gamma doc and you can check it out, or just type in the video on YouTube. But basically, the editing style just amplifies what he is saying and his hook structure, and editing is only used when needed and it is not overly edited. And then the video also just switches to raw value and just giving value without editing at all. And this is how it should be. You do not need the craziest editing, unfortunately. Even if most editors do not want to hear this, it is just like that. It's simple. These are the common misconceptions, because nearly every creator I see on YouTube misunderstands editing. You don't even need it, it's just an amplifier. Most creators think they can use good editing and they will grow, which could not be further from the truth, because video editing isn't nearly as important as a good thumbnail concept, a good idea, and a good hook. But if these three things are nailed down, editing will be a massive push to your video if done right. So of course, if you want to do editing right, you need to understand which software should you even use, because the right editing software is actually much more important than you think. Because if you decide to go for edits, they obviously should be high quality, and unfortunately not every single platform allows you to create actual high quality edits. That's why we'll break down the best editing softwares there are and how much I would recommend them. So the first editing software, probably the most famous one, is Premiere Pro. This is without a doubt the most popular editing software there is. It is simple, it isn't that expensive, and you can do all of the basic things you need on it. But as every platform, it has pros and cons. So let's break them down. First, the pros. It really can do everything regarding basic edits. You could edit and cut a full movie on this platform. And this is what a good editing platform needs to do. You should have the ability to do all the basic stuff on it, because if not, it's already bad. Then once you know how it works and you feel good with it, it is quite easy. But again, this connects to a con we will talk about later. Then another massive pro that the platforms we will talk about afterwards don't have is Premiere Pro has a ton of plugins. Plugins are basically tools that you can insert in your video. It's basically like pre-built effects that you can plug and play into your video. Basically, as they call them, the plugins. You take a certain effect and you plug it into your video, and that's really, really effective, saves you up a lot of time, and all of the other editing platforms we'll talk about later don't have them, except of one. And the last pro, it is really great for advanced and professional editors. But that's it for the pros. Now it's time for the cons, because there are also a couple. The first big con, it is very, very complicated at first. There are a ton of functions that will overwhelm you for a while. Let's look at the dashboard of Premiere Pro. You see there are a ton of tools, and the first time I went on Premiere Pro, I was totally overwhelmed and I did not know what to do. I watched an 8-hour guide on YouTube on how to start with Premiere Pro, because there are so many tools you just don't know nothing about, and this will overwhelm you completely. It isn't really that easy to understand everything as soon as you're on it. The second con, it has a non-magnetic timeline. It's quite hard to explain if you're not on the platform right now, but basically, as soon as you do a cut, for example, you do a cut here and then you do a cut here. So basically in between of this pink clip. As soon as you cut the middle out, the clips don't move together automatically, but you need to move them together manually. It doesn't sound like that much of more work, but it is quite annoying when you're editing a lot or you're doing the raw cut and it doesn't connect magnetically. You'll understand it once you're on the platform. Then number 3, it is not really suitable for advanced animation. If you want to do the basic stuff, cutting videos together, doing some basic text animations, text effects, it is alright. But for doing advanced animations that you see on channels as Iman Ghazi, Premiere Pro isn't made for them. And the last con, there's a recurring payment every month of $25 for which you pay basically the whole time that you have Premiere Pro. This is a con, maybe not for everyone, but there are editing softwares we'll talk about after that have a one-time payment, which is much easier to do. Now we come to the real sauce, and that's After Effects. After Effects is the platform that allows you to create animations as people like Iman Ghazi do. This is where the actual professional edits and animations are made, in the platform that will allow you to charge thousands for your edits. It's really the best platform out there for edits, without a doubt. I have experience with After Effects. I honestly don't edit a lot anymore, but I did. And the animations you can create there are insane. This is really the stuff you see on people as Iman Ghazi, Alex Hormozi, basically all of the biggest channels with the greatest editors work with After Effects. Mr. Beast editors work with After Effects. Everyone that has great animations work with After Effects, because it's just the best platform to create these kind of animations, and the other platforms don't allow you and don't give you the tools to create animations like that. That's why the pros of After Effects are simple. You have massive creative freedom, so you can create any animation you like to. You see an animation, you can recreate it in After Effects. Doesn't matter which animation, you can recreate it there. You can design any animation you like to, because you have full creative freedom. You can design anything, and it allows you to get top level editing, really the best of the best, the highest quality editing that you could reach, you can reach there. What are the cons of After Effects? There aren't really that big of cons for After Effects. It's quite overwhelming as a beginner, but it's also not suitable for beginners at all in the first place. And again, you have the recurring payment every month of $25. But that's the only thing. As I said, as a beginner, don't start with After Effects. First, do Premiere Pro, and once you feel safe and great with Premiere Pro and creating content on Premiere Pro, doing editing on Premiere Pro, then you can switch to After Effects, and it is much easier because you already have the needed experience that you need for After Effects. Then you can start off with After Effects and create the really, really good stuff, the great high quality animations. The next platform we'll check out is Final Cut Pro. This is another great editing software that gives you nearly every tool you need for editing a video. And it honestly hasn't that much differences to Premiere Pro, but you could argue that it is even better, and here's why. The main pros of Final Cut Pro is it's way simpler to use because it does not overwhelm you right away, and you know actually what to do. If I would start into this platform right now from scratch again, I would directly know what to do and how to edit a video, because it is really simple and you see directly what to do. In contrast to Premiere Pro, it has a magnetic timeline. So if you set a cut, the clips automatically connect back together. Then it's also great for beginners because, as I said, way simpler to use. And it's a one-time purchase for $300, which is absolutely fine. You pay one time and you have it forever, for the rest of your life. That's why this is another pro. The cons of the platform are, I wouldn't recommend it to advanced editors because it's hard to do creative animations, really clean animations, or these these really advanced professional animations are really kind of impossible to make on Final Cut Pro. But for example, people like Ali Abdal's editor use Final Cut Pro, and I know a lot of other people that use Final Cut Pro that have really good editing. So it's definitely a good software. If you need basic edits but clean edits, use it. Has a ton of pros. I would say that it's even better than Premiere Pro, not better than After Effects, but for simple cuts, simple editing, it does the job without a doubt. Then we have a couple additional platforms, because there are a ton of other editing platforms, but here are 2 additional platforms you can look for that are really simple to use and also perform great. First off, you have iMovie. It's mainly suitable for MacBooks and Apple devices in general, but it's easy to use, free, and doesn't require much editing knowledge. So for basic cuts, also great, especially if you have a MacBook. And then you have DaVinci Resolve. This platform, I wouldn't recommend it above Final Cut Pro or Premiere Pro, but you can use it as a standalone platform just simply for color grading, because the color grading on DaVinci Resolve is on another level. If you want to do color grading, do it on DaVinci Resolve, because this is the easiest place to do it and it's really simple. So we talked about the platforms. Now it's time to get started with the footage. So how is the footage structured? Firstly, you have A-roll. This is your main footage and it's typically showing the talking head video directly looking into the camera. Then you also have B-roll that can always be used to push the engagement and make the cut even cleaner. You can, for example, test out how much B-roll actually creates the best engagement. There are typically multiple ratios that can work, but it depends on your channel type and niche. What I would recommend you to do is you can test out the following ratios and just simply see what's best. For example, 25% A-roll to 75% B-roll. You can do 50-50 of A-roll and B-roll, and you can test out 75% A-roll to 25% B-roll, and just simply look which performs best for your channel and which videos just perform best regarding the content style and editing, or also the feedback you got on the videos in the comments. For finding B-roll, you need to have good stock footage resources, and for that, what you want to use is platforms like Envato Elements and Storyblocks, because they offer high quality footage with commercial licenses. If you want to look for free alternatives, you can check out, for example, Pexels.com and Pixabay. They're also good and they are free. Because when choosing the right stock footage, always make sure it matches your video style and quality. If not, don't use it. Mix the stock footage naturally with your original content by color grading and keeping a good and consistent resolution. Don't choose stock footage that is worse than your quality, but also don't try to find stock footage that is way better than your quality. So if done right, stock footage can be a powerful tool to boost engagement, but it doesn't fit every video style, as I said already. So now to the main editing and animating stuff. How do we edit the perfect intro? Because the first 15 seconds determine whether viewers stay or leave, as we already discussed in the scripting guide. So you need to start with a powerful hook that promises value. Again, remember from the earlier guides, the script of the hook is far more important than the edit, but the edit can be the amplifier the hook needs to push the engagement even more. So for the edit, keep your intro fast-paced and clean. Use quick cuts around every 1 to 4 seconds in the intro section to keep the attention straight. Also consider starting with a face-to-camera shot so people see directly this will be a talking head video and know there is a human talking, and understand, okay, this is not a faceless video, this is not a YouTube automation video made with an AI voice, but directly know, okay, there is a face speaking to you. Once you understood how to edit the intro, you need to understand how to manage the viewer retention, because as we already know, modern viewers have enormously short attention spans, and you need to adapt your editing to these attention spans. How you will do this is by keep their visual interested by changing shots every 3 to 7 seconds. You want to remove all dead space and unnecessary content and just keep pure value and nothing else. Cut out all the fluff, only value, and then you want to create momentum by changing up the shot types and maintaining constant movement or information flow. So there is constant value that gets spammed out in the viewer's face with good editing that underlines this value. And this is how you manage the right viewer retention. Just in case, if you are working with voiceovers and making faceless video and are watching this guide, this is for you if you're just voiceover based. So first things you want to do, edit out breaths and long pauses to keep their energy and a fast pace. A good example for these kind of videos are the early videos of the YouTuber Nate Wealth. He started off with just doing voiceovers and he did exactly this. Then you want to overlap your dialogue section slightly around 2 to 3 frames to create this natural video flow. For the third thing, you want to use audio crossfades for smooth transitions. Then you want to record multiple takes of important lines for better options in editing. For example, you have a line that you need to emphasize, then you record it just multiple times, and then in the final cut when you edit the video, you will choose the line that fits best and has the best emphasis on it. And the last thing is also consider background music levels when you're mixing up your voiceover. Now let's go over to something more interesting, which is the subtitle strategy. What you always want to do is keep subtitles to 3 words or less per frame for easy reading. Use animations quite rarely because simple pop-ins work best. Captions near the bottom third of the screen, and match your subtitle timing really precise to the actual audio. Because your subtitles should not come too late or too early, but in the perfect scenario they should come up in the exact moment you're talking. And use subtitles only to emphasize key points rather than just transcribing everything. Because if you have subtitles for everything, it just looks bad and not clean at all. But instead, as in the example of this video, you just let the 2 words pop up fitting to what he says with a small icon. This is enough. You just emphasize easiest strategies, the 2 most important parts of the sentence, and that's it. And this is how you strategize your subtitles. The right motion effects might be something that is interesting for a lot of people, and to make the process way easier, download preset packs to save time on common effects. As we talked already about plugins, you can use them for Premiere Pro and also After Effects, and with that you will save up so much time. And you can use your motion effects purposefully. And use these motion effects purposefully, not just for show. As I already said, never just spam in animations that do not fit. Always choose the right animation. Animations that underline what you're saying, not overshadow what you're saying. And they do not have any meaning or expand the context, they are just a waste of time and money. Effects that are always clean and nearly work every time are zoom transition, whip pans, and smoothness. And smooth slides. You can use them in nearly every video and they always work. Also, what you want to do else is test them out at different speeds to find the right pace for your video, especially regarding your editing style. Then, something that makes your video much more cleaner is scale and movement. Always add subtle zooms at around 102 to 105% to still images to keep motion at any time. You don't want to have your video just stand still. You always want to keep the motion even if you insert pictures. So use scale changes to push and emphasize important points and create dynamic transition using scale and position keyframes, for example in Premiere Pro. And another very underrated part that most people completely forget when editing is maintaining smooth movement by using easy in and out on keyframes. And there's actually a simple shortcut for that in Premiere Pro and After Effects, which is Shift plus F9. This makes your videos much smoother, your effects much smoother, because they just go easy in and easy out, as it's called. And the shortcut for it, but it actually makes a big difference. Now, sound design fundamentals. I honestly think that sound design is something that has a lot of impact when used right, because most editors just spam and use the sound effects that do nothing but just sound awful. Sound effects need to be clean and have a good frequency. Don't spam them in and just use them when actually needed. Sound effects, they can make a big difference, but only when used right. You don't want to have too much of them, but also not too low sound effects. Just have a good amount of sound effects, use them when needed, when there's a fact that needs to be emphasized, or a word or a sentence that need to be emphasized, then use the sound effects, but only then. Because there's a more important part regarding the sound, and this is the music selection. This is another thing that even the best editors do wrong, unfortunately. But music is so important for a great video. Imagine banger movies without a good theme. It would be so much worse, right? The same goes for a movie with a bad theme. It just destroys the full scenery in flow. So you need to pick the right music for the right moments and pace in your videos. And what can help you out with that massively is good platforms. Use copyright safe music, and platforms you can find good music are, for example, Epidemic Sound or Thematic. Also, another side fact regarding your music, always try to keep music volume between -20 dB and -10 dB under the dialogue. Other than that, it might be a bit too loud. Now we are probably at the most exciting section of the editing guide. Which are the common editing styles. There are a couple editing styles that everyone knows and everyone should know. And people always have that idea in mind that they need to copy and recreate these styles to actually grow with their channel, but that's not what you should do. Instead, you need to understand why this editing performs so well and how to transfer that to an own unique editing style. So let me help you with that and do a walkthrough through the most common editing styles and why they're so successful. First things first, the Imran Ghazi editing style. Without a doubt, one of the most recent hype trains regarding editing is Imran Ghazi's style, and everyone tried to replicate him, and most failed. I mean, do you know someone who has success with the same editing? Me neither. So let's look at the elements that make his editing style so good, because this is the only thing that matters. Finding out the elements that work good for him, analyzing them, and then implementing these elements into your own custom editing style. So let's actually hop in one of his videos. I make the sound out so we don't hear it. But as you see here, he has clean colors. He has the red and blue base colors. Again, quite complementary colors. It creates a big contrast. Plus, blue and red are his brand colors. You see him every time in his background and he uses them for his animations. Also, the pacing of the animations is really clean. His animations are just perfectly paced with his voice and they exactly represent what he is saying. Again, to the colors, Imran has his typical brand colors, red and blue, that he always uses throughout his editing style, which makes it much more unique. And the third point is necessity. Every single animation that he uses is actually necessary. There is not one animation that does not fit. There's not one animation that does not fit in, because every animation has a purpose. It has a purpose why it is in the video, in what it does in the video. Because each animation emphasizes a certain point that Imran has and he wants to get across in his video. The next style is the Mr. Beast editing style. This style undeniably works. It is fast paced, just a pure abuse of animations, but in a good way. This style is literally made for attention, and that is solely for what it's for. Because it doesn't look that clean, to be honest, but it works, and this is what it should. Here's why it works and what elements you can replicate for you. Again, if you want to watch all of these videos and see the elements, either type it on YouTube or click on the link in the bio and you get access to all of the guides we're talking about in this course. So here's why that editing works and what elements you can replicate for you. First things first is speed. These animations are so quick and have such a high frequency that the viewer doesn't even have time to comprehend each one until the next one comes in. Secondly, it fits the challenge niche. If you are in the challenge niche, basically the same niche Mr. Beast is in, you're definitely good to go with this style because there is honestly no better and more engaging there. And number 3, it's the retention booster. If you have problems with your retention on your channel, you might want to go deeper into analyzing his style to boost your retention. Again, take out more elements out of his style and implement them into your style, and this way you can definitely boost up your retention simply by having this fast-paced editing. Then lastly, we have the authentic editing style. This is honestly the style I can recommend the most because it's just what editing is for, making a video better and more authentic. This is a style people like Ali Abdal used recently and we implemented into our agency. Because what we found that this style works best for converting viewers into clients, which is probably the goal of most YouTube creators. Again, if you want to watch this video, type it on YouTube. But why this style works so well? It underlines, it does not overshadow. Firstly, it underlines, it does not overshadow the value and message that is provided within the video, but instead just underlines it and makes the message even clearer. Secondly, the slow pace. It is slow pace which automatically qualifies the viewer. Usually viewers that are qualified have longer attention spans and are actually there to receive value, not to see the editing. And that's why slow pace works much better to qualify your audience and have the right viewers. And thirdly, it matches your brand. This style is just customizable to any brand and niche, and that's why it works so good, the simple, authentic editing style. So here are some final optimizations you should make. Once you have your editing style set up and experimented with it, you need to start analyzing if it actually works or needs more optimization. So what you want to do for this is review your retention graph for drop-off points, optimize thumbnail and title, check your platform specific requirements and test your video on multiple screens. If this editing style looks good on a PC, on a laptop, on a mobile phone, check it out, and if it does, then you're good to go. And this is all the editing knowledge you need. You don't need more. Optimize these things, focus on bringing out the value with the editing, not overshadowing it, underline it. And this is really the main thing you need to know about editing. So let's hop into the next part. So this is the YouTube sales funnel mastery. We have here a full-on YouTube marketing funnel, just so you understand and have a brief breakdown of it and how it works. You basically have top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of the funnel, but there's way more to discuss about. So first of all, creators we're using these funnels for right now. First of all, Brandon Gillen, he made $45,000 in the first month applying this funnel. We worked for him already for a couple months, so he already made way more. Another German client of ours, Tinus Klauser, he started his channel from scratch in the TikTok niche and gets a lot of views simply because of the positioning and the funnel we applied. Also Finn Röber, one of our other German clients in the YouTube automation niche. We're quite big in the German market, especially because it isn't too saturated. And another client that we applied this funnel for. So let's start off to understand what is even a YouTube sales funnel, because before talking about funnel, we first need to understand what even is a funnel in general. And well, it's basically kind of a conversion mechanism to funnel viewers and cold leads that don't know who you are over to becoming hot leads, warm leads that actually know who you are, what you do, and to then ultimately buy from you because they trust you and what you do. So why is a YouTube sales funnel even needed? Well, because once you decide to create content on YouTube, you need to position it as a crucial part of your funnel. Because as soon as you position YouTube right in your funnel, it'll basically do everything for you. It will first of all warm up cold leads, it will nurture them and build trust, and it will sell them through just watching your content. Because what you need to understand, long form content on YouTube just works simply so well because it is long form. It is minutes that people are sitting in your videos, they are watching you, and maybe even hours once they start binge watching your content. For example, this video is quite long. Then maybe you click over to another video on my channel, you watch this one, then a next one. And the more videos you watch of me, the more you'll obviously trust me because you seem like you know me. You know who I am, you know how I talk, you know where I'm from, what I do. You know so many things about me, which makes it much easier for you to buy from me if I sell something to you, simply because you know who I am, you trust me, and you know what I do. And this is the power of YouTube. And once applied right with a good ass sales funnel, trust me, there is no way this wouldn't work. So before we hop into YouTube funnels, you need to understand that there are different types of funnels that we'll run down today. This is not only one funnel that you can apply. You have basically a general funnel and you have YouTube funnels that are expanded version of the general YouTube sales funnel. And these are the ones we'll talk about today. We'll talk about the general one and two expanded versions of the general one that works even better than the normal YouTube sales funnel. And as with everything, there are obviously different types of YouTube funnels that you can obviously also implement differently. And you can basically kind of plug and play them to whatever you do. Your business, your Faceless channel, whatever content you do, whatever business you have, you can simply plug and play these funnels. And you can switch it up fitting to your already existing funnel. Plus, you can create different variations of a funnel for a more detailed nurture system, and this will be also something we'll be running down today. So let's hop over into the first YouTube funnel type that we'll be talking about today, which will be the so-called classic YouTube sales funnel. And the first funnel type we'll be running down is just simply the normal standard default version of a YouTube funnel, and this is basically the one that nearly every other agency is selling and promoting. It's the classic version, the one that works. It is simple, but it works, and here's how the full funnel looks like. To keep it quite brief, simple, but it's still understandable. The funnel starts off with simply short form content, paid ads, basically your initial traffic source. It can be everything. Just a platform or a traffic source where you generate the most traffic on right now. It can also be YouTube if you already have a lot of traffic on YouTube, you have a built-in audience on YouTube. If not, like I said, it can be short form content, whether you do short form content on LinkedIn, Twitter, what is there else, Instagram, TikTok, could be on one of these platforms. It could be your paid ads, whether you do Facebook ads, Google ads, Instagram ads, YouTube ads. YouTube ads even better because you are already on YouTube. That is why YouTube ads work so great with YouTube content that is already on the platform. It can also be your cold outreach if you currently do cold DM outreach, cold email, cold zooms, whatever strategy you use. You can use all of these traffic sources as your initial traffic sources. And then comes the next step of the funnel, which is YouTube. Then you basically use these traffic sources to funnel over this traffic to your YouTube content. And you basically funnel them over into kind of a warm-up video, kind of an introduction video to you and your channel and your business, what you do. Maybe you have a story video on your channel explaining simply what you do, where you came from, where you are now, simply kind of transformation video. And you can funnel your cold leads into there. Why is it good? Simply because it's a warm-up video and it warms your cold audience up. And it warms them up by simply generating trust and basically by them knowing and understanding who you even are and what you do. And the last step of this classic YouTube sales funnel is simply to funnel all of this traffic that you then send over to YouTube and funnel them from YouTube into your offer, so into your website. This is to keep it brief, but let's hop into more details. So short form content. Again, initial traffic should come from other sources, especially if you're starting off from scratch. If you're already active on YouTube, you don't have to do this, but if you're not active, if you're just starting out or you don't have a big audience yet, it makes sense to get the initial traffic from other sources. But it's only needed when you don't have a big YouTube presence yet. If you already have quite a big YouTube presence, you can skip this step and just start off with a YouTube presence, although it still might help to push over traffic from other traffic sources. And then what you basically do is just collect this traffic, this traction, the attention that you get through your other marketing efforts, and just send your cold prospects over to YouTube. And this is where YouTube content again comes into play. Once you send the traffic over to YouTube, the content is simply there to nurture the leads and build trust. This is the only purpose it has for now, because you don't generate traffic or a lot of traffic and attention through YouTube yet, most likely. If you do, well, this is really good. And the next step, you basically just give out tons of value in the form of your own unique niche or your unique industry insights. And then you funnel viewers after watching this video to your YouTube VSL instead your offer. So let's say you have just everyone watching this has some unique niche insights, some unique industry insights. For example, you can just share your process in your business, just a certain process. You can put up a screen recording and share this process. For example, as I'm doing right now with this YouTube funnel video. It can be literally everything. Your lead generating process, your operations process, and you can just share it to your audience simply because it's your unique industry insight. It's your unique tool that you can use and that you can benefit from by giving out value from your own knowledge. And the next step is then basically you create this video again, whether it's a unique niche industry insight video or a story video. You connect this traffic, and before even funneling it to your website, you will send it to your YouTube VSL. Well, what is a YouTube VSL? A YouTube VSL is basically like a normal video sales that are on your website, but more expanded and more fitting, made for YouTube. I think I have another video out on it. If not, it's in my school community. If you like to join, you can join it. If not, then not. But a YouTube VSL is basically, it has a kind of really specific structure. And it's basically there for selling your audience. You don't really want to sell your audience in every video because it's just, you don't want to ask for too much. Instead, you want to create one video on your channel, and there you will funnel all of your traffic onto that you get from your channel in general, from any other video you do. So instead of just giving a call to action in every video to your offer, you will just give a call to action to your YouTube VSL. This has a lot of benefits that we'll also go into later, but it's a really well working and functioning funnel. And after they're on the YouTube VSL, this is where you actually sell on your offer and actually sell your product or service, whatever you sell. And then you funnel them over to your website and either to book a call or or select a lead magnet, subscribe to your newsletter, watch your normal VSL, whatever it is. And this is the last step of the first classic YouTube sales funnel, your offer. So once the trust is built, you use your YouTube VSL to sell on your viewers and basically send them after watching your YouTube VSL over to your website, where they then will make the buying decision or book a call. Again, this is a lot depending on your offer. So I would say if you have high ticket, they should just book a call. If you have a mid-ticket offer, you can decide whether they first should book a call and you sell the mid-ticket offer there, or they make directly the buying decision. Again, this all depends on your YouTube positioning and how well positioned you are on YouTube and how easy it is to sell a mid-ticket offer through your content and how qualified your audience is for a mid-ticket offer. For a low-ticket offer, you send them to your website and to your offer in general, and they should make the buying decision directly, because for a low-ticket offer, you don't need to book a call or have a call with them first before selling them the thing, because usually for a low-ticket offer, it isn't needed. Then, this was really it for the YouTube sales funnel. It is simple, it works, but there are variations of the YouTube sales funnel that simply work way, way better. They are easier to produce. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't even say easier to produce, but they're easier to plug and play to your business. It takes more time to set them up, but they simply work great. So the next lead magnet sales funnel. This is basically an expansion of the YouTube sales funnel, and it's basically connected to a lead magnet. Let's say it like that. And this funnel is probably the best YouTube sales funnel you can use. it without a doubt takes longer to set up, but the lead nurturing process is just at least 3 times better than the normal YouTube sales funnel. And here's how it works. Well, the funnel starts with a so-called ManyChat automation. You usually plug them in on your Instagram Reels to collect traffic and funnel them to another traffic source. Basically, usually it is a certain type of guide, again, more into detail later. You funnel them over to your YouTube video to keep it quite simple right now. Then from your YouTube video, as we already said, you funnel them to your YouTube VSL. This time it will be a different YouTube VSL, not the normal one where you sell on your offer, but no, this YouTube VSL you will sell on your lead magnet instead of your offer. You'll funnel them from your YouTube VSL into the lead magnet, and then the lead magnet just does the rest of the nurturing process and then funnels them into your offer. So again, this is how the funnel looks like, but let's hop into more detail. So first step of the funnel is just create a well thought out reel based on a recent YouTube video you created. So let's say, for example, you create a funnel, you create a YouTube video like I did right now on sales funnels. Just let's say sales funnels in general. Then once you have your YouTube video done, like I do right now, you will create a reel. And with the reel that you created, you also want to base it around YouTube sales funnels. And then at the end of the reel, you will give a call to action, kind of like this. Comment the word YouTube and I send over the full guide. The sentence before that you want to say, obviously I didn't have the time to give you all of the info in this short reel. That's why I made a full-on guide where I break down YouTube sales funnels and details. Comment the word YouTube and I send over the full guide. You've probably seen this a ton of times on Instagram of people that use these kind of ManyChat automations, and they work really, really well. And instead of just sending over the full guide, I mean, you do send over the full guide, but the full guide is basically just your YouTube video, which is absolutely fine because it's still the full guide. You don't clickbait or anything, you don't scam anyone. And then basically the ManyChat automation sent automatically a link out directly into the chat of people that commented. So directly the people that commented under your reel will get a DM of your YouTube video. And this is how the full funnel starts and the traffic starts to take off. You can also use the same process on auto DMs on Twitter. I do this a lot and it works really, really great. It's really nearly the same as for ManyChat, but you just need to connect instead of ManyChat Hypefury. Hypefury is also a platform that just sends auto DMs, and you connect it, and then basically people comment under your post a certain thing, and you send them over your guide. It works quite similar to the ManyChat funnel, and it is also really, really great. Then comes the second step of the funnel. Here is how it goes. People will receive a deep link to your YouTube video, which is created on URL Genius. At least this is what I do. A deep link is basically a link, not just, you don't copy and paste the link of your YouTube video. Instead, you copy the link of your YouTube video and you paste it into the platform called URL Genius. What this does, it creates a deep link. What is a deep link? A deep link is basically a link that sends the people directly into the YouTube platform. Because you can test it out, you can copy a link off of YouTube and then post it into your story and then click on it. What will happen is people will still stay on Instagram and not on the YouTube platform directly, and they will just see the YouTube video. But instead, what a deep link does is people directly get sent over to the YouTube platform, which makes them way likely to stay and watch, first of all, more of your content and watch the full video simply because they are directly on the YouTube platform. And this works really wonders. It's a simple change, but it does a lot. And this platform is obviously for free. I don't have an affiliate link for it or anything. You can just type it on Google and you'll find it. The next thing, basically you send a deep link to your YouTube video, and then all of these people that commented under your post will be funneled into the video. And then your YouTube video will just give a call to action to your YouTube VSL as previously discussed. So basically, deep link click, they get sent the deep link, they click on it. The next step is they watch the YouTube video, in best case in full. And then after watching the YouTube video, again at the end of the video, you want to give a call to action that then will lead them to your YouTube VSL. This is a simple step-by-step process. Again, works wonders. Then the third step of the funnel, you want to set up a second YouTube VSL as just discussed. And this variation of the YouTube VSL will this time funnel them into a lead magnet instead of directly your offer. And with that, people will follow the call to action and get access to your lead magnet. So again, the second YouTube VSL you want to create now should be also really, really value-based as your normal standard VSL that funnels into your offer. But instead, it should be laid out based on your lead magnet. Basically, the YouTube VSL, this second YouTube VSL should be fully based off your lead lead magnet, so it's way easier to sell it to them. I mean, to sell lead magnets is easy nonetheless, simply because it's free. This is the sense and the meaning of a lead magnet. You're sending out a free piece of value that is maybe a trial of your service, or it could be just a part of your service, one singular part. For example, in my service, it could be I'm sending out a free thumbnail template. Thumbnails are part of my service. I could send out a free thumbnail template, which is, for example, a good lead magnet. There are obviously dozens of others that you can choose from. It can be a doc, it can be a training on a certain topic, it can be whatever. It can be a certain, for me, for example, I also have a metrics tracker to track YouTube analytics. I have an AI chatbot and a customized ChatGPT that I created based on YouTube. There are dozens of lead magnets you can create, and you want to just base off your YouTube video off of the lead magnet. This is why it's so easy. Actually, my next video will be kind of like that, where I'll be showing my custom ChatGPT bot, and the lead magnet of this video will be my custom ChatGPT bot that you can get access to for free. I'm already kind of previewing this, so you know what the next video will be about, and you obviously already know what my funnel will be. So I will funnel you into my AI chatbot. You'll get access to that. By doing that, you will subscribe to my email list, and in my email list, I will then nurture you to maybe become a paying customer or join my school community. It's that easy. But now I already exposed myself. But man, we're trying to be honest and transparent here, so it isn't a big deal, right? And to the email list, we'll go into detail in the next step of the funnel. But this is it for the third step. For the fourth step, they want to get access to the lead magnet. So you basically put the link of your lead magnet into the bio, as I just said, and then when they try to access the lead magnet, you want to create a quick landing page, for example, on ConvertKit, or go high level if you have a subscription there. You will create a quick landing page, and then to get access to the lead magnet, they just have to type in their name and their email, and that's it. Once they type this in, they will get funneled over to your newsletter. They will be subscriber to your newsletter. Obviously, you want to send out a welcome email with the lead magnet in it. This is simple, but it works. And then they get the lead magnet, and from now on, they are in your newsletter, where you will send out daily emails. And this is where the nurturing process actually starts through the email list. Obviously, the nurturing process already starts by them watching your YouTube content, which is already the most essential part. And in the best case scenario, they subscribe to your content and maybe already binge watch your content. But then the next nurturing process goes over through the lead magnet in your email list. So basically, add a quick landing page to collect emails, then send out the subscription email with the lead magnet linked in it, and then nurture these subscribers now through your newsletter with daily emails. So we really want to focus on sending out daily emails that will nurture these new subscribers with value, again, based on your service. Maybe also send out FAQs, so common questions, frequently asked questions that your ICP and your target audience has, and you just handle and pre-handle these objections in your newsletter. Really simple and effective method. And then the fifth step of the funnel, again, nurturing process of qualified prospects. It can take up, honestly, anywhere between 1 to 60 days on average. Maybe some prospects will subscribe to your newsletter, they get the lead magnet, and they will already book a call right away. It can happen. Usually doesn't happen that much, but it can happen already. Other leads that are still qualified, they can book a call in 30 days, 60 days, maybe even in 90 days. That's the power of good YouTube content combined with an email list and newsletter, because some leads, maybe they will just convert in 90 days. They can convert in 180 days. It doesn't matter. They still will convert. That's why the process is long, but it's effective. And what's so good about it? Actually collecting qualified leads that get more and more qualified day after day through your emails. So some leads maybe aren't that qualified yet, but maybe they become qualified over time, and you basically qualify your leads by sending out perfect crafted emails every single day. Effective process, but it works. And then all of the leads that went through the qualifying process will book a call, and you nurture them just simply through your emails, step by step, day by day. Really, really effective, and it works wonders. And now this was it for the second funnel type. Works really, really good. Really awesome funnel. Probably, like I said, the best funnel on YouTube, although the third funnel is really, really underrated and also performs great. But for the second funnel, that's it. Once you set it up, trust me, there's no way it won't work, because this funnel is just great. Works wonders. But now let's hop over to the third and last funnel type, which is really, really underrated. But once set up right, also great. So it's called the internal YouTube funnel, at least that's how I call it. And the funnel is mainly YouTube based without any external traffic source. And it works especially great once you already have a built out YouTube presence. But in the best case scenario, you should set up this funnel from day one that you're active on YouTube. And here's how this funnel works. Basically, this funnel is really just based on your YouTube content. The funnel starts with a broad YouTube video. So basically, what is a broad YouTube video? It's a video that just generates a lot of traffic, a lot of attention, a video that simply can go viral in the first week, in the first couple of weeks, and just simply generates traction, and it targets your full total addressable market. Then, after the broad video, you want to give a call to action to an evergreen, more action-based video. Basically a video where you actually give actionable steps that isn't meant to go viral, but instead grow over time through the YouTube search bar. So it's kind of tutorial how-to format. In this video, you'll then give a call to action to your YouTube VSL. And in your YouTube VSL, as always, you want to sell your offer. You could expand this funnel by adding the lead magnet back in and funneling them to your YouTube VSL that sells the lead magnet. Also possible. It's really based on how you want to do it. And then based off your YouTube VSL, you send them over to your offer, where they again either book a call or buy, depending on low, mid, or high ticket. But again, let's hop back into it and discuss everything in detail. So, first step in the funnel is to set up a broad video. So the funnel begins by setting up a broad YouTube video. Again, broad equals and means a video with a lot of viral potential. So it will most likely blow up in the first week after posting, and it is mainly laid out to generate traffic, and it's really fully based out to generate just traffic. Obviously, it should still be good, should still deliver a lot of value, but it's mainly there to generate traffic. So how you do this is you start off with market research and you try to find a viral video idea that mainly you already performed a couple times in your niche, and simply just a viral video topic that is already quite popular in your niche. You should look at if it's still performing for recent videos of your competitors. If so, great. If not, you might want to check back in and see if it really is a good idea and has still viral potential. Then, after you selected the idea, the typical steps is to write a script. This script should really be retention based. So first of all, you want to write a great hook. As always, you want to write a great call to action and a body based with a lot of open loops. But nonetheless, it should still be kind of retention based. What does that mean? Mainly that you want to present it quite quick. So the script should be easily presentable and easily to present at fast pace, because the recording should be fast-paced, but not only the recording, also the third step of it, the edit should be really fast-paced. So the edit should be fast-paced, really quick cuts, because again, for a broad video, it is important for it to be fast-paced usually, because just fast-paced videos work great for retention. With a good thumbnail, this is usually the viral formula that just works. So fast-paced edit, retention-based scripts, and a viral idea connected will work for a broad video. The next step of this funnel is to set up an evergreen video. So how does it work? Well, what you wanna do is basically funnel the traffic you collected from the broad video into an action-based evergreen video. What is an action-based evergreen video? Usually it isn't even the same. So either action-based or evergreen, or it can be a combination of both. Usually it is even a combination of both. So an evergreen video is, for example, how to set up Google Ads. Let's say on the Google Ads niche, how to set up Google Ads. And what this does, it's basically a video that is ranked in the search bar. If you position your SEO right, you do your keyword research right, then it will be positioned in the YouTube search bar. And what does happen with that? Well, it's simple. Your videos just grows over time and is an action-based video with actually steps that people can use and apply. And with that, grow their channel and grow their presence over time, simply because these videos just grow over time. They can grow over years if positioned right. And the video should be fully focused on giving actionable steps, no fluff. So how this process will go, obviously most of your traffic will either come from a broad video or from the YouTube search bar. If they come from the YouTube search bar, what should happen is your viewers should actually receive actionable steps in the video that they can actually apply right away, because obviously this is why most videos, why most viewers even came to your evergreen video, because they want actionable steps that they can apply right away. And then you will funnel all of these people that came through your evergreen video over to your YouTube VSL in form of a VSL. You know what I mean, just to your YouTube VSL. I don't know why I said that. And this is how the process works. Before that, obviously, you need to give a call to action in the broad video to your evergreen video. How you do this, for example, by solving a certain problem your viewers have in your broad video, and then you give a call to action by creating a completely new problem that they didn't think they might have. So you create a new problem, and then you create a solution for them. And what is the solution? Obviously the evergreen video you'll funnel them on with the actionable steps that they can apply to solve this exact problem. And this is how you funnel your viewers over from a broad video then to the evergreen video. And then the last step is to collect this nurtured traffic. So now your viewers basically went through multiple videos by binge watching your content in the best case scenario. And here comes the peak of the funnel. The video that will give them more value than the previous ones, which will ultimately lead them to buy your YouTube VSL. This is the video your other videos have been building up to. And here we basically continue again where we left off in the previous funnels. Now the YouTube VSL, again, you want to sell them off on your offer and funnel your qualified viewers over to your website. It's that simple. But again, the YouTube VSL framework works. I'm not sure if I have a YouTube VSL video out right now. I have for sure one in my school community. I'm not sure if I have one out on YouTube. If not, I'll definitely drop one quite soon, so you actually understand how to write YouTube VSLs, how to create good YouTube VSLs that work. Good example of a YouTube VSL is Iman Ghazi's most viral video. It has like 9 million views and made him $40 million in revenue, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. That is just from a YouTube video. This one doesn't even have the typical Iman Ghazi editing. It's just a PowerPoint presentation, kind of the one I'm doing right now, and it made him $40 million. And once you're done with that, this is really all you need. These are the 3 funnels that you can use for YouTube and expand with YouTube. And once you implement them, you'll literally 2 to 3x your current revenue simply because it's so effective. If you want to know more about these funnels, you simply can get access to my school community, and you see and learn more about YouTube funnels. There are also a couple more YouTube funnels that I discuss that also work awesome. Because, like I said, a YouTube funnel, it's interchangeable. You can add steps to it, you can remove steps from it, and you can really plug and play it to your business. And once you have done this, this is really it. And I guess that was it for my $13 YouTube funnel. And like I said, it has made over $1 million in the past 7 months simply because it is so effective. Now, obviously, I want to say one thing. A YouTube funnel is great. But obviously just a YouTube funnel isn't enough if you don't know how to use it right and how to create good content to make the funnel work. Because it is like a spinning wheel, and the wheel only spins once your YouTube content is on point, because the YouTube content is obviously the base of all of these funnels I just talked about. So you need to make your YouTube content flawlessly. What does flawlessly mean? Well, flawlessly means good video ideas, actually well thought out video ideas by doing market research. What I like to do this is creating a big Notion bank where I create ideas, I collect ideas of my competitors, I collect all of my competitors, put also a big data bank with competition in it. I collect outlier thumbnails of my competitors that really performed well in that niche. And based on that, you basically collect a big data bank where you have everything you need. Obviously, this is one step that you need to do if you want to grow on YouTube, especially as a business. The next steps you need to do is writing scripts. Writing scripts is one of the most underrated parts. I honestly also had it quite underrated in my business for a while, but for the past couple of months, we really went all in on writing great and well thought out scripts. Why are scripts so important? Well, scripts should be fully based out on storytelling, and storytelling is the #1 retention driver. It is not editing. It is not how you speak, not your setup. It is storytelling. And once you implement storytelling well into your content, this is once you grow. And that's why a good, well thought out, well fleshed out script works so well. Obviously, you not only have to do ideation and scripting, you also have to do video editing. Video editing also takes up a lot of time. Even if it's simple editing, it still takes up a lot of time. You have to create a thumbnail. If you want to rank with your evergreen videos, you obviously need to do search engine optimization, so SEO for your videos. And not only that, there are a ton of other steps you need to do. You obviously need to upload your content. And once you have all of these things nailed down and you actually have a workflow that's going well, then you're good to go, and then these YouTube sales funnels will work too. So if you need someone who can help you out with all of this YouTube creation side of things, with the YouTube sales funnel and with the content creation itself and with the YouTube strategy, go into the link in the bio, book a call with me and my team, and we can see how we can help you. It's a free strategy session, nothing paid. You don't have to pay us for anything. We just discuss a free strategy first of all, and then we can see if we can actually help you. And based on that, you see if there's a lot of potential with YouTube growth for you or not right now. And yeah, guys, I guess that's it for this video. We'll end it right here. Hope you get a ton of value out of this. You now actually know how to use YouTube sales funnels, why they work so well, how to apply them perfectly for your business, how to plug and play them. And yeah, I guess that's it. Hey guys, and welcome to the next section. Here we will talk about how to win on YouTube every single time and destroy your competition. No matter if you start from scratch with a new YouTube channel, no matter if you just made a big pause on YouTube and came back after a while. Here we will discuss on how to simply win on YouTube, destroy your competition, be the best in your niche, be the best and beat your competition every single time. So let's hop into it, guys. Winning on YouTube. What does that even mean? Basically, having a win on YouTube can have multiple meanings. It can be, first of all, simply going viral. It can be growing subscribers and a community in general. It can be getting a ton of sales from YouTube, and each of these wins simply have a different path of achieving them. And this is something we'll talk about in this section of the guide. Why? Because going viral doesn't mean you will grow a lot of subscribers. Obviously you will grow a couple, but it doesn't mean you will grow a lot. Also, growing subscribers doesn't mean getting a ton of sales, and getting a ton of sales doesn't mean going viral, or it doesn't mean you have to grow a lot of subscribers. So for getting sales, you don't have to go viral. You can get sales with a low amount of views. So all of these things are wins that you can get on YouTube, but you'll simply get them through different ways and different paths. So let's hop into it. All of these things have one commonality, and the interesting thing is it doesn't matter which of these wins you want to receive, all of them have one thing in common, and it's the right mindset. Because there's no way you will win on YouTube hopping on with a bad mindset and a wrong expectation, because a bad mindset and wrong expectations on YouTube is what will most likely make you fail, simply because you won't stay consistent. You will stop posting after like a couple weeks simply because you don't see the results that you expected. But setting yourself the right expectations is what actually leads you to win on YouTube, and this is another thing we'll break down right now. So what is the goal of this section? Basically, the goal of this section of the course is to give you the insights, resources, frameworks, and systems to build the YouTube channel that you're looking for, and you will achieve exactly this after running through it. That's why I would say let's hop into the mindset. What you always want to do is to live the mindset. Think there's a scenario in some world where you actually have that valuable YouTube channel that brings you thousands of revenue in every single month. And there is also a scenario where you have that well built out system to create content, and you're getting all of the benefits simply because of that content system that you have in place and established. And you just need to improve your current ability to think, create, and execute for long enough. And this is how you win, because content is a skill that can be learned, and that alone should make you excited because it means you are in control of it. And how you do this is simple, and this is with market adaptation. What does market adaptation mean? Well, basically the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions at any time in the market. Because it doesn't matter where you are now. If you have already started creating content for yourself and you simply aren't getting the results you want, or you're just starting out to create content, you must realize that as of this moment you simply suck. You started off from scratch, you just started out, and you don't have the knowledge to grow on YouTube. You don't have the skills to grow on YouTube. And all of these things are needed to grow, but you don't have them. But they'll simply build throughout the process. And that's completely okay. You will do a lot of things wrong, but that means you can improve to the point where you do actually get the results you want. And everything starts by creating and laying a foundation. And how do you lay this? Well, first thing you want to do is to define a purpose. So before you start creating content on YouTube, you first need to understand exactly why are you doing that? why do you even want to create content? So you want to ask yourself these three following questions. First of all, what do you even care about? Basically, why do you want to ask this? Well, it makes it just way easier to create content, and especially content that you actually care about. Second thing you want to ask yourself is, what do I want to improve? Why is this important? Well, it just builds proper expertise, and that is what keeps you on track. And the third thing is, how will this actually make me money? So this is mainly for that. Do you understand exactly how you will even profit off of this in the long term? Because if you don't ask yourself these three questions, so what do I care about, what to improve, and how will I monetize all of this, you don't have a purpose with YouTube. And if you don't have a purpose with YouTube, you simply won't grow. That's why, especially the last thing, it is important to know how you will even make money off of this. Because most of you, probably every single one, is on YouTube because they want to make money. They're not on YouTube for fun. You want to make money off of YouTube, and you have to understand how you will make the money. There are a ton of ways that we'll also talk about in the course, but you can make money off of YouTube, off of AdSense. So basically, by YouTube, just putting ads onto your video, and you'll make money off of your views, your RPM, and basically the ad revenue you get in general. You can make money off of YouTube simply through clients and basically just selling your service or your offer through YouTube, which is the most common way. Simply just creating videos on your personal brand and then selling an offer in the back end, whether it's a low ticket offer, high ticket, mid ticket, doesn't matter. You can sell everything once you have an established personal brand. What are other ways? Well, these are the main two ways to honestly make money off of YouTube. Also, maybe sponsorships, affiliate links. These are obviously also ways that you can make money off of YouTube. Honestly, there are a lot of ways. YouTube Shorts. I guess we'll make a different section where we actually discuss all of the ways to make money off of YouTube. But I would say let's hop into the next page. What you want to do next is to identify your creator role. Why? Because behind every successful YouTube channel on YouTube, there is a certain creator role. And there are always 4 types of creator roles that are without a doubt the most popular. And before starting to create, you need to find your exact role, your role that you want to take on YouTube, and how you want to be perceived by your audience and by your viewers. This is really important, you understand? So let's hop into the 4 types of roles that there basically are on YouTube and that are the best ones. There are obviously other roles, but the ones we will talk about are the main ones and where the most successful creators are positioned. So let's hop into the first role, and this is the hero. The role of the hero on YouTube is basically the creator who takes the people with him on a journey. And there are really 2 types of heroes. There's Spider-Man and there's Peter Parker. Spider-Man is the expert in his field and Peter Parker is the learner. For example, you see this guy. This is a good example of kind of the Peter Parker learner role. If you see that video, you're Peter Parker, bro. But what does that mean? Well, you just take your viewers on a journey with you where you basically go from zero to hero. I don't know if you can see it. I honestly can't zoom in. But this guy goes from 0 to 100,000 per day dropshipping. And he basically takes his viewers on a journey with him while he's on the journey and trying to make 100,000 per day with dropshipping. He basically starts his hero journey by being a guy that doesn't make any money with dropshipping at all, and becoming the hero, basically becoming the hero that everyone wants to become by making $100,000 per day with dropshipping. And this is one example of a hero's journey where you start at nothing and build yourself up to a big ass presence. And this is the Peter Parker, the learner role, where you basically just learn along the way. When you should become the hero on your YouTube presence is when you just want to build a personal brand. You maybe don't want to sell something right away, but sometimes later, and for now you just want to build a personal brand. Then you should just take off your viewers onto a journey. Or maybe if you just started out with business in general, you don't have nothing to sell, you just want to create content, build yourself up a personal brand, which is one of the most highest leverage things you can do in our age right now. That's why this is something that you should do. So becoming the hero, taking the hero creator role, because with that you just take the viewer on an authentic journey with you in your journey while trying to making a lot of money with your business. This is the first role of the hero. The second role is the expert, Spider-Man. And a most popular example of an expert on YouTube is Daniel Dalen. For example, he also takes you on a journey with him, but the big difference is he is already the expert. He already makes a lot of money, but nonetheless, he still takes you on a journey with him and has kind of the hero role of he is already at a certain point, but he wants to reach an even higher point than where he's currently at. And this is another popular example of the expert in the hero creator role. So this is it for the hero. The next part is the teacher. This is the second creator role and one of the most popular. And this is usually the role you grow into after you were the hero. Think about Master Splinter from the Ninja Turtles. You probably all know the Ninja Turtles. If not, Master Splinter was also a hero one day. He was the hero fighting the villains and so on. But someday he became the teacher, he became the mentor for the Ninja Turtles. And then Master Splinter was just hiding and teaching them while the Ninja Turtles were then on their hero journey, fighting off the villains and so on. And what's usually the transformation that happens is you start as a hero and become the teacher afterwards. And this is the best example of going from hero to teacher. Iman Ghazi, how did he start off? Well, by tracking his journey, by documenting his journey off of YouTube. You can see it if you go into his channel, click on oldest and watch his first ever videos. They're all on YouTube and you see how he started off as the hero and now he's the teacher. Now he's teaching people that basically are like he once was, and he's teaching them how to reach the certain point he's at right now. He started off as the hero and is now the teacher. And the role of the teacher is usually for the people that want to sell a B2C offer, as Iman Ghazi is doing it, simply because in B2C, you are the teacher and you teach us new people, new consumers coming into business, and you teach them and educate them on a certain topic. This is basically just where you teach your audience and you directly hop into being the teacher. So you don't have to start off as the hero. You can skip the hero part because you just simply don't document it on YouTube. But instead you can just start off as the teacher, always give proof in your videos that you once were the hero, you were once at their point. You just give stories and give proof that you were at that point. But what you will do instead then afterwards as the teacher, you will just simply provide actionable steps and industry insights and really just give out value as a teacher to young people or just simply people that want to learn from you. And this is it for the teacher. The next role is the performer. This role is actually purely there for entertainment. The type of role should be only chosen if you just want to create high quality, mainly challenge content. And it's only recommended if you want to simply become a big YouTuber, not if you're a business that wants to sell their offer through YouTube usually. Best example for the performer is Mr. Beast. I mean, it's just typical challenge content that's only there for entertainment. I mean, he doesn't provide any value or anything. It's just there for entertainment. And obviously this content gets a lot of views, but it also gets a lot of views simply because Mr. Beast cracked the code. He knows how to create YouTube content. And because he has a ton of money to spend onto his YouTube videos. Usually, if you don't have a big budget or a lot of time for these YouTube videos, it doesn't make sense to create them. If you have already a good budget, you're a creative person, why not? Maybe you want to be the performer, maybe you want to build up a bigger YouTube presence. It's way easier to get millions of subscribers in this niche and in this creator role than any other. But I wouldn't recommend doing that for most of you guys, because most of you guys probably just want to make money off of YouTube, and there you should be either the hero or the teacher. And this is the third creator role. The fourth creator role is the commentator. And this role is really great for faceless channels and if you plan to make money through ad revenue or partnerships, so affiliate things, sponsorships in general off of YouTube. Again, this one is not really recommended for growing a business, but once you have an established YouTube channel, it's great to make money off of it. And a good example for this role is this channel called SunnyV2. This guy is a faceless channel, but he records voiceovers for his videos, so you actually hear the voice. This isn't AI, this is his real voice. But the thing is, again, there is no value provider. These are basically faceless documentaries on a recent topic or maybe a controversial topic where the creator is just breaking down the topic and tries to be quite controversial. Good thing with that niches, it's quite easy to go viral. Bad thing is you need a good budget to create these videos, or if you don't have the budget, you need to have a lot of time to create them, simply because You have to record the voiceover. You have to write a script out word for word. You have to edit this, and you remember there is no talking head, so you have to edit the full video. And if you want to have success with these kind of videos, you need to edit it fully and in a good and clean editing style. You obviously need to create the thumbnails. There's a lot of either money that goes into it or time, even if you outsource things like voiceovers with AI. First of all, the channel is less personal, and second of all, AI usually also costs money. So you can try out this role, and once you have an established channel with a lot of subscribers, so like 100,000, 200,000, which also takes its time, then it's great because you'll make a lot of money off of ad revenue, like 5 to 10k per month is definitely in. And you'll also make good money off of sponsorships simply because these videos are quite popular for having like partnerships with, I don't know, games like League of Legends, for example. But again, for businesses, wouldn't recommend that, and I wouldn't recommend the performer. So for businesses, really either become the hero if you're just starting out in your journey, you don't really have something to sell, or become the teacher. This is usually the most popular role simply because there you'll just make the most money. Now we have the 4 creator roles broken down, and the next thing is the actual mindset that you need to win on YouTube, because with the wrong mindset you won't win, as I already said in the beginning. So embrace patience. Patience is the key to win on YouTube, and those who won embrace it from day one. Why? Simply think of Mr. Beast's 100 videos law. What did he say? He basically said your early videos may not perform well. And why? Because you simply should always focus on improving one aspect with each video, whether it's scripting, editing, or thumbnails. So always have this in mind, and it's called the learning loop, because every video is an experiment and you just need to analyze what works, learn from your mistakes, and apply improvements to future content. I mean, Mr. Beast says you need at least 100 videos to have a lot of success with YouTube. He's kinda right, he kinda isn't. And nowadays, it's really so, if you create a banger video as your first video, it can go viral. But again, if you're starting off from scratch, you simply don't have the knowledge and the experience to create a banger YouTube video that can go viral from scratch. So without experience, it won't work out. If you have someone that helps you out with your content, like I would, for example, then it's possible, definitely, with the right market research done, with the right positioning of your videos on your channel, with ideation, with scripting, with proper scripting and proper ideation that's actually thought out, with a good and clean editing style, with a good thought out thumbnail, then for sure. But if you're starting off from scratch, it will actually take you 100 videos to actually see good success on YouTube. You will have a couple outliers here and there that may perform better than usual, but to really see a lot of success and have experience gained and generated, you either need a lot of patience to create 100 videos, or you need a lot of money to hire someone with experience on YouTube, and then you can skip the 100 videos, and a couple of ones will be already enough, maybe before you even enter the 2 digits of your YouTube videos. So always embrace patience. Another thing is you need to avoid common mindset traps, and these are the 3 most common mindset traps on YouTube most people simply fall into. First of all, perfectionism. So they think they need to start with a perfect video. Most of you, again, without experience, won't. You just want to start with good enough and refine as you go. Again, as in the 100 videos law, you just want to improve one aspect of your video every single time, whether it's script, ideas, video editing, thumbnail design. Just improve something on the way, while you go, while you're on your YouTube journey, and don't start with a perfect video, because your video won't be perfect nonetheless, and you just can't overthink it as much as you want. Your video simply won't be perfect. Your first 10 won't be, your first 20 won't be perfect, your first 50 won't be perfect. It's just like that. Next thing is comparison. Always focus on your progress, not others. This is a mistake I did a lot of times by just comparing myself to other people in my niche, which is good when finding video ideas, when just analyzing what worked for them, what might work for me if I apply it right. But maybe a big competitor of you has made a lot of progress in the last couple of months and you haven't. don't compare yourself to the competitor, because the competitor simply has a competitive advantage to you, and you need to find out the advantage the competitor has to you, and then you need to find your competitive advantage that you have to your competitors. And that's why never compare yourself. Instead, really track obviously the progress of your competitors to understand maybe current market trends or market gaps that are currently happening that you could fill, but never compare yourself to them. And the last thing is metrics obsession. So simply prioritize value always over vanity metrics, like for example your subscriber count. I see a lot of people again overthinking their metrics, their analytics. Oh, my click-through rate was below 5%. Oh, my retention rate was bad. My average percentage viewed was bad. Metrics are still important. You still want to track them, but never just rely on metrics, because there are metrics that you can see and there are metrics that you can't see. For example, the value you provide is a common metric on YouTube. This is something that isn't tracked in your YouTube Studio or your YouTube Analytics. Or for example, viewer satisfaction. This is another metric that isn't tracked, but it is important. So there are a lot of metrics that are really not tracked in the YouTube Studio, but that you should understand. Like for example, viewer satisfaction. A really important metric, because viewer satisfaction is probably the most important metric, simply because it's about how much and how satisfied are viewers after watching your content. Did they really get what they wanted to get out of your video? If so, then you can say, okay, you can obsess with this metric and try to improve this one, but never just rely on the metric in the YouTube Studio, because they are important but not too important, and usually you'll just simply overcomplicate it simply because you just don't know a lot about metrics. Now we hop over into the next thing, a quite interesting one. It's about YouTube's unwritten laws. So as each system that is in this world, you need laws for it to work. And the same goes for YouTube. YouTube has also a couple laws that just need to be followed. And once you follow them, you will win and you will outplay the system. That's why we need to understand YouTube's laws. First of all, the first law we'll talk about is the retention law. Start off with a saying of someone. I honestly don't know who has written this. Honestly, it's my saying. The best call to action isn't the subscription, it's getting viewers to watch another video. This creates a loop that improves watch time, which is a key metric in YouTube's algorithm. So what does that mean? Well, simply you want to create binge-worthy content, and this leads to, first of all, YouTube pushing your content more than the algorithm, and second of all, it's easier to nurture prospects through that content. First of all, why does YouTube push out your content more? Well, simply because the more videos viewers watch on your channel, the more ads can YouTube publish onto your channel, and with that they will obviously push out your channel simply because they see, okay, a lot of people are staying on this channel. Oh, that's great, let's push it out to more people, and then they have more people staying on your channel, which means for them they make more money through your channel simply because of ads. Second point is why it's easier to nurture prospects. So, well, the more videos prospects watch of you, the more time they spend with you, the more they simply will trust you. They will trust you more, they will know who you are, they'll actually know that you know what you're talking about, they know that you have actually value that you give out, and with that, again, it's all about trust. And trust is what makes people buy, and that's why the more they watch your content, the more they'll trust you, and they'll buy from you. And this is another really, really important thing for YouTube. So that's why retention law, one of the most important laws on YouTube. The next one is the volume before perfection law. What does that mean? Well, you just want to focus fully on volume, especially regarding ideas. So what you want to do is generate lots of ideas, then pick the best ones out and execute them quickly. Why? Because consistency builds momentum, and the more volume you have of ideas, scripts, thumbnail concepts, simply the easier it'll be to grow, because volume beats perfection every single time. As already talked about, your first videos won't be perfect, first ideas won't be perfect, first thumbnail concepts won't be perfect, first scripts won't be perfect, everything simply won't be perfect. And that is why you want to focus on volume, because volume will beat the perfection that you just want to focus on so much. Instead of focusing on making the perfect video, focus on making more videos, because the quicker you do 100 videos where you improve something every time, the quicker you'll have success. It's all about speed and it's all about volume. That's why, to apply this concept, what you want to do, put up a big ass Notion bank or Google Sheets, and then you will just collect a lot of ideas that are in your niche, or a lot of topics that are maybe in adjacent niches, and you just collect them into a big ass Notion bank. And then once you have them, you'll simply pick the best one. Maybe rank these ideas on search volume, rank them on competition, and rank them on how timeless they are, or how trending they are currently, or if they're already out. And based on that, you'll pick then the best ones. Let's say you have 100 ideas in, then you pick the best 5 out of them, and then you'll just record them. And you have so many ideas that you can actually see, okay, which of them are actually good, which of them have performed before, which of them have the potential to perform again. And then you just take these ideas and use them. And with that, volume just simply beat perfection. You could have just written out 5 ideas instead of 100, but then you would just have these 5 ideas that are maybe simply bad. But you just take them instead of find 100 and pick actually 5 that are just so good. There's no way they will fail. And with that, volume beats the perfection. It's that simple. Let's move over to the next law, and this is the interest performance law. What does that mean? Well, you want to find this sweet spot on YouTube, and this is basically when your interests align with content that performs well. Why? Because real passion leads to better execution and more engagement. And what I like to think about, always a lot of YouTubers already discussed this framework, but it's the popular Ikigai framework. Why is it so good? Well, it perfectly describes on what content you should post, and especially in which niche you should go onto YouTube. This is how the framework works. You have this Ikigai framework, and there are the 4 questions that you want to just write out in a doc maybe. You write out, what do you love? What does the world actually need? What can you actually be paid for? And what are you good at? And based on that, you can, for example, really want to find and can find the content you want to post on YouTube. Simply because once these 4 questions are answered, so for example, write out a couple niches, write out a couple content types you want to do, and then put out these 4 questions. And once you answer all of them with yes for the certain content type, then you know this is something you should do. So can you actually be paid for that? Does the world actually need that type of content? Do you love creating this type of content, and are you actually good at this type of content? If you answer all of them with yes, bam, you have your content type, and with that, your interests simply align with content that actually performs well, that is needed by the world, that you can be paid for, and that you're actually good at. And this, first of all, makes it easier to create successful content, and it makes it easier to create content in general, simply because you just like creating this kind of content, and that is why that performs so well. Now we switch over to something even more interesting, and it's about cracking the algorithm. A lot of people use these terms in their YouTube videos. I did this and that to crack the algorithm, and usually it's just always the same thing. Because to be honest, you can crack the algorithm. No one will crack the algorithm, but you can try to crack it. The only guy that has ever cracked the algorithm is Mr. Beast, maybe or maybe not. But it isn't about cracking the algorithm, it's about building enough experience to understand the algorithm, understanding how it works, and then mastering it. Because you won't crack the algorithm just like that, simply by thinking about cracking it. So that's how you can build up enough experience to then really understand the algorithm and master it. So how does the algorithm work? Well, the YouTube algorithm is actually simpler than it seems. It shows your video to viewers similar to those who already engaged with your content. And here's now how to work with this information. Well, basically, to go a bit more in detail onto that, basically, you start off on YouTube. Let's say you start from scratch. You post a certain video. Before that, you want to plan out your audience, so actually understand what is your perfect audience profile, how should your audience look like. You create the videos based on your audience, and then once it's pushed out to that audience, they should like the video and they should actually appreciate the video. And based on that, YouTube sees, okay, this is the audience I should push out the content to. Great, I push it out to more people like this. And this is how the YouTube algorithm simply works. And the more people of your audience actually like the content that you do and actually take value out of this content, the more your video gets pushed out. So target the right audience. Once you start on YouTube, and perfectly, like I said, even before that, you need to fully know your exact audience and the perfect audience you'd like to have. And actually think of the people that will match your content and map them out. So really create a full-on Google Doc and map out your ICP, your target audience profile on YouTube that you want to target. And then you want to focus on quality views, not quantity. So you can obviously go onto quantity, but quantity, again, then your video gets pushed out to the wrong audience. That audience doesn't like the video, and then YouTube doesn't push out your video anymore, simply because the audience they pushed it out to doesn't like the content, and that is bad. Sorry that my lamp went out. Probably the battery was, though. Nonetheless, we still continue. The next thing you want to do is simply train the algorithm by consistently appealing to your ideal viewer, because the more you appeal to your ideal viewer, the more it gets pushed out to your ideal viewer, and the more ideal viewers will watch your video. So for example, instead of aiming for mass appeal, create actually content that is focused on your niche. Like for example, YouTube strategies for high ticket sales would be for me. Obviously, the more niche you go, the less views you will get, but the more qualified views you will get, and the more qualified views you get, the more sales you get from your content. And this is again why most people probably are on YouTube. Next step. Oh, no, that's wrong. The success formula for YouTube. YouTube success formula goes like this. You have CTR times watch time plus value plus volume divided by time. Honestly, it's just a formula that's just put together. You can't count out really something with that, but it's the most important metrics you should focus on and the most important things you should focus on. So that is why this is the success formula. So we have, first of all, the CTR, which is the click-through rate. So you want to optimize thumbnails and titles to actually attract clicks. Then you take the CTR times the watch time. Watch time is simply all about hooking your viewers in and keep them engaged in your video. This is the next really important thing for success. Then it's all about plus the value, so delivering insights, entertainments, solutions, actually actionable steps, value in general. Then it's all about the volume, so really about producing content consistently over time. So let's say one video every single week, and then divided by time. So divided by the time you actually spend on that content. So if it's a lot of time, the thing is, if it's a lot of time, it will most likely be the better content. Or if you have a content team like me, for example, then you obviously spend less time, which is also great. So time doesn't matter that much. The more time you spend, usually the better the content will be, or the more time someone else spends, the better the content will be. And this is the simple success formula and everything you need to know about YouTube success, because these are really the most important things. Maybe you could also add, again, viewer satisfaction, again, another really important metric into this equation, but that's really it for the success formula. Now we have that, and obviously, as already talked about, YouTube is a long-term game. It's really all about the long-term, and you want to set yourself up for long-term success, because this is how to play the YouTube game. So what you want to do, it's like in a business. You want to establish a couple daily practices that you just keep up with consistently on a consistent basis. So for example, set yourself up a daily plan on tasks that you do that increase your YouTube's channel performance. For example, you can do these things. Simply study successful channels and take notes on them and just collect them on Notion. Just do this 30 minutes every single day. And as with a business, consistency compounds over time. 30 minutes a day are so many hours every single year. Let me count it up. 133 hours, something like that. Nah, even way more, 187 hours, I believe. I won't count it out right now. You can do it if you would like to, but it's not even that important. And it compounds. It simply compounds. And the more you study successful channels, the more you understand your niche, understand how the YouTube game works in general. And again, the knowledge compounds. And then also what you want to do, like 10 minutes a day, analyze your content performance and adjust accordingly based on that. Analyze your metrics, go through them. What was good? What was bad? Look at the typical metrics, analyze them, and simply improve based off of them. And also what you want to do is dedicate time to learn and improving your skills in content creation. So let's say you do most of your content still by yourself, then take yourself a bit of time to improve how you do ideation, improve how you do scripting, improve how you do thumbnail design, improve how do you editing, if you do editing, how you do SEO. Just take one of these things and improve something for that, like for 15 minutes every single day. And again, with that, the 100 videos law by Mr. Beast comes back into play. You want to improve something every time for each video that you do, and with that you actually do that, and you don't have to spend that much time on improving these things. Now After that, after establishing daily practices, you want to have the rule of 10 framework. And this is a pretty interesting framework, but does a lot regarding improving your channel in general. And what you want to do there is basically choose 10 video ideas and focus on improving again in one aspect with each video and reflect on results and iterate. Really, it's all about improving on YouTube and improving something every single time. This is the success. This is how you get to success and how you win on YouTube and beat your competition every single time. And with that, you'll actually have always something to improve, which then, like I said, falls back to the 100 videos law. Another really underrated thing is to build support systems, and that is something that not only YouTube channels should do, but businesses in general. Why? Because support systems actually keep you on track and again, improve your content. And here's what support systems you should always have in place. First of all, external support. So lean on friends and family for staying on track. Simply talk with them about your YouTube progress or your business progress in general. Again, you can apply this also to your business and just have them keep you on track. So let them ask you every single day, did you do your tasks, your daily practices for YouTube? Did you actually improve your content? Did you actually improve your ideation? Did you study and analyze competitor and successful YouTube channels? Simply just have friends and family to keep you on track. Then you want to have a creator community. So collaborate with competition or YouTubers for insights and growth. Usually really find YouTubers that are also in your niche and just talk with them about the content they do, about their structure, and you can really learn a lot of that. And with that, both of you will grow and get more out of your niche. And the last thing are mentors. So look for specific expert guidance. This guide, for example, and this full YouTube course is a good start for that because you already have all of that you need. If you're actually looking for mentors, you can hop into my school community. There you get 2 one-on-one calls every single month with me where we break down everything. You get a channel audit, your thumbnails, your video edits, your scripts. We literally break down everything. So if that's something for you, you can just join my school community and then you have a mentor with that. Or if you're a business, you can just hire my agency to do the full content creation side of things for you. And once you have these support systems in place, again, this is simply how you set yourself up for long-term success on YouTube. So the conclusion to this section, you simply need to play the long game. As we said, winning on YouTube is all about consistent effort and strategic growth, and simply by laying strong foundation, embracing the right mindset, understanding the platform's rules and laws, and working with the algorithm, you will build a channel that just doesn't grow, but thrives daily and actually improves daily. Just focus on your journey, deliver value, and trust the process, and then with time, patience, and dedication, success on YouTube is simply inevitable. So really, the final thing I want to say for this section is play the long game, and with the long game, you will win. And yeah, guys, that's it for this section, and we'll see us in the next one. Okay, guys, let's hop into a more practical section in this course with another channel breakdown. Here we'll actually talk about on how to start a channel from scratch and succeed right away with it. And all of these things we'll talk about in this channel breakdown, you can actually apply for your channel right away, whether you're starting out or whether you already have a channel. So let's hop into it. How to dominate any niche. This is a really important thing, and this is actually something you can do once you understood how YouTube works. So let's go into a quick overview. What was our goal when growing this channel I just showed you previously? Well, we simply wanted to establish a YouTube creator targeting the German market with a niche focus on teaching how to make money through TikTok videos. What was the main objective behind it? Well, to establish a channel as the leading authority in the German-speaking TikTok business niche and convert then these viewers into paying customers. And the main challenge with that was to find a niche and to basically position ourselves in this niche with low awareness and no existing competition. And that's why it needs new and creative strategies to generate attention and engagement. So with this niche, it really was an interesting thing, because the funny thing was there isn't really a lot of competition in the German market, because again, in the English market, there are trends that are maybe active right now and they're hyped right now. These trends will be active and hyped in the German market in like 2 years, and we took advantage of that simply because there is really nearly no competition in the German market. That's why the positioning was even easier. But nonetheless, the things we'll discuss right now will also allow you to do the same in the English market. But again, we just had the competitive advantage and we used it. So we found a good positioning strategy for our client, and this is how we did it. First of all was market selection. So what we first did is quite simple but so effective, and it's simply market research. So we focused on finding the right positioning for the channel from day one. So what we simply did is we identified a gap in the market for TikTok business education and offering a unique opportunity to dominate this market simply because there's just nearly zero competition there. For example, let's quickly hop into YouTube. Let's pull up YouTube, let it load, and then TikTok. What do I write? This is German word, means TikTok make money. And you see, this is another competitor. This is a really big German creator, and we actually took advantage of him. More to that later. And here you see the video of our client. So make money with TikTok. The first video, here's the second video of our client, directly positioned. Obviously, it's all SEO optimized, but again, there's just nearly no competition there. So these are the first German videos. Then, okay, maybe another competitor that is also quite active. But then, again, the same guy that is just simply quite big in the German space. And then, nothing anymore. Really a couple shorts maybe. Then here a business page in general. But there is really no competition, nearly no competition. And that's where the positioning is easier and it's easier to stand out. So you really want to find, is there a lot of competition in your niche and in your market? If so, then you definitely need to change up your positioning. If not, you simply just need to stand out with better content than the competition, even if it's low. So either it's about standing out or it's about changing up your positioning in your market. Now that we have this, the next thing was the so-called audience product fit. So the next step was simple, but a point that a lot of creators miss, and that is the right audience product fit. Because how do you want to make money off of YouTube if your audience isn't made for your product? So what we did is we made sure that the content addressed key audience pain points, and that is why it has a lot of potential to earn money online through TikTok. So for example, let's hop onto the client's channel really quick. No, that isn't it. Come on. Here it is. You see, our client, he is selling a low ticket community. The good thing with the low ticket community is obviously it is easier to sell, and with that we can actually target a broader market. First of all, he's B2C and a low ticket. That is why it's easier to generate good amount of views, and you actually need a good amount of views to make good money off of it. But you see the views are insane: 20k, 14k, 13k, or 15k views. A recent video we dropped, and you see, the videos are also not too long. Why are they not too long? Simply because of one thing. The audience he targets is younger. And a younger audience doesn't have that big of an attention span, obviously. And that is why you want to focus on making the videos rather short, highly edited, to keep their attention high and to keep them watching until the end. And then the videos also will perform really, really well. The next step then was differentiation. So obviously, just standing out isn't enough, so we came up with something really interesting called audience hijacking. And this is also why I talked about this creator, because we saw that the TikTok niche was already talked about by a very popular creator, and he actually interviewed our client on that topic. It should say topic. And that's not the only advantage, because we leverage the client's existing exposure through this popular lifestyle creator and his already existing presence on YouTube, because our client was not only in the interview of that popular creator, he had already an existing presence on YouTube, which obviously was another advantage. And we just used that simply to establish full credibility and familiarity, and that is also called audience hijacking. So we can check out this video again. We just type in make money on it. Let's type it in German. That's easier to find. TikTok make money. And then you see this creator. This is the popular lifestyle creator that we simply oriented ourselves on. And let's check out where the video is. This is the video, and this is actually our client in the thumbnail. And let me make the sound out. And that's a really quick skip the ad. Don't know if I'm allowed to show ads in this video. None of this. So Here is our client in the interview with him. So people already know his face. 194,000 views has this video. And so many people already know this guy and know him. Why? Because he is the guy for TikTok. He is the one that does TikTok content. And we simply just took advantage of the audience that this guy already has and simply just applied that to the new YouTube channel. And now we obviously needed to hop over to a new content strategy, and the core concept was simple. The main system we just followed was perfectly built up on audience hijacking, and really by simply aligning with the content and audience of a top German lifestyle creator with, again, already existing and overlapping interests that his audience had with the TikTok niche. And we understood there is a gap in the German market, and that gap simply just needs to be filled because there was literally no creator focusing fully on TikTok, maybe like a couple ones that still weren't too relevant, and we just took advantage of that, and our first metrics were insane. You see, for the past month, 28,000 views, 268,000 impressions, click-through rate above 7%, usually above 5% is already good, above 7% is really, really good. AVD, 3 minutes 10, again, we kept his videos quite short, between like 5 to 8 minutes, so it's a good AVD. So stats and metrics were really, really good, simply, again, because we took advantage of the market gap. And finding a market gap, one of the most important things you can do, and then positioning yourself into that market gap. Finding a market gap is a long process. It isn't easy. For us, it was a bit easier simply because, again, not a lot of competition. But if there is a lot of competition, you still can find a market gap. It's just a bit harder, and you have to do more research. But once you do this research, it will be absolutely worth it because you'll just simply stick out with your content. The next step in our process was video ideation and finding ideas that could actually perform. And we first made actually a mistake because we thought that making broad and like business videos in general might get us more views, but unfortunately the opposite happened because no one wanted to watch the broad videos because that gap is already filled even in the German market. So now we hopped instead onto just making videos based around that gap, which is TikTok, that isn't filled, so making money on TikTok. Because again, let's hop onto the client's channel. Here it is, and as you see, let's compare the views. You see, for example, this video, you obviously can, most of you can read it because you are in German, but this is basically how you change your life in 6 months, basically a broad self-improvement video, 2.6k views. Video about TikTok, 15,000 views. Again, this video right here, the best side hustles to make 10k per month as a teenager, 6,000 views. The previous video about TikTok, 13,000 views. Then here, a broader online business videos, a video 1.2 thousand views after 9 days. Then we dropped a pure TikTok video, 1.9 thousand views after 3 days. This video will also go on to 10,000 views. Maybe it will even pop off even more, simply because it's a TikTok video. And again, this market gap just needs to be filled, and that is why on this channel we'll simply go all in onto TikTok, because this is the market gap that's missing, not the business broad online videos in general. Next step are content pillars, because as for any good content strategy, you just need a couple pillars that you need to follow. And these are the ones we focus on fully. First of all, action-based content, so mainly tutorials and how to guides. For example, right here, this is how to make viral faceless TikToks that make $300 per day, or how to get TikTok to pay you $500 per day. And simply action-based kind of tutorial stuff. This is a really good tutorial, simply breaking down how to create viral faceless TikToks step by step. Then evergreen topics, again, business strategies that simply retain relevance over time. So, for example, this is also an evergreen video. As you see, when we type in make money TikTok, just in German, you see this video. Okay, right now it even pops up first, sometimes it's second, because it's an evergreen video that is search based, and most of the traffic simply comes from search. As you can see right here, top traffic sources, first of all is browse features, and then closely followed by YouTube search. Simply YouTube search, once you rank your videos well, it's a great tool to go viral and make a lot of money. And then also just a bit of localized storytelling, so really topics for the German market that are really popular in the German market that just resonate and make your content a bit more personal and just connect with your audience even more. And the results were great. Here are our launch metrics. Our initial video struggled for the first couple of days, to be honest, but it gained a lot of traction after the first week, reaching nearly 15,000 views until now, and this was just the beginning. As you see here, the views were a bit of low, then went up, and then again it went up, and it's also consistently growing after 102 days, so after 3 months. So as you see here, a quick growth trajectory, around 300 views per hour by day 3, so performed really well, and it was doubling the subscriber count every 2 to 3 days initially. What was the impact of these videos? Well, it ranked #1 for search terms like making money with TikTok. Now we have a couple of videos that outranked this video in German and in the German market, and it obviously converted viewers into customers, which then led to generating significant revenue. So what are the main lessons and takeaways you can actually take off of this and apply for you? First of all, audience hijacking works. So leveraging existing aligned audiences pushes your overall visibility and trust. You don't have to be in an interview of a big creator to do this. You can even simply do this. Popular examples, I did it too, with videos about Iman Ghazi. For example, I was reacting to Iman Ghazi's advice on YouTube. And with that, I simply hijacked his audience. And you can do this with Alex Hormozi. There are a ton of videos that are called Alex Hormozi's advice on content, Alex Hormozi's advice on lead gen, and so on. And with that, you simply hijack an audience, and that works. And you just hijack Alex Hormozi's audience, and you can even make it cleaner and better by simply using a thumbnail where Alex Hormozi is seen and using a thumbnail style as Alex Hormozi would use it. Next thing is localization matters. So really adapting successful global trends for local markets just simply improves the relevance and connection. So let's say you are not an American, you don't speak English, or maybe you speak English, but you also speak another language. So maybe it does make sense to rather target this target market, as our German client did, because with that you'll simply just get way more views and make way more money, because you are the only one in that niche. You are the main competitor for everyone else. You are that guy, you're the authority in that niche. And it can actually work. Obviously, again, this doesn't apply for everyone. Most of you guys probably speak English, and this isn't your target market, but nonetheless, you can definitely do this. And the last thing is, SEO is a non-negotiable. So proper keyword research can really establish long-term organic growth, as you see in the TikTok niche, but it in general applies to any niche. But YouTube search is really one of our main traffic sources for that. So again, really, consistency is key, and systematic video releases and optimization just kept the momentum growing, and with that kept the channel growing consistently. So the conclusion, this case study shows you perfectly how actual strategic planning can transform a niche and YouTube channel into a revenue generating machine. And by combining thought out positioning, actionable content, and SEO, we helped our client dominate a previously untapped market while still delivering tangible business outcomes. And it's really all about finding the right positioning and finding a gap in the market. So this is the main takeaway for you. Position yourself right, find a gap in the market, and take advantage of that gap. And once you do that, you're absolutely good to go. So yeah, guys, I guess that's it for the channel breakdown. Now you had a more practical part on how to actually apply all of that knowledge. Obviously, you had another channel breakdown before that. And now I would say let's move on to the next section, guys. Alright, so how to get plus 20 guaranteed appointments just by posting on YouTube. I would say let's directly hop into it and look at what we're going to go through now. So rundown will be how to get your ICP to watch until the end. So they actually watch your video and they watch it in full, because this is needed to then actually close them. Then we look at how to create actual good content. And at last, how to use this content to then convert your viewers into clients. These are the 3 things we will talk about, so let's directly hop into them. So, how to get your ICP to watch until the end. There are basically 3 key parts to that. Key part number 1 is the relevant topic, number 2 is the editing, and number 3 is the storytelling. And all of them together give you the 100% retention. As you can see, these parts have different percent numbers. Relevant topic has 20% and both of these have 40%. So relevant topic isn't as important as these 2. Why? A relevant topic is basically the reason to get them even watch the video. It doesn't really matter that much if they watch it until the end, but it matters to them actually click on the video and watch it. And if the topic is relevant enough, so really, really relevant, high level relevant, then they will watch until the end because they need everything for this topic. They need the full solution that you will give them. That's why if the topic is really, really relevant, then they will watch until the end, nonetheless, no matter how bad the editing and how bad the storytelling. But to really get them until the end, editing and storytelling are the key. First, let's talk about editing. For editing is really important. I don't have editing right now, but my topic is quite relevant. You want to know how to make money, that's why it doesn't matter that much, plus you had editing in the beginning. Nonetheless, editing shouldn't be retention editing Mr. Beast style. I mean, it works, but for his videos, not for business, B2B, B2C type videos. You want to have editing that underlines what you're saying and not overshadows it. But it is important because, like I said, you want your ICP to watch until the end, and editing is a big part to that. It really helps you to get them to watch until the end. Because if the video is visually appealing, they will watch until the end. And if you then use good storytelling, which is probably even more important than this, then you get them until the end. There's no doubt about that. Good storytelling is the key. If you can tell good stories, people will listen to you, especially in the B2B, B2C space. Tell good stories, talk about your experiences, talk about the problems that you had and the solutions you had for them. Because most people don't have these solutions, that's why they're listening to you, that's why they're watching you. And you just want to give them good stories about past experiences, past problems, how you solve them, and then people will automatically listen to you because you're just a good speaker. And that's why storytelling is the most important thing. Underlined by good edit, you already have 80% of the retention. And if the topic is relevant enough, you have it all. So these are the three main things you want to get your focus on. Next thing is, how do we even create actual good content? You know, there's really two results of good content, and it's either making a ton of money or getting a ton of views. You can have also both, but usually making a ton of money or getting a ton of views. So what do you need to have to achieve at least one of these things? These are the four main things we will talk about now, and you basically need to have them all. Everything starts off with a good idea, with a relevant idea. Basically, what you want to do is do research on ideas that are actually relevant and needed in your market. If you have ideas that are needed, people will watch your videos because you have the only solution. You want to give your viewers the one solution they are looking for. And if you give them that, they will listen to you, they will trust you. How do you find these ideas? What you want to do is you want to use keyword research tools. So actual research tools that give you ideas that have low supply and high demand. And with that, you find exactly these market gaps we're looking for. These are the market gaps that allow you to position yourself as the authority in your niche, in the industry, have the good ideas, the good solutions, and get the people listen to you and get the people buy from you, because you are the only one with the solution, so they can only buy from you and they can only trust you. That's why a good idea, everything starts off with a good idea. And then we hop over to the script. The script or storytelling also falls to this. Basically, it's not too complicated. First thing you want to do is you want to be natural and authentic. So you just want to talk how you would talk with a friend or with a person you know, like in a normal conversation, because people like people that are authentic, that are real, that are natural. And if you write a script word for word, so the body especially word for word, people will realize that and they will see, all right, you're just reading up a whole script and you sound like a robot. People know that you don't speak like that. That's why what you want to do is you write the hook and outro word for word, and for the body, you just give yourself a couple bullet points and then you just talk how you'd normally talk. Then, next part for the script is you want to have different storylines. Why is this so important? Basically because if you switch up your storylines, the retention rate will go up. How do you even do this? It is not that important, but one thing a lot of people do, and you already seen it people doing, people like Iman Ghazi, for example, they all do this. You have the camera standing in front of them and at their side. So basically, they switch their camera angles in the video. Sometimes they get filmed from the front in the most parts of the video, and sometimes also from the side. That's how you get the impression that they switch the storylines. So it's just only because they switch the camera angle, and that's why the retention rate just goes up so high. It's really, really effective, and I recommend you trying it out, especially if you have the budget for that. If not, this is not a problem. It's not a must, but it's good to keep the retention rate high. Then, good hook and good outro. These are the keys. Good hook means you get the views, because people actually stick to your video and they will watch it. Means more views, higher retention rate, higher AVD, average view duration. That's why really, really important to get a lot of views. But a good outro, this is where you get the money. Good outro is money. Because most people, they just say, okay, leave a subscribe, leave a follow, leave a like, whatever. See you in the next one, which is good. It is at least a call to action. A lot of people are not giving call to actions at all, which is bad. But how you will get money in the outro is by giving a really detailed call to action. And you will do it like that. You will give them a new problem. So your video is about solution to a problem they already have. You will give them the solution in your video, but at the end of the video you will create a new problem. A new problem that they also have. And this problem will then get solved by your service or your product, by your high-ticket service or product. And with that, they will click on the link in the bio, they will book a call with you, and they will buy from you if you close them. I just give you a quick example. So basically what you want to do, you made a video about how to start with crypto, whatever. You gave them the full blueprint how to start with crypto. And then in the outro you want to say, now you have everything to start with crypto. You can start off right away after this video, but this is the important thing. Then you say, okay, you have everything, but if you want to start it by yourself, you will most likely fail, because there are a ton of bottlenecks, a ton of mistakes, a ton of problems that will come along the way. And if you don't have the right guidance, you will fail. And how will you get the guidance? By buying your high-ticket offer, whether it's a coaching, a product, digital product, an ebook, I don't know, something. But just by buying your product, they will get this problem solved, they will have the guidance, and they won't make the mistakes and have the bottlenecks and the problems that you already had. That's why good outro, this is where the money is at. Next thing is the production. For the production, you want to invest into good microphone quality. You see, I have this one, this is the Rode Pod mic. It's really, really good, and it doesn't cost that much. If I had to recommend one, I would recommend this one. It's really quite cheap for a mic, and it's really good. And mic quality is important. Then you want to have at least a basic setup. You don't see my setup right now, but you've seen it in the intro. It's really not that important. You just want to have a quite nice background, and that's already enough for the first part. But in the future, you can get yourself an ambient slide. You don't see it right now. You've seen it in the intro. An ambient slide, maybe, I don't know, some nice background. It doesn't matter that much. Good video quality is also really, really good. It doesn't have to be that great. I mean, I'm filming this right now from a MacBook. It's a raw video, value-based video, but still. You want to have a good camera. It doesn't have to be the best one, but just a quite good camera that has good quality. But the most important part isn't even the camera quality, but it's the light. Good lighting is the key. Good lighting changes everything. You can have a good camera, the best camera out there, but if your lighting is shit, it doesn't matter. So what you want to do is invest into a good key light. So the light that stands in front of you on the right in a 45-degree angle. This is the key. And it's called the key light. So you want to get this. If I had to recommend you one, I would get the Amarin 60D. It's really, really good. But out of all these four things, this is the least important one. Then post-production. Everything else, if everything else is bad, the post-production doesn't really matter, because people don't even will watch your video. But if the idea is quite good, if the script is quite good, and the production is quite good, not the best, but quite good, then the post-production will elevate your content, your channel, to another level. Good post-production means good editing, a good thumbnail. If these things are just on point. They will elevate your content to another level that you haven't seen before. If everything of this sits, you get a ton of views and you get a ton of money. These 2 points depend on the idea. The idea decides if you make a ton of money and get a ton of views. But if these 4 things are all good, at least one of these things will happen. You'll make a ton of money with a specific idea that you place into a market gap, and you will make a ton of views with a viral idea, with an idea that just always goes viral. This decides which one of these 2 things will actually happen. And if everything of these 4 factors is good, is really, really good, then you will achieve at least one of these things. So creating actual good content really depends on these 4 things. So let's move on to how to use content to convert viewers into clients. Basically, it's easy. We just talk about the 2 most important things. So what we want to do is just create the videos and they'll do the rest for you. You want to just create the good content and you know how to get your ICP to watch until the end. And that's why just create the videos, they'll do the rest for you. Because as soon as you create the videos, people will start to trust you. People who watch your content, they will start to trust you. Especially if you seem natural, if you seem authentic, they will see your content. They just can relate to you. And that's why it's really you just have to create the videos. Then every lead you'll get through any other marketing source will convert after seeing your YouTube channel and your YouTube content. It doesn't matter if you do paid ads. It doesn't matter if you do cold DMs, cold emails, cold calls, whatever it is, outreach, paid ads. People will see them, but they won't trust you after them. So they will search you up, whether it's on Google or it is on YouTube. They will search you up and your YouTube channel will pop up. And then you have 3 options. Either you have a YouTube channel and there is a ton of content, you don't have a YouTube channel, or you have a YouTube channel without content. They won't trust you. They see your cold outreach, they see your paid ad, but it isn't enough so they can trust you and will actually buy from you or book in a call. But if they see your YouTube channel, they see you have long form content, they will click on one of your videos, they will watch it, and they'll start to trust you. They'll start to feel a connection to you. That's why if you have a YouTube channel, you have a massive advantage. Even if it isn't your main marketing source, you still have a massive advantage no matter which other marketing source you apply currently. And just by creating good content, you become the authority in your niche. It's really that simple. You just create good content, people will see you, they see you have good ideas, you have relevant topics, you have a good script, good storytelling, you have good production, good editing, a good thumbnail, and you already have it. You just have to stick with it for a while, be consistent, and then there is really no way that you will fail with that. So now you have 2 options, and these are the next steps for you. You should start or continue with YouTube. Because if not, your competitors that are on YouTube will overtake you. There is no other way around it. You should start and continue with YouTube or you're missing out. And then you have 2 options. Either do it yourself or get it done for you. If you do it yourself, you have to do idea keyword research, you have to do scripting, you have to do the recording, you have to do this in either of these 2 options, you have to do the editing, you have to do the thumbnail design and the SEO, also called search engine optimization, which is basically the description, the right keywords, etc., etc. Or you can get it done for you. So basically, start with YouTube, but you have still the ability to focus on your business, improve your business, and don't have to spend all of your time on creating content for YouTube. Because doing everything by yourself will take up a ton of time. And for this option, you just have to record and everything else gets done for you. So if this sounds good for you, you can click the first link in the bio and book a call with me and my team. We'll create a unique strategy for your content and for your YouTube channel, how you can improve your content or start with the right content to attract the right target audience and attract your ICP. Hey guys, and welcome to this section of the guide where we'll talk about thumbnails, and this will be probably one of the best thumbnail trainings on YouTube right now. Why? Simply because it isn't too long, you get all of the main info and you don't really need much more, because if I would give you even more, it would be too much, you would be simply overwhelmed and you wouldn't even process the knowledge. So that's why I have broken down everything that is needed for a good thumbnail in this guide, and we'll first of all discuss the guide. We'll hop onto YouTube and really do thumbnail research, how to find a good thumbnail concepts. And what we'll also do afterwards, we discuss the whole theoretical type of things. We'll hop into a practical thumbnail design where we created a thumbnail for one of our clients, especially our thumbnail designer mainly did it, and we'll break exactly down how he did it, what he did, and basically everything step by step. So we actually have a kind of live thumbnail breakdown that you can actually benefit and profit from, and actually see how all of this knowledge gets transferred into practice. So I would say let's hop into the guide and start off with the best thumbnail training on the YouTube market yet. So here are a couple of our thumbnail results. You see the click-through rate 9.5%, 7.6%, 10.4%. So usually that you have already kind of metric for thumbnail right away. A good thumbnail metric is above 5% click-through rate. So as long as your thumbnail is above 5% click-through rate, it's really, really good. But remember, for thumbnails, there are multiple thumbnail sources. We'll hop into the YouTube studio and I'll exactly show it to you which thumbnail sources there are. But that's the main thing you have to understand. And yeah, guys, I would say let's hop into it. Why do you even need thumbnails? Let me move it. Why do you even need thumbnails? Well, it's simple, because thumbnails are simply the reason people even watch your video, and it's the reason why people click. And the thing is, if people don't click on your video, they simply won't watch the video, and if they don't watch, you won't get the view, you leave out on possible subscribers, and the most important part, you leave out on possible sales, and all of that simply because your thumbnail wasn't eye-catching enough and it couldn't catch your target audience, which is a crucial and big mistake that you always want to avoid. So let's hop into the training and start off with understanding the mission. Why do we want to understand the mission of the thumbnail? Well, because understanding the mission of the thumbnail is the key to understanding why your thumbnails actually need to be good. And that's why. So the first thing we want to talk about is the thumbnail purpose. Because the purpose of your thumbnail is to make a good first impression, and it's simple, but that's what it is. Simply just making a good first impression. You know it, if you meet someone, you want to make a good first impression, whether you're on a date or you just meet somebody new, you want to leave a good first impression, and that's also the job of your thumbnail. So basically, you want to, first of all, how do you create this good impression? Well, with curiosity, and then you basically spark curiosity in people's minds, and then obviously they click to fulfill this curiosity, and then you need in your video to reassure the click and actually make sure that the reason they clicked will actually be a part of the video. Because if it's not, then it's simply clickbait and people simply won't watch your video and they'll just click off. And this is what oftentimes leads to the massive dip in your retention rate. You see, in the first 30 seconds, there's where the biggest drop-off in any YouTube video happens. And you can avoid this drop-off happening simply by representing what's stated in your thumbnail and title in the first 30 seconds of your video. And with that, there won't be such a big of a dip. There will be always a dip, but you really want to have a dip of retention to like until 70%. So that 70% are still watching the video after 30 seconds. This is really, really good, because 30% will most likely leave nonetheless. But if you have 70% in that are still watching after the first 30 seconds, that means you actually reassured the click, and that is really, really good. So let's look at an example. Thumbnail and title state of this video: how to make $500 per day from TikTok. Let me zoom in real quick. This is a German video, but nonetheless, the title is basically how to make $500 per day from TikTok. And you see the click-through rate is 7.6%, as we said, above 5% is really, really good. And why did this happen to be that good? Well, first of all, the click-through rate is obviously just influenced by thumbnail and title. Why that thumbnail performed so well? Simply because you have a visual hook in it. You really have three main elements, which is obviously the creator. You have the TikTok logo, and you have a visual hook where you show the dream state of your target audience, which is making a lot of money from YouTube for that creator. This is our client. And why did you don't see the retention rate right now of the video, but that isn't that big of a deal. Why? simply because the retention rate was good. And the reason the retention rate was good is because the first line directly represented what thumbnail and title stated. Because the first line was something around this. I think the creator said, in the past 7 months, I made around $500 per day from YouTube. So he directly reassured the click and actually made sure he did this. He made $500 per day from TikTok, and now he will show you how you can do the same, because this is the reason people click, and you need to reassure the reason that people clicked directly right away in the first couple seconds. And this is really the key for a good thumbnail, especially when you're sparking curiosity. The second part of the mission is a good initial idea. And the big problem is, for any thumbnail and for any video in general, it's if the initial idea is already bad, a good thumbnail simply won't carry it. So that's why you need to make sure to find a good idea in the first place, and then based off that idea that's actually good, you want to create a good title and you want to create a good thumbnail. Because a good thumbnail is nice, without a doubt, but if a good thumbnail is made for a bad idea, I'm sorry to tell you, but your click-through rate will be bad nonetheless, and it has nothing to do with the thumbnail itself, but probably because of the idea. It always has to do something with the idea. If the idea is good and then the click-through rate is bad, okay, then it means the thumbnail and the title and especially the combination was bad, and that's why the video underperformed. This is a really underrated thing that you always need to pay attention to. So this is it for that. The next part of thumbnails is the positioning of your thumbnail and how you position your thumbnails and your titles in your target market. And for that, you want to first of all do market research and mainly competitor research. So what you will do, you will first of all hop into your own niche and analyze your competitors, analyze their thumbnails, analyze their best performing videos and their best performing thumbnails. If you install the vidIQ Chrome extension, you can actually see the click-through rate of the thumbnails, and you can see if the creator has switched out the thumbnails, which means the creator has done A/B tests, maybe because one thumbnail performed better than the other one. And this is a really, really underrated thing, because with that you really understand which thumbnail did perform better for the creator, and then you can take this concept for yourself. Usually the thumbnail that performed better is usually the thumbnail that's currently in for the creator, but you can analyze it. So first of all, you do market research and mainly competitor niche research in your own niche, and then you want to also hop in adjacent niches and do research there and market research and watch what thumbnails perform there really, really good. A good example for adjacent niches that you could hop in, let's say you're currently in the cold email niche. This is quite specific niche, but let's say you want to hop into an adjacent niches to do market research. You could, for example, hop into the dropshipping niche, the e-commerce niche, the simple email marketing niche, which is a bit broader, or the cold outreach, simple cold outreach niche, which is basically a market that is a bit bigger than cold email. Cold email is basically a part of the full total addressable market in the email marketing and cold outreach marketing space. So that's what you want to do. Hop into your own niche, do market research there, hop into adjacent niches and do market research there. And with that, in both niches, you want to do outlier research. So really finding out the best thumbnails that performed in a certain niche, collecting them, maybe pull up again a Notion doc as discussed in the previous guides, and collect all of your competitors there and all of their best performing thumbnails. This is also something I do a lot, and it works really, really well. So what we can do is now hop into YouTube and do actually out there research for our own niche and out there research for adjacent niches. So let's hop into it. Let's say, for example, into my own niche. My own niche is goes kind of in the direction of YouTube growth, maybe a bit more specific, but YouTube growth is quite well. So we just hop onto the starting page, and then same as for the ideation guide, you want to use the certain method called depth first search algorithm. So you basically just start with a root node of a certain video, you click on it, and then see the browse features and the suggested videos that are next to it, and then you just click further until you maybe don't find videos anymore. Then you go back to your root node and continue from there on. Again, a bit more detail discussed, and actually we went through the process in the ideation section. But now Let's look at the thumbnails. For example, this one is really good. It's simple, but it catches the eye simply because of this element, this visual hook on the right that says it's a scam. It just catches the eye. The only problem with that thumbnail is, and that creator in general, he actually isn't in the YouTube growth niche, so it doesn't make that much sense to orange ourselves on that thumbnail. So let's scroll further until we find an actual good thumbnail. Obviously, something that you want to do, if you already have a topic in place, you mainly want to search for the topic than the niche, simply because you already have a topic in place and you just want to make thumbnails and search for thumbnails that performed well for that topic. Right now we're just doing simple thumbnail research, basically good thumbnails that performed well, and we want to collect them. So this is the process we're going through right now, basically. Okay, let's continue. This thumbnail performed seemingly really well because the video has nearly 1 million views, although again it's really simple, but it has good contrasting colors. The creator has a kind of orange or red jacket on. You see white colors and black colors. So contrasting colors, again, a really key part of thumbnails. We'll hop into that later on. Then also this thumbnail. This one is actually really good. It's a faceless thumbnail. It's always good to set up, what I always do this a lot, setting up a thumbnail where you see my face and setting up a faceless thumbnail. Just split test that and do an A/B test and just see whether the faceless perform better or the one with my face in it. So this could be a really good faceless one. Obviously you never want to just copy and paste a thumbnail, but improve something every time, add a new element, improve a certain element, obviously change it up a bit. So never copy and paste in general, but also not for thumbnails. So again, let's scroll further until we find a really good one that we like. This is a video of our client we just dropped. Let's just scroll. Okay, let's just go with this one because it performed really well. He actually has multiple of these ones as we've seen before. But let's hop onto this one and say, okay, we like the thumbnail from this video a lot. It's a great thumbnail. It's good. We can run with that one. So what we'll do is we can save up this thumbnail. We just copy the link and then we pull up a Notion board. Okay, so now we have our Notion board in place. It's quite simple, but it's good. So what you want to do, for example, you want to type in, first of all, obviously your video title. Maybe let's do this section actually first. Okay, you want to type in a video title. Let's say, just for the sake of the video, let's say our video will be about YouTube settings that destroy small channels. Okay, so let's just type it in. YouTube settings that destroy small channels. Now we have that in. And then, for example, we have this thumbnail that performed really well. So we just save it up right here. And we embed the link, set it up. Oh, actually, it was wrong. The link shouldn't be here, but the link should be here. And then thumbnail inspo, we can basically, what we can do too is we just copy the thumbnail to make the whole Notion board a bit easier. Then we hop into a page called Save Thumbnail. I wrote it wrong, not a big deal. We hop onto this page, quite simple. We paste the YouTube URL. So we have the link ready. We paste it in. And then you have the thumbnail here with max resolution. Then you basically just save it up in your downloads. And then you can basically just upload the file onto here. And now you have the file ready to go. Actually, you don't see it right now. I don't know why it doesn't load. Usually it should load, and then you basically have the thumbnail ready right here. And with that, you have already the first thumbnail inspiration. Then what you can do next is quite interesting. So now you have one thumbnail inspiration for the video, but obviously just with one inspiration you won't go too far. So what you will do next is you will create another section with a picture in it. Let me find the right section type. I don't find it right now. Doesn't matter. Let's just put in text, and then you just type in thumbnail inspo 2. Now you have another section with thumbnail inspo, and then you just, for each video title and video topic that you have, collect like 5 thumbnail inspirations that you have, and then you can always select the best one. As in the how to win on YouTube section, we discussed that volume always beats perfection. That's why you want to always have as much volume of thumbnails as you can find. And then you just add these thumbnails here. This one is quite small, but you can just watch it rather like this. Then you have it ready to go, ready in place. Maybe you can also make it bigger. No, I don't think so. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter that much. You just basically have your Notion board. I can honestly, if you guys like to, I can share that one in the description. Then you can just plug and play it for yourself. Then you have this Notion board right here, ready to go. And again, you can apply it, plug and play it for your thumbnails, video titles. You'll insert it, and with that, you'll just set up a lot of volume of thumbnails that you can always use and choose from. And that is a really, really good way to collect good and well-performing thumbnail ideas. Now let's hop back into our board. Next part of this is the important basics. There are always a couple important basics that you just need to apply for your thumbnails. And these are, first of all, use always a max of 3 elements. Okay, actually not always, but around 3 elements. Use a max of 5, but usually around 3 is good, especially around 3 main elements. Why? It's simple. Because once users are scrolling on the YouTube starting page, they'll obviously see thumbnails. They will see a ton of thumbnails, and your thumbnail obviously has to stick out. It has to be better than the other ones. And each thumbnail that uses around 3 to 5 elements and more overwhelms the viewer. It simply overwhelms them, and the user on the YouTube starting page will start thinking about the thumbnail when it has too much elements. And once they start thinking about the thumbnail, they simply won't click, because you never want users to think. You simply want them to see the thumbnail, find it eye-catching, and they just click on it because it's eye-catching. Once it's overwhelming, they won't just click on it. They will first think about it. You will never want them to think about it. Instead, they just see it and they click. That's why a max of 3 elements is perfect, or just keep it around 3 to 4 elements. That's really good. Next thing are visual hooks. What's a visual hook? Well, it's simply a visual that shows the certain dream state of your target audience. It doesn't have to be even the dream state, but it's really good to implement it. So for example, typical types of visual hooks are Stripe screenshots. A lot of business creators use Stripe screenshot, Payable screenshots, just payments in general, an e-commerce dashboard of like sales from the past days, from the past week, from the past month, or an Amazon FBA dashboard. These are all types of visual hooks that show the dream state of the target audience that wants to achieve a certain amount of e-commerce sales per day, a certain amount of Stripe payments a day, or a certain amount of money in Stripe payments each day. And that is why that's a good visual hook, because it shows the dream state, and obviously viewers want to achieve the dream state, and that is why they click. The last important basic is to use contrary colors. Again, that connects kinda with this one, because contrary colors are simply eye-catching. They just catch the people's eye, people see them, and contrary colors just stick out on the YouTube starting page, because again, you have to compete against so many other thumbnails. That is why it's important to actually stick out with them, have the right remarkability in place, and contrary colors allow exactly that. And once you have them, these 3 things, and combine them, then you're good to go, because then you actually have a good thumbnail that stands out. It doesn't have much elements, it uses contrary colors, and it has a visual hook implemented, and boom, you're good to go. Obviously, you need a couple creative elements that you can maybe orient yourself on the thumbnail inspiration that you put into your Notion board with the video ideas and the video titles that you have. But this is really what you want to focus on. These are the most important basics for your thumbnails, but they're the best ones, and you should really focus on them. Then the last thing are curiosity gaps. What are curiosity gaps? Well, they're the number 1 reason why people click on your video. What is a curiosity gap? Well, a curiosity gap is simply a gap between what viewers already know and what they want to know. So simply a curiosity gap should spark curiosity, as it already says. So people should see your thumbnail, and they should simply just have a question that comes up in their mind, and they want and they need to have that question answered by clicking on your video and by watching your video. And the question should be so big that comes up in their mind that they actually click on your video and they actually watch it. Because the bigger the question, the rather people are to click on the video, watch it in full, and actually get an answer to that question. And this is really, really important. And then once you have the curiosity gap in place, you want to create obviously your thumbnail with the curiosity gap in place, with around 3 to 4 elements, with contrary colors, with a visual hook in place that maybe underlines the curiosity gap. And once you have that, you post the thumbnail, and then you either decide whether the thumbnail performed well, then it's good, so around above 5% click-through rate, or the thumbnail performed bad, then you might want to do an A/B test, so create a split test thumbnails. But before we hop more into this one, let's check out a couple curiosity gaps in thumbnails. Let's just hop over into the YouTube starting page and see if we can find any good curiosity gaps. This is a client thumbnail of ours that we actually just dropped this video, and you see 3 elements in total. You see the Vinted logo, you see the creator, and you see a visual hook in form of a PayPal screenshot. Boom, really, really good. The video starts performing really, really well. I think it's a 1 out of 10 right now. So again, starts with a good performance. Then, so let's check for curiosity gaps. This one is kind of a curiosity gap. The title is How This College Student Went From 0 to 11,000 per month with his agency. And then you basically have a graph with a red graph that goes really, really up, basically with exponential growth. And then you have a green graph that basically just grows, but really, really, really slow, not too much. The green graph represents your state currently, basically his target audience, the people that he wants to help with his agency coaching. Or you also have the guy that he already helped with his agency coaching that has grown by a lot. And this curiosity gap basically represents and sparks the questions in the viewer's mind. What did this guy do different than you do right now? Why did his agency perform so much better than yours does right now? And that is a curiosity gap that just simply makes mainly agency owners obviously click and watch the video because they wonder, what is it that he does different? This is a good curiosity gap already right away. Let's look further if we find another one that's really, really good. Oh, actually, this one is quite good. It's a German title, but it says, Date with the most beautiful Latina in the world. This is how the thumbnail looks like. And it also has a curiosity gap. Well, why? Simply because right here you see the most beautiful Latina in the world, but she doesn't show her face and you don't see her from the front. And the curiosity gap that comes out and comes up, is she really beautiful? Is she really the most beautiful Latina in the world? And it's so simple, but it works because people actually want to find out, is she that beautiful? And a lot of people will click on it simply because they want to find that out. It's a really, really simple title and thumbnail, but it works so well. Okay, so let's check if we can find another one. If not, also not a big deal. This is actually a client thumbnail. Also a curiosity gap. Basically, the title states, again, it's in German. I'm sorry, really, really sorry, guys. Have a lot of German videos on here. But it says, how I make viral faceless TikToks that make me 300 euros per day. And you basically see on the left a TikTok that has 277 views, and on the right, a TikTok that has 78 million views. And basically, people will again wonder, what changes did this guy do that made this growth, that led to this growth? And that is why most people will click onto the thumbnail and onto the video to actually find out what were the changes that this guy made to make this amount of money and get that amount of views. And this is really all you need to know about curiosity gaps. So let's hop really quick into the YouTube studio of this client and check out one following thing. And this will be simply the click-through rate. So let's check through the click-through rate of this client. You see 6.9% is the average click-through rate, which is really, really good. But you want to do it even more specific, and you check the traffic sources for the click-through rate. Here, traffic source. You see, you have YouTube search, you have channel pages, you have browse features, and you have suggested videos. So your click-through rate is always a mix-up of multiple sources. It's not always about one source, but about multiple different sources. You see, the YouTube search click-through rate is nearly 15%, which is insane. Channel pages, 7.5%. This one is 5.7%, and this one is 3.4%. You might think, okay, 3.4% is really bad. Well, it isn't, because for suggested videos, it is a way other thing than for channel pages, browse features, or YouTube search. And all of these traffic sources depend, and it's really all about your average CTR that you want to measure and find out. And this is really what matters, not just if the suggested video CTR is bad. You have to change up the thumbnail. Never do this and never start A/B testing just because of that. Instead, you really want to focus on the total CTR. Maybe if all of these CTRs are bad, okay, for sure change it up. But just because one of these CTRs is bad doesn't mean you have to change it up or mix up anything with your thumbnail or set up a split test version. This is really something that isn't needed at all. And once you have that done, you're really good to go. Because the thing with thumbnails is you could go way deeper into the psychology itself. The problem with that is simply because we could go deeper into the psychology, but it would be way too complicated. Most of the knowledge that I would talk about thumbnail psychology would simply be not worth it at all, because you wouldn't remember it anyway after a couple of days. Because what you need to remember are the most important things, not thumbnail psychology, the exact psychology behind it. Simply because what is needed is to understand the thumbnail's mission, so its purpose, and that you need a good initial idea for it to perform in general. You need to find out how to find actually good thumbnails and collect them in your Notion board. And then you need the important basics, so max of 3 elements, contrary colors, visual hooks, and then you do need to know about curiosity gaps, because this is basically the key to a good performing thumbnail. And once you have these things, you're absolutely ready to go. There's really not more that you need to know about thumbnails, because again, it would be way too complicated. You'll be simply overwhelmed. You wouldn't even remember any of that in a couple of days, simply because for any topic you could go much more into detail. But again, it would be way too much. You wouldn't remember it anyway. And it's really to know and important to know all of the basics about thumbnails and really why they perform so well, what's the reason they perform well, and what's the reason they perform bad. And once you have all of these things and you understood all of these things, you're absolutely ready to go to create good thumbnails. Again, with a Notion template, it's always volume beats perfection every single time. That is why the more volume and the more data you have about thumbnails that are good performing in your niche, that are performing well in adjacent niches, the more knowledge and the more volume you have off of them, and the more you find for an initial topic that you have, the more and the better it will simply perform. So yeah, guys, this is really it about the theoretical side of thumbnails. Again, we don't want to overwhelm you here. I think this is perfectly enough. And now I would say, after we talked about the theoretical side of things, we can hop into the practical creation of the thumbnail that my thumbnail designer recorded for you guys. And yeah, I would say let's hop into that one. Okay guys, on my screen right now, you will watch a full thumbnail breakdown and a full live creation breakdown on how my thumbnail designer in my agency creates the thumbnails for all of our clients. And you'll actually see the process of how it looks like in Photoshop, because it's great if you get all of the knowledge, all of the theoretical stuff, but if you don't know how to apply it in your practice, it's worth nothing, obviously. Again, most of you guys probably have thumbnail designers, but I guess it's still interesting to see how the full process goes and actually see, maybe if you want to create thumbnails yourself, you'll actually see how the process goes and how much detail actually goes into a good and well-made thumbnail. You'll obviously see in the end the result of how it will look like. But yeah, guys, I would say let's hop into the creation breakdown and how my thumbnail designer creates all of our thumbnails. So you see, he starts off by cutting out the client and the client's breakdown, so the client's background, because obviously the background is cool, but it doesn't fit the client's niche and the client's thumbnail design that we planned out and the client's concept that we planned out for this design. So you see this guy, the client, so just to give you a bit of context, this client is in the TikTok niche and this thumbnail will be based on the TikTok niche. How it will look like, it will basically have a big text in front of the client that will say new niche, but in German, and then behind him there will be TikTok dashboards, multiple TikTok dashboards. Right now you see the background is already cut out, but not too clean, and the thumbnail design is refining, so actually everything looks clean and is clean cut out. So you see, okay, yeah, now it's clean. Perfect. Now the thumbnail designer does a bit of color grading. So again, back to the design, how it will look like in the end. Text in front of the client, behind him a red graph that goes up, and TikTok dashboards. I think it will be 4 in total. So now back to the process. He just zoomed in a bit on the client because the picture is a bit too big. That's why he zoomed in, so it actually fits the frame and how it should look like then afterwards. Now he does a bit of color grading. The text is in Russian, I believe, so you don't really can read it, but it's not a big deal, I believe. So again, I just translated for you because I actually speak Russian and German and now English for this course, so quite multilingual, I guess you say it like that. So yeah, guys, now he does color grading. First thing he did was color grade the thumbnail and obviously the client. And now the next process goes, he changes up the t-shirt color. Why and for what is this for? Well, it's simple to have a bigger contrast in the thumbnail, because as discussed previously in the theoretical section of the thumbnail, it's really, really, really important to have a good contrast in the thumbnail. Why? Because it just catches the eye way more. It's way more eye-catching. If you go into the YouTube starting page, the thumbnails that will catch your eye are the ones with contrary colors in it, and that's what is done right now. Then my thumbnail designer does a bit of color grading, simple color grading, not only on the t-shirt, but right now also on the skin, on the face. Again, it's way eye-catching, and my thumbnail designer often uses a kind of comic style in the thumbnails. For what is this for? Well, it's simply just because it sticks out, and it's kind of a unique style that looks and works really, really great. And I can show you later on the CTRs. No, I think I showed you already the CTRs of this exact client in the YouTube Studio in the previous section. So now we actually make a thumbnail for him, and you can trust me one thing, this thumbnail will also have, my prediction, above a 7% CTR, but we'll see once we upload the video. I think we'll upload it in 2 days from now. Actually, it will be the same day I upload this YouTube course, so you can check the performance afterwards. You've seen the client's channel name, and then we'll see how did the video perform. Maybe with the vidIQ Chrome extension, you can even see the CTR. So now back to the creation process. Right now, the thumbnail designer added a red graph. That is now in the background, and now he does the full color creation. So it's not even red, it's more into pink. Why is it more pink, and why is the background black? Well, it matches the TikTok colors. You see, this is the exact same color that is now in the background, and the black is obviously also the text color. Now the thumbnail designer adds the TikTok dashboards, because they are obviously needed to catch the eye. These are basically the visual hooks. Again, visual hooks, always something you want to implement. And here the visual hooks are basically the TikTok dashboards. It's in euros because the client's German. You see right here, obviously it's dollars, but no one sees this in the thumbnail in the end. It's really important to have the big numbers in euros and actually make them clear. But you see the attention of the detail is still there. You see here euros, you see the qualified views are also there and established. And now what the thumbnail designer does is copy and paste the TikTok dashboards, changes up the numbers because it will be 4 in the end. So obviously all of them have to look different, otherwise it wouldn't be realistic at all. So, okay, he cuts everything out, makes it clean and simple. Cool. Yeah, and basically, again, he copy and paste this. And again, what is this for? Well, visual hooks. Visual hooks are basically, how do I explain this? I think I explained this already in the thumbnail section. I just have to spit some sauce while the thumbnail is created. So you just stick around and everything is a bit more engaging. I couldn't just sit here silently. But again, visual hook should basically be a visual that should hook the viewers. And it hooks them by having their dream state in the visual. So here the dream state is to make a lot of cash through TikTok and a lot of cash through the TikTok creativity beta program. No, I think right now it's called rewards program. Nonetheless, making a lot of money through the TikTok program. And right here you see he implements all of this cash and the exact dream state, so making like 4,700 euros per month from TikTok and so on. Next step is now to make the right shape, because obviously it wouldn't look that clean if the TikTok dashboard hadn't have that round shape. So now he makes a round shape, and TikTok dashboard number 1 is done. He puts it onto the left. Obviously it will then go into the background, because the day and the foreground wouldn't make sense at all. Now bam, TikTok dashboard number 3 is ready. You see all of them have different numbers, so it's a bit more realistic. All of these things are ready. Cool, looks great. Bam. Now he makes a bit color grading on the sides, so it still looks cleaner, and the TikTok dashboards don't look so bold and just, too simple, because obviously too simple doesn't catch the eye, so we have to work on that. Then again, more contrary colors and making the colors a bit more bolder, and so they actually stick out, and again the thumbnail catches the eye on the YouTube starting page. And yeah, You see a bit of shadow is added, bit simple color grading too. Again, like I said, good colors, contrary colors in the thumbnail are really, really important. Plus, you see the colors all match the TikTok logo. So black, white, and pink, all of them are implemented and all of them match the TikTok logo. And this is what should be done. And then text gets added in front of the thumbnail. For what is that? Again, simply to have another visual that just catches the eye, is directly in front of the client. And again, a really, really great visual hook that also catches the eye. And again, the text says new niche, but in German, because the video will be about a new TikTok niche that's currently really successful and makes a lot of money. So that's why we have the visual hook by saying new niche. Okay, people have it in mind. This is a new niche. And in the background, we obviously have big numbers that indicate that the niche is actually successful and currently makes a lot of money. And now that those finishing touches are done, again, basically colors, a bit of shadow, and a bit of how do you call it, good lighting. And these are really the last things. I honestly don't want to sound like the biggest expert in Photoshop, because I did a couple thumbnails myself, but I could never reach this level of thumbnail creation because I rarely create thumbnails. But yeah, guys, this was it for the thumbnail creation. Now you actually saw how the process looks like live, all in, how you create a thumbnail, how it looks like in Photoshop. Maybe you create thumbnails in Canva. Obviously, again, thumbnail creation isn't easy, not at all. Like I said, I couldn't create this high quality of a thumbnail. That's why I have experts on my team that can actually do this for me and help me out with that, because this is a point I'm not the best at myself. I know thumbnail psychology, I know how a good concept looks like and a good concept works, but I couldn't create this well of a thumbnail and this well of a concept. So yeah, guys, no, this is it for the thumbnail live breakdown. I guess you have now all of the theoretical info on thumbnails, and now also all of the practical info on how it actually looks like to create a well-made thumbnail. And yeah, guys, I believe that's it, and let's hop over into the next section. Hey guys, how are you doing? In this section, we'll discuss monetization of content. Why? Because simply most of you guys are probably on YouTube because you want to make money there, and if you don't know how to make money through YouTube, why are you even doing? Because, I mean, ideation is cool, scripting is cool, thumbnail design is cool, editing is nice, but if you don't know how to monetize all of this well-made content, for what are you doing it? I mean, probably 99% of you create YouTube content because they actually want to make money off of that content. I guess so, at least. If not, you can tell me your reason in the comments, but I think your main reason why you want to make money off of YouTube, that you want to do YouTube, is because you want to make money off of it, and probably not anything else. So that is why in this section we'll discuss the 4 pillars of monetization on YouTube and how you can actually properly monetize your content. So the first type of monetization is AdSense. What is AdSense? Well, this is directly money you get off of YouTube, and this is the money you get simply because YouTube pushes ads onto your video, and off of these ads you basically get paid a certain share based on how many ads and how, basically usually how many ads YouTube can place onto your videos. And yeah, so you basically make money off of your views, and this depends a lot on your RPM. What is RPM? Well, RPM means revenue per mil, so how much revenue you get per 1,000 views. I think this is also a recent thing on TikTok where they actually pay you per 1,000 views in their new creativity beta, a rewards program I think it's called. And on TikTok they pay you like 50 cents or something like that per 1,000 views. So you really can make around $500 from 1,000 views, from 1 million views I mean. On YouTube it is even better, but obviously long form content won't pop as much as short form TikTok content. Nonetheless, you also make a lot of more money. So the RPM, I think it's usually around $5 to $15. $15 is obviously a lot, but again, it depends a lot on your niche, so which niche you're actually in. If you monetize your content through your coaching offer, your agency service, or just any service or your offer in general, you are already mainly in the business niche, and the business niche actually has a really high RPM. So the business finance niche usually I think is anywhere between $10 to $15 per 1,000 views, which is actually quite good, which means if you get 1 million views, let me count it up. So I think it's $1,000, should be 1,000 or even 10,000. Man, I'm not the best at math. That's why I'm doing business and I'm not going to college. But either $1,000 or $10,000. Wait, let me pull up the calculator. So you get $10 per thousand views. 1,000 times 1,000 is 1 million. So you do 10 times 1,000, which is actually 10K. So if you get 1 million views on your video with the $10 RPM, you get $10,000, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, business videos usually don't tend to get 1 million views. It really depends on the topic and how big your target market is, but they can definitely reach it. Nonetheless, you obviously really will make way more money through your offer, but it's nice money that you can get too. AdSense, this method of monetization is usually for faceless channels or really channels that actually want to make money off of YouTube directly, so through AdSense. And this is how the RPM usually looks like. You can see it here. This is a YouTube dashboard screenshot from Google that I pulled up. And here you see an RPM of $5. So $5 is usually the minimum. There are also RPMs that are less than $5, but these niches are really bad. You never want to aim for an RPM of $5. But for faceless pages, for faceless long form pages, it's a really good source of income, because once you have an established faceless page where you, for example, in the documentary niche, like a channel I showed previously, I think it was in the content strategy section, I believe, the channel was called Sunny V2. Basically, let me pull it up really quick. It's this guy right here. He is in the faceless documentary niche, and he also makes mainly money through ad revenue and another source that we'll talk about later. But as you see, his content is faceless. You can check it out, and he gets so many views. So he makes around 5K per video, around that, maybe even more. Simply because his RPM is probably around $7 to $8, and he gets multiple million views per video, which is absolutely insane. But obviously his channel is already established. But once your channel is also established, you can make a good amount of money, so like 5 to 10K per month through this monetization method. So it is quite good. And if you're a business and just it's your second monetization thing, your second monetization method, you can also make a good side income, for example, to pay your agency to do the content for you. The second thing are sponsorship. So sponsorships is basically really easy method once an audience is built. And how it works is, this is even a screenshot for affiliate things. Nonetheless, sponsorships is basically just sponsors that want to have a quick shout out in the video. For example, an type of sponsorship I have in mind are like gameplays, or I know certain games like League of Legends, for example. I know a lot of people that had a sponsorship with League of Legends just to give them basically a shout out in their video. And for these sponsorships, these are great. I mean, you can mainly use them once you already also have an audience built. You will get just emails where people want to cooperate with you and work with you, and they'll just send you offers for sponsorships. Usually it's a couple thousands that you can make per sponsorship. So once you have an audience, sponsorships are really, really great, and you can actually target them and make a good amount of money off of sponsorships. The second thing is quite connected to sponsorships, and it's affiliates. So basically, you can, a good method that you can do at least is to apply for platforms you often talk about in your videos. For example, what I could do is apply for vidIQ. I obviously didn't do that, guys. I don't have any affiliate links, just my own links, where you can buy my school community if you like to join there, or if you're searching an agency service that does the content for you, you can also obviously just book a call with me. But I'm only selling my things, no other things. But what I could do is, for example, apply for vidIQ, join their affiliate center and get an affiliate link, and then basically all of you that buy a vidIQ abonnement through the link that I have in the bio, I would get a certain share off of it. And it's also a good method. I mean, you won't make too much money if you don't get a lot of views, but if you get a lot of views, you can make a good amount of money off of that. For example, this right here is a screenshot of Jordan Bound of his YouTube course, the 18 no, it's a course on YouTube, but it's an e-commerce dropshipping course. It's this one right here, 18 hours long, which is obviously insane. 3 times the length of my current course, but he has a ton of affiliate things in here. As you can see, how many is it? 20 affiliate things. He probably made a lot of money off of these affiliates, probably a ton of money. And obviously, if you get so many views, so 4.3 million views, you will make good money off of affiliate links, and you can actually use them, and it does make sense to use them because, again, you will get a good side income off of that, as he did for this video with 20 affiliate links, which is absolutely insane. And if the people want to follow along what he's telling and talking about in the tutorial, they most likely will go onto these affiliate links because they obviously need all of these things to start a Shopify and a dropshipping business. So affiliates, also a really great source to make money off of YouTube, but obviously the best one is your offer. So selling your own product service, as I do with my agency, as I do with my recent school community, that's basically all about YouTube growth, with a ton of videos in there, with one-on-one calls, 2 one-on-one calls per month with me. So these are the things I'm selling, and I'm selling them through my YouTube channel. So I sell my own product, which is my school community, and my service, which is my main thing, my agency. And this is what I'm selling, and this is the best thing because this one will make you the most money. Because on YouTube, the funny thing is you don't need a big audience to make money. You just need an audience that trusts you, and just a couple hundred views per video are already perfectly enough for that. So you don't need way more views to make money off of YouTube, and this is the best thing about it. And that is why most people are simply selling their offer or service through YouTube, nothing else. So basically what I can tell you is this one right here will make you the most money off of YouTube, and you should sell your service or your offer through YouTube because it's probably the best source of organic traffic. You can actually build a good personal brand where people actually trust you and they will actually buy your stuff simply because they trust you. Alex Hormozi also said the same thing. He said YouTube is his main traffic source regarding organic content, and it works best for him. Another example, Iman Ghazi, they all do this. They all monetize their offer with YouTube, and this way it works so well. Obviously, Iman Ghazi also makes money through AdSense, not too much, although he will make probably like 10k per month off of AdSense simply because he gets millions of views. He will also make money off of sponsorships, and he will also make money off of affiliates. So once you have a good audience built, you can really make money off of all of these traffic sources. This will always be your main one. It doesn't matter how big your audience is. And these are all good side incomes. This is just great. Just simply money from YouTube. You don't have to do anything for it. And once you're monetized, you can simply just make money off of that. Just basically good side income, basically like a side hustle that you have in place. And then obviously sponsorships and affiliates, especially for viral videos that really pop off on your channel. It really does make sense to get affiliate links, and sponsorships will basically just apply for you. Just have your email linked to your YouTube channel, and then sponsors will simply apply once they see your channel, and they will want to work with you and collaborate with you. So all of these are great sources for monetization. Once you have all of them in place, you will make a lot of money off of YouTube. Again, you want to start off with one of them, so really put the focus on one of these monetization methods. Usually it's either AdSense if you don't have a business yet, or it's obviously your offer if you have a business and you just sell your offer through YouTube. And these two sources just come along the way. You can implement them. This is usually the last source that comes into play regarding making money from YouTube content. And yeah, guys, there isn't really more you need to know about monetization. You just need to know the methods of monetization, obviously how to apply them, what's the best method for who, so face this content, talking head content, and so on. And yeah, once you know everything about these things, you're perfectly fine and absolutely good to go to actually make a lot of money off of YouTube. So yeah, guys, I guess this is it for the monetization section. If you want to have more info on how to make money off of YouTube, I can definitely create also a separate video onto my channel where I talk about it even more in detail about all of the methods, how you actually make the most money off each method. I mean, discussing your offer, I do this a lot on my channel, but regarding ads and sponsorships and affiliates, you can drop a comment and I can definitely, for sure, create a couple more videos regarding that topic, because there are obviously a couple loopholes, a couple cheat codes that you can use to actually make a lot of money off of these methods. And once you have these things nailed down, YouTube will be a 24/7 salesperson for you and make you a lot of money. But yeah, guys, I would say let's wrap up this section right here and hop into the next one. Okay, so now we come to the section that will you make without a doubt the most money out of this full YouTube course, and this will be how to write YouTube VSLs that will get you clients forever. And I mean it when I say forever. So let's start off. What even is a YouTube VSL? Well, as a business owner, you most likely know what a typical VSL is and probably even have one in most cases. Now, a YouTube VSL is an advanced version of exactly this. It is a video that is only made to sell your service, and it consists of the same parts your VSL does, but way more detailed and in a structure that is not as easy to create at all. So this right here is the best YouTube VSL ever made. You probably watched this video. This video was made by Iman Ghazi himself, the best online businesses to start as a beginner. And right here he sells his coaching program, his agency coaching program. I don't remember the name right now. I think it was like Educate, but I'm not sure. And he sells it through his YouTube VSL. This video is how long? 38 minutes. 38 minutes where he just sells his service. And in this section we will exactly break down the parts of his YouTube VSL and the parts you should implement in your YouTube VSL. Exactly, step by step. This will be the most valuable section probably out of all the sections in this course. And remember one thing, Iman Ghazi made around $40 million from this YouTube VSL, from this YouTube video. It's really that powerful of a tool. Why do you need a YouTube VSL? A YouTube VSL is a necessity for every single business owner that creates content on YouTube. Why? Because it will literally become your client acquisition tool for the rest of your life if done right. No matter which video of yours will go viral sooner or later. And this traffic needs to go somewhere, right? Because if this traffic doesn't go anywhere, it just wastes your resources. So instead you will give a CTA in every video to your YouTube VSL, as we already discussed in the scripting section. And that way you will funnel your traffic you get on each video to the video that sells your service, which ultimately means unlimited traffic for your business. Unlimited, and I'm not joking. So what will happen in this guide? After going through this full breakdown, you will understand how to create a YouTube VSL in a way that actually gets you clients. You will have the ability to create a business asset that guarantees you book calls every single month, and trust me, it will be the best decision you can ever make regarding your organic funnel. So let's get into it. Step 1 is the foundational setup, the so-called pre-writing. This is a setup that we have to do. This is where all the info comes in and the structure of our YouTube VSL. So let's start off. First off, we need to understand our audience. To create a perfect VSL, you need to perfectly know, first of, your ICP, your ideal client profile, and secondly, your target audience on YouTube. So how do you do this? Define who will watch your VSL. What is your audience's current awareness level regarding your service? Do they either already know your product or offer? Do they only know your content? Or are they completely new to your channel? The thing is, all three of these could be the case. So you need to talk to all three of these groups and map out a plan how you will talk to all three of them. Because on YouTube, other than your landing page, people not just come to see your offer, they come to see a video that is value packed. And you have to understand this. You not only target people who are already product aware, who are already aware of your offer. You maybe are only targeting people who are aware of your niche, of your content style, but not of your offer, that aren't aware of your niche and your product, that are completely new to the channel, and you need to target all three of these groups. And this is how the YouTube VSL will work. Then you have to identify the sophistication level. So as soon as you understand who you're talking to, find out where they are development wise. Are all three groups ready to potentially take advantage of your service or product? Because if not, select the group that isn't and disqualify them directly at the beginning of your VSL, because you don't need them watching the video. You just want the right people watching the video, the one that are actually qualified to then actually buy your service or product. If they aren't qualified, disqualify them right away. This is for what we write a good hook and disqualify the people. How to write a good hook? Check out the scripting section. Then what you want to do next is list their main objections and concerns. Same as with a normal VSL. You firstly need to know what are the main objections of my target audience, and by exactly knowing that, you'll be able to solve these objections and get them out of the way as soon as possible, same as you would do with a normal video sales letter. The structure is similar, a YouTube VSL is just more complicated, but can work even better. Next thing regarding the pre-writing is document their desired transformation. All the viewers watching the video are looking for a certain dream state that they want to achieve, and that's what you will give them. You need to set a promise that you will give them the desired transformation, and by doing so, a lot of people will stay until the end to get this desired transformation. But exactly by doing so, they will also realize it will be way too hard to reach this transformation by themselves, and that is where your service or product comes into play. Next step in the pre-writing is positioning your offer. You need to understand exactly what you will give your viewers and how you will position your offer. And here's how you do this. Firstly, identify the core transformation you're selling with your offer. Second, define your unique mechanism. 3, list yourself out the key benefits and outcomes. And 4, prepare proof elements and as much as possible of them. Testimonials, case studies, client interviews, as much proof as possible. This will be very important in the future parts of this guide. Then we want to create the content framework for the YouTube VSL. And the next important step is to focusing on the right framework where you will deliver all the previous things we covered. So you want to map out the key points you will cover in the video, find natural transitions between these points, and structure your exact argument flow. This is really, really important. And now we start off with creating the YouTube VSL itself with step 2, which is the opening hook. And we start off with the so-called pattern interrupt, because now we're going into the even more advanced stuff and at the same time the most important part of your YouTube VSL. First 60 seconds, the hook. This is what will make or break your VSL, so you better do it right. And let me help you out with that. First thing you want to do is start off with an attention-grabbing statement. Let's take Imran Ghazi's first line out of his YouTube VSL as an example. So look, we're entering a new era. Everything is changing. The way we buy, the way we work, the way we live, and so does the way that people do business. This is an attention-grabbing statement directly in the first line. You can check out his VSL. Again, if you want these full Gamma docs, just click on the link in the bio. You can get them all for free. Then secondly, after he made an attention-grabbing statement, you want to present a clear promise or transformation, and this is what he does. In Imran Ghazi's example, he says there are a bunch of 20-year-olds taking advantage of this to get paid as much as a doctor every month without having any previous work experience. With this one sentence, he laid out a clear promise and a clear transformation that the viewer can achieve, and he already targeted the right audience in disqualified people who are not qualified for his YouTube VSL. So basically, target audience, a bunch of 20-year-olds. So basically 20-year-olds or around 20-year-old young people that want to start a business. The transformation is, the promise or transformation is getting paid as much as a doctor every month, and the promises without needing any previous work experience. So he directly qualified the right people for his video with the second sentence already right away. And this is how you need to do it too. Directly qualify the right people, start with an attention-grabbing statement. And then for the third step, at all costs, avoid mentioning that it is a sales video. People clicked on the video because they want to see YouTube video packed with value, and that's what you want to give them. Avoid mentioning that it is about sales because people do not care, but it doesn't matter because you will still sell the product that you're selling. Next step after the pattern interrupt and the hook is to establish your authority. In this part of the video, people will actually decide if they will trust what you say and present to them and actually listen to you or click off because you seem like an absolute scammer. So how to avoid this? Simply give them as much proof as you possibly can, and I mean that. First off, mention any previous experience you have in the space. Secondly, reference your past success stories, also based on yourself. Then you want to show the understanding of your audience's pain points. Make sure that you actually show your expertise. You know how they feel. You know exactly how they feel and you want to tell this to them. And then, point 4, focus on being relatable. Show them that you were once in the same spot that they are right now. Be relatable. Not only be the authority, but also relatable. Mix these two together and you have a perfect mix. And this is all you need to know about the hook. If you want to know more about how to script a hook, go back to the scripting section, watch this. There is everything you need to know. Step 3 then for our YouTube VSL is the core framework, the main content of the VSL. First of all, you want to present your step-by-step system, because now we're going into the part where you simply need to deliver value, and as much of that as you possibly can. The more free value the people get, the likelier they are to give something back to you. As Alex Hormozi already said, use at least a 3-to-1 give-ask ratio. So give them first and much more that you can ask them for. Because if you give them, give value, step after step after step, then you can actually ask them for the money because you have given them so much value. They feel like they need to pay you for the value already given them for free. So that's why give as much value as you can, present your step-by-step system, and with that you can actually ask for money at the end of the video. The next thing for the core framework is to break down complex concepts into simple steps. Give them an exact step-by-step system you made that will help your viewers out and make a clear plan of how many steps it will be to show the logical progression of the video. Do not focus too much on technical things, but rather lay out a clear direction your video will follow and transfer that into the viewer's mind. After that, what you're also trying to do is build progressive confidence. You want to build up the confidence in the viewer through each step you go through in the video. They need to feel as if they would become 3 times better in the field you teach them about. How you do this is by starting off with the easiest concepts, then you introduce more complex ideas as you go. Address their objection as they naturally would arise in the viewer's mind. You want to use strategic examples to make your point clear and also include quick wins to let the viewer feel the value they are receiving. The viewer needs to actually feel that they are learning something right now. They need to feel productive, that they are actually working right now and they get new knowledge, actual good knowledge that they can implement right away. And if you do this, you include these quick wins, you will build progressive confidence in the viewer's mind. Then a thing that you should never forget, always throughout the video, demonstrate your proof on the way. As you go further into the VSL, you do not want to stop showing proof or your results because you need to prove each point you're presenting to remind the viewer who's the authority in the space. So include at least 2 of the following 4 things consistently. Introduce more testimonials on the way, share relevant case studies, present realistic results, and use specific numbers and details. And always use them to prove your points. People will trust you way more if they see you actually have results, good results that actually work, and they will believe the free value you give them much more. And this is what you need to know for the core framework of the VSL. Next step, step 4, is the content delivery strategy, which is something very interesting. So what you want to do is maintain maximum density. For this video, specifically for this video, you should do this for each of your videos, but especially for this one, cut out all of the stuff. If you want the video to be good, it is this one, so don't make it too long by adding unnecessary things. So first off, combine multiple points if you get the chance. Don't drag a point. Instead, try to do a combination of points to literally overwhelm your viewers with pure value. This video should be just value and nothing else, just pure value. And the more points you can combine into one point, the more value they will receive and the more overwhelmed they are by the value they receive. What you also want to do is use efficient transition, that each step flow into another one. Don't just connect your points by always starting with step 5 is. Instead, use open loops as we already discussed in the scripting guide and have a clean video flow throughout the whole body. This is way better, your video is much smoother and people just can listen to you for the full video. Then keep your momentum high. Once you gave out massive value, switch back to showing proof. Make them believe that your service is the best out there and you know what you are talking about. And then switch back to value and you just repeat the cycle through the step-by-step system you're going through in your YouTube VSL. Now, number 4, avoid any unnecessary repetition. You not only want to cut out all of the fluff, you also do not want to repeat things you already said. The viewer will read this and think that you're too repetitive, which will make them click off even if you already give value. So cut out all the fluff and do not repeat any of the value. Saying a thing one time is absolutely fine. And if you don't have nothing more to say, then just stop the video there. It doesn't need to be too long. Instead, just pure value, nothing else. Then the next thing you need to focus on is language and tone regarding the content delivery strategy. I mean, we all know Iman's tonality and we all know that it works, but don't copy it. Find yourself a fitting language and tonality that you can keep throughout the video and that makes you sound interesting. Here's how you do this. First off, use simple and clear language. Nothing too crazy, nothing too special. Simple language that your viewer actually understands, even if he's completely new on the channel. Also, avoid too strong industry jargon that no one understands. Because it's the same, use simple and clear language, because new viewers won't understand any specific terms that you're talking about. So just leave them out, talk simple, and let all of the 3 potential target audiences and groups that could watch your video understand exactly what you're saying. Also, keep a conversational tone. Do it as if you would talk with a friend, as if you would talk with your business partner or explain something to your business partner. Just talk like that. But you also want to speak with authority and still be relatable. Show them that you were once at the same stage as they are right now. And you want to keep your energy consistent. So don't talk too fast and then slow down for the rest of it. You always want to have a consistent structure. Maybe you have a fast part, then a slow part, then a fast part again, then a slow part. You want to have a consistent energy and a consistent pacing throughout the full video. Let's hop over to step 5. And step 5 is building sales momentum. And how you do this is like that. You want to paint out the future state. It is time to switch to sales in your video sales letter. And how you do this is by describing their desired outcome briefly. And how you do this is by describing their desired outcome briefly and go into what it feels like to be at this dream state. Try to make this transformation as achievable as possible and make them believe it. Again, you want to use specific examples to push their belief. So do this by connect to their emotional desires. Show here a clear path to success by implementing all the value you've given them. Show them how little they have to do to actually go that path. Show them how little they actually have to do to go through that path and achieve their desired goal. But we still haven't reached the full sales part because we're still in the logical progression. The pitch, because we're still in the logical progression. And this is the part where we're building towards the climax, is how you call it in the storytelling space. You're building towards the peak of your story, and this is how you want to progress with logic. First off, build your last argument out systematically. Second, use so-called if-then statements. For example, if you do exactly this, then you'll achieve exactly that. Third, show clear cause and effect. Fourth, you want to make your next step obvious and you want the viewer to understand that you're slowly moving towards the pitch. And the last step is to create a natural flow to transition to the next phase, which is the pitch setup. And how you start the pitch setup is by giving a soft introduction to your offer. Because now it's time. The moment you've been waiting for, the intro of your offer. And you will foreshadow on this by already mentioning your program's services name a couple of times throughout the video. So you already want to start in the body by mentioning your program's or services name a couple of times. Once you have done this, you want to give proof out one last time. Reference your student and client success stories. Then make a hint at a comprehensive solution that is built out for your viewers, for your exact target audience. And when doing that, you want to build curiosity. Make a natural transition to your offer by building up curiosity and make your viewers interested in what is it that you have for them and how it can help them. Do this by using rhetorical questions or what if scenarios. For example, what if you would have this and this system in place? How would that work for your business? Just as an example. And you want to build up tension that then will transition to your offer. And once you've made the transition, you need to stack up the value of your offer as much as you possibly can by following these steps. First off, you want to list out your key components progressively. All of the components you have in your offer or your service. And then you want to show the clear benefits of each of these elements, of each of these components. And you want to show the best that you can possibly show. Next, you want to compare to the alternatives. Doing it themselves and just wasting a ton of time, a ton of money by trying to figuring out all of the things by themselves. Step number 4 is to stack up the value before revealing a price. Obviously, don't mention your price if it is a high ticket offer. Then you just want to funnel them into a call or a free strategy session. But you can mention the price if it's a mid or low ticket offer, because you can mention it now. You can ask for their money now because you've given them a ton of value. And then the last thing is you want to create a desire for the full solution. And that's it for the value stack building. Now comes the last step, step 7, which is the close. This is the most interesting part because this is where you will make the money. So how you structure this? You first present the offer. State up the clear pricing if you have a lower mid-ticket offer, as I said right now. Don't gatekeep here because you've already given out a ton of value and now it's your time to ask for their money. So first off, present them the guarantee if you have one. So if you have a guarantee, present, because it just reduces the risk on the client side. Then you want to create a natural sense of urgency. For example, this offer is only available for the next 7 days. Then it's booked out, it's done. Or you want to also create scarcity. For example, only 20 places left. And then you want to make the next steps very clear that have to happen after the video. Go into the link in the bio, type in your email, you will receive a type form where you will fill out all of your information. Then you book a call, then we will onboard you, show them all of the steps so they exactly know what will await them after spending their money. And now it's time for the final push. This is the final push over the fence, giving them the last thing they need to hear before pulling out the credit card. Give a last reminder of the biggest benefits. Address maybe some final common objections that you always get. Show a clear call to action, as I just said. Show them a clear step-by-step plan what will happen after they buy. And then round it up with inspiration to change their lives. I mean, you probably heard this 1,000 times by Iman Ghazi, where he just inspirates you. Change your life right now. Buy his product, buy his coaching, and this will change your life completely. You will become financially free and so on. Obviously, don't do this too cringy or go too detailed into this, but just quite short, give short inspiration, nothing too crazy. You don't even have to do this. This is just a small extra. And that's it. This is the final push over the fence. And this is it for the full YouTube VSL structure. The only thing left is just a couple production guidelines that you can keep your eye on. For example, on visual elements. For the edits and visuals, you just want to keep it very simple. You want to use a consistent branding. You want to include relevant graphics and charts. You want to keep a high video quality, and you use appropriate pacing. That's it. These are the main things you want to keep focus on, because this is the video all of your other videos will funnel over to. So it has to be good, and it has to have good production quality and good visual elements. You definitely want to have an eye on that. Also, some other key success factors. Again, just a quick summary. You want to focus on transformation over features. You want to maintain a high content and high value density. You want to use organic transitions between the points and a step-by-step system. You want to build progressive confidence in the viewer's mind. You want to address the typical and most common objections naturally. You want to keep technical details as minimal as possible. Always use strategic proof elements. Then create natural urgency. Make complex ideas that you have complex system seem as simple as possible, and then end everything with clear action steps. And these are really the 10 key success factors for your YouTube VSLs. Once you master them, you're good to go. And here are just some important reminders. Your VSL should feel like valuable content at first before selling anything. Build trust before introducing the offer. No one will buy you if they don't trust. Use your testimonials strategically. Keep the focus on the viewer transformation and actually try to help your viewer, not just sell them something. Actually try to help them already with your video, but make them clear that your product will help them out even more. Again, make next steps crystal clear and test and optimize your VSL and content based on the results you get. Okay guys, I would say let's finish off the course with the last section, and this one will be about scripting. I gatekeep this section until the end. Why? Because it's still one of the most important ones, and we need to talk about scripting. Every YouTube course should have a section about scripting, and this is for what this section is for. Fully about how to script out a full-on YouTube video, how to script out an intro, how to script out a body, and how to script out the outro. Really everything you need to know to have a good script in place, and this is what we will do in this video right now. So I would say let's hop into it. And let's hop directly into here and start off with the first thing about scripting. So this will be, again, a scripting section of the biggest YouTube course out right now. By the end of this course, we'll probably reach around 5 to 6 hours. You won't find a YouTube course this length on YouTube again. So if you made it this far, trust me, you're really good to go. And you should have already have all the knowledge you could ever need about YouTube. And now let's finish it off with the last piece, the last infinity stone that you need to master YouTube and become one of the best YouTubers on the planet. So let's hop into it. The first thing about scripting isn't even the scripting itself, but it's the pre-search, or in general doing research on your script, and in general doing research on a video, because you can just script out a video usually if you don't spend time on doing research on the video idea and then on the script itself. Your script might be good, but if it's made about a bad idea, it won't perform nonetheless. So you actually want to make sure this is a good idea. For that, again, you can, if you haven't watched yet, the first section of Out of this Guide is about ideation, and there we discuss how to find good ideas with one of the best frameworks where we actually do a live walkthrough. But nonetheless, pre-search. Why do you want to do pre-search? Well, the time researching a video topic is matters way more than the time of creating a thumbnail, the time creating and editing a video, and the time scripting a video. Because you can, again, do a script, but if it's on a bad idea, your script will flop. Even if you have all of the other things we'll talk afterwards, even if you have them in place, even if you know how to script out a hook, even if you know how to script out a body, even if you know how to script out an outro, if you don't spend the time researching, it doesn't matter. So more time spent on research equals the video is way likelier to perform. And once you know that and actually understand that and actually spend time on research, the better your videos will perform. Top YouTubers are doing the exact same thing. They don't spend just time on editing and thumbnails. They actually spend time on doing research if this idea is actually worth it. Let's look at Mr. Beast, for example. He has a big bank of ideas that he is basically already written out, but obviously he won't just take and do these ideas one by one. He will take out the best ideas that he could find that will work and out of that he will then decide which ideas to actually script out. Obviously Mr. Beast doesn't script out videos typically as finance or business YouTubers do, but you can say the same thing for Iman Ghazi. He also has a big bank of ideas. Every YouTuber has a big bank of ideas, and they collect the best ones out of them, do proper research on these ideas, collect all of the infos they've gotten to the research, and then they collect them and write a script. And this is how you actually should do it. But now let's hop into the more theoretical part, which will be the intro. What is the intro? Well, the intro is the number one reason people fail on YouTube. Why? Simply because of this picture right here. In this picture right here, you see a big dip in the first 30 seconds. So exactly right here where you see this mark, this means there is a big dip. And you see the average percentage viewed is also 21%, which isn't too great on that video. This is again just a picture I pulled up from Google, but it's a really, really good example. So what do you see right here? Well, there's a really, really massive dip in the beginning of the video, and it drops off to above, it's a bit above 33%, but then throughout the video it drops even below that, which is honestly really, really bad. And your hook really decides whether this dip happens or if it doesn't. And you need to understand why this dip is so bad. Well, if so many people drop off your video in the first 30 seconds, that means that something with your hook, and especially how you scripted it out, has to be bad. Something there just simply doesn't work out, simply because it's bad and it doesn't hook the viewers in. What you can always imagine for yourself is the hook is like a trailer for your video. And each trailer sells a movie, and the hook is like a trailer for your video because it sells the video. A good trailer will manipulate you so much that you will watch the movie if the trailer is good. And the same goes for your video. The hook has to be so good that you sell the viewers on watching the full video, and this is how it should go. And with that, you will avoid the dip. But let's hop into more theoretical things on how you will actually do this to avoid this big dip directly in the beginning of the video. So you avoid this simply by scripting a good intro, and you do this by using the 3P framework. And I think this is the guy who discovered the 3P framework. Maybe not, maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But I think Alex Hormozi, at least this is the guy I heard it from, came up with it. He was talking about it in one of his more longer videos on his channel. It was a content guide. I think it was like a live presentation where he was on stage and he was talking about this framework. What is this framework? Well, it is this. This is what it's made out of. These are the 3 P's. The first P is proof, then the second P is promise, and the third P is plan. And you need to implement all of these 3 things into your intro and how you script out your intro. So let's say proof. So let's start off with an example for proof. There are obviously dozens of examples that you can choose from and use, and based obviously on the proof you can actually give. But here's just a quick example so you actually understand what I mean. So a proof example in your scripted intro could be, in the past 7 years, I made $10 million with dropshipping. And this is proof. Why is it proof? Because you actually establish a connection with your viewer by saying, okay, you actually made this amount of money. Maybe you want to implement even a visual hook into your video with a Shopify dashboard that actually says, okay, you actually made $7 million, $10 million with dropshipping. You implement this, and by that, people will believe you way more, and they're way likely to watch the full video simply because they'll trust you more, and they actually see you have proof, you know what you're talking about. I will trust this guy, and I will trust the knowledge he's saying. The next thing is promise. So you need to give a promise after you've given proof. Honestly, you can even first give a promise, then proof. It doesn't matter too much, but at least you have to have these 3 P's implemented. Which direction doesn't matter too much. So the second P is promise. So for example, you could say something like, I made, in the past 7 years, I made $10 million with dropshipping, and by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to do the same in a matter of 6 months by avoiding my mistakes. So you give your viewers simply a promise in this section by saying they will learn the exact same thing you know and you learned along your dropshipping journey. And after they've learned this, they can actually implement your knowledge that you have, and they can make the same amount of money in just a matter of 6 months. Usually it should be still realistic. They'll most likely not make $10 million in 10 months and 6 months. You should obviously apply this so it still sounds realistic, but you want to make a promise in your video, because this just keeps the viewers watching way more likelier, simply because they know what they will get after watching this video. And this is something really important. Your viewers should always know what they will get after watching your video, and with that they are way likelier to watch the full video, simply because they know they will get something out of it. Obviously in your body and in your full video you actually want to deliver what you promised on. This is really, really important. Otherwise they'll click off throughout the body if they see you don't actually deliver the value that you promised on in the beginning. And then your hook maybe sold them on the movie, but the movie is bad, and when the movie is bad, it's still not good. You want the trailer to be good, so your hook to be good, and then the movie still should be also really, really well made. So this is it for the body. And the third P is plan. So as an example, you said this, then you said promise, and then you give a plan. So that's why we'll go through step by step through the biggest mistakes I made in my journey. So what is the plan? Well, you go through step by step through the mistakes. So this will be the plan for the video. Going through your 7 biggest mistakes that you made in your dropshipping journey, and you will go through them step by step. So mistake number 1 is this, mistake number 2 is this, mistake number 3 is this, and so on. And now they know exactly what will await them in the video. They now can trust you, they now know what they will receive, and they now know how they will receive this. And with that, viewers will actually stick throughout the video and stick until the end to actually get the most out of your video, because they know your video seems like it will deliver. Obviously you then also want to actually deliver, not promise something and not fulfill your promise. And once you have that, there's another thing you should focus on, and it's to answer 3 possible questions. So for example, this is how it would look like. The 3 possible questions are basically questions that come up once viewers see your thumbnail and your title. So for example, for this video by Charlie Morgan, he dropped that yesterday, questions that could come up could be the following. Can I use these steps and apply them for me? Basically, you see 42 crucial steps to business success. So can I actually use these steps that he'll be talking about? Will they also apply for my business? And this is something he needs also to answer in the intro right away. Then, will these steps be relevant by 2025 or for 2025? Because the thumbnail says 2025. So this is a question that will come up. So will these steps that he's talking about, were they maybe relevant a couple years ago, or are they also relevant for my future and I can apply them in the future? And the third question that could come up is, do I need all 42 steps? Because maybe you just need 10 out of them. You just need 20 to succeed, not 42. And these questions will come up, and Charlie Morgan needs to answer them in his intro. Because if he doesn't, viewers will also click off, because these are answers that come up, these are questions that come up, and he needs to give an answer to these questions. If he doesn't, viewers will simply click off. The same goes for a recent video of Iman Ghazi. Funny thing, he started actually a YouTube channel where he's talking about his personal brand success and actually shares the strategies he used to have such a big success with his personal brand. Quite interesting content, especially to see it from Iman Ghazi. He'll most likely pop off with this again by a lot, so smart marketing move by him. Nonetheless, you see his thumbnail and his title. His title is How I Built a $100 Million Personal Brand, full breakdown. And in the thumbnail, you basically see his personal brand, my YouTube strategy, $100 million. So these are the questions that could come up. Can I also build a big personal brand with this knowledge that he's about to share? So maybe the knowledge he's about to share just worked for his personal brand because it's really specific knowledge that just applies to his personal brand. Then the second question that will most likely come up is, what did he exactly do? So what was his step-by-step plan, or what was his plan and strategy to build up his personal brand to that level? And another question that could come up is this still possible in the next year? Or is this still possible now? Because obviously he built up a personal brand. It is in the past tense. He will share strategy that he used in the past. So this question will come up because you will wonder, can I still use the strategy that he used, and does it still work nowadays, or will it still work in the future? Because if not, you'll most likely not click, and you need to have these 3 things answered right away in the intro. And once that is done, viewers will stick through the video and they will actually watch that. So you really need to answer these questions in your intro, because if you don't, people click off. So what you want to focus on mainly is 3P framework. This is the most important thing in your intro. And then for the rest of the video, for the rest of the intro, answer the 3 possible questions and make them as clear as possible. But once you have proof implemented, promise implemented, a plan implemented, and you actually answer the 3 possible questions, you're really good to go in your intro, and you actually had success and will have success by selling your full video with your intro, because this is the most important thing you could ever know about your intro. Now that we have the intro done, obviously the movie has to be good. The trailer is good now. We know how to script out a really, really good trailer for the video. Now the body or the movie needs to perform well and actually be good and actually deliver what it's promised on. And this is how you will structure your body. So what is the purpose of the body? Well, the purpose of the body is it needs to keep the viewers hooked until the end. And we just have to find out, okay, how do we do this? How do we make the movie so good that it actually keeps the viewers hooked, and the viewers watch the movie until the end, and then they finish off the movie and says, this is a modern day masterpiece. This is a really, really great video, and I didn't waste my time, and this was an actually really good video, a really good movie. So how do we do this? Well, we do this with so-called open loops. This is a game-changing strategy a lot of YouTubers already discussed, but it is the most important thing for your body, and you need to have them nailed down. So here's how it looks like. This is the structure. You basically get your viewers coming into your video. There's the hook. You start off with the hook by selling the body, and then you hop into the body, and you start off the body with an open loop. Start off with an open loop number 1, then you come into the payoff, then you come into a second open loop, then you come into the second payoff, another open loop, and another payoff, and you actually can continue this framework depending on how long your video is. And here's how it works. The job of an open loop is simply to spark curiosity, nothing more. It's simply to spark curiosity and keep their attention high, because curious viewers are viewers that continue watching because they need to have an answer. An open loop is basically creating a question that comes up in the viewer's mind, and you then need to answer this exact question with the payoff. So how it could look like is, for example, like this. We just hop into step number 2. So let's say it's a dropshipping video, and now we hop into step number 2 on how to build up a 10K per month dropshipping store. Just an example, it doesn't matter. So it could look something like this. Step number 2 is something that a lot of dropshippers know they need to do, but in practice never actually do. And then you continue this point and build up further curiosity, and then you actually reveal the point. So you don't say, step number 2 is creating a high converting Shopify store, or step 2 is finding a high converting Shopify theme. You don't reveal the point right away. Instead, you build up to the point by saying step number 2 is something that a lot of dropshippers know they need to do, but in practice never actually do. Instead, they just spend a lot of time on doing market research, on doing this and that, and then you basically build out the point. You don't reveal the point, you build it out more and more and more. And with that, you obviously keep the viewers hooked, because they want to find out what is actually step number 2. What is it? What is it? Is it actually something valuable, or is it bullshit? I already know it. Because with that, you just keep them hooked, because they just need to find out the answer, and they will actually continue watching. Because if you would say, for example, step number 2 is finding a high converting Shopify page. Okay, you think, great, okay, sounds good. Let me skip over to the next step, or let me click off the video. I already know this. And your video is simply not engaging at all. With that, it becomes way more engaging. Viewers actually watch further and continue watching, because they're just curious, and a curious viewer never clicks off. And this is something you need to have, keep in mind, and with that your body will actually perform. So how to build it out and make it more personal, because open loops are great, but you want to make your video a bit more personal and your body more personal. So there's basically a simple structure that you can use. You want to first of all start off each point with a problem that you create, obviously with the open loop structure. So you start off with a problem that you maybe once had. Let's say you have a B2C dropshipping offer that you sell. Then you say something, not you say something, but you basically create a problem that you once had. For example, 2 years ago, when I built out my dropshipping store, I just didn't know how to find a good Shopify theme page, or a good Shopify store theme. So then you continue with a relatable story. So you build out that story on what you did. I tried to find a mentor that could help me out with that and actually find good strategies, find a good Shopify theme for me. And I did this, I did that. I focused on building out this, focused on building out that. Basically, you just want to build out a story. You don't even have to really have that story. You can also just, I don't know, come up with a story that isn't even real. Usually it's better to have a story. But why you want to implement a story? Well, because it's just simply more relatable. By implementing a story, people just relate to you. They understand, okay, you were once at the exact same point they are at right now. And with that, they will like to continue the video simply because they see, okay, he was once at the exact same point. He knows what I'm talking about, and probably he can help me out with exactly that because he knows where I am right now, because he once was at the exact same point, so he will help me out. And then you basically start with a problem, you present a relatable story, and then you obviously bring the solution in form of a payoff to that story. And this is how you structure your body. I could go way more into detail, but again, if I go more into detail, you will overcomplicate it. You will spend days on writing a script, which you should do, but not by overcomplicating everything and trying to implement a ton of things at once. Again, you should grow script by script and start to improve one thing every time. So improve your hook every time, every new script. Then you write a new script, you want to maybe improve something for the body. Then you write a new script, you want to improve something for the outro. If there's too much knowledge, you can't process everything at once, and then you're just overwhelmed. You won't grow, your scripts won't improve. What you should do instead, you should improve something every time with your script, and you actually should kind of rewrite your scripts or refine them at least. So for example, let's say, okay, I just wrote a script. I wrote a script for me, I've fleshed it out, the script is ready to go. I won't record it right away. What I'll do instead, I'll wait a day, or I'll wait at least a couple hours, I hop back into the script, I read through it in full, and actually basically find things that I can improve on, maybe improve my grammar, maybe improve my language, maybe improve my storytelling aspects, just all of these things. And especially if you're not a native English speaker like I am, for example, I'm not a native English speaker, it's even more important to actually have your script nailed down, simply because you're not a native speaker. And it's good to have it written out word for word, at least if you're starting out with recording. I already record videos for a while, so although I'm not a native speaker, I still can kind of record videos on freestyle, and yeah, I can just hop in front of the camera, like I'm doing right now, start recording, record one video in full, or record a section for my course in full, simply because I already have that knowledge, I already have a couple skills regarding English, and I know what I'm talking about, and it's way easier to talk about things that you just know what you're talking about. This is why it's so important, and this is why it's easy to record then, even if you're not native. But nonetheless, if you do it like that and actually refine your script every single time, hop one or two more times into the script, rewrite a couple sections, then you'll actually nail down your script and actually make a really good script. And the next step is the outro. Again, outro is where the money's at. This is where you make most of your money. Why? Because this is where the call to action is given. Because all of the people that watch until the end received a lot of value. This is what you want to base your videos on. By giving out a lot of value in your videos, so you then can ask them for something, ask them for their money, obviously, ask your viewers for their money, and this is what you will do in your outro, because this is where the money is simply at. So how do you do your outro? Well, your outro depends a lot on your initial funnel. We talked about funnels in the funnel strategy section, so if you haven't watched it, skip back to it, watch through it, and then you actually know what outro framework to choose. But here's a quick overview of them again. You have the classic YouTube sales funnel, so starts off with short form content, paid ads, basically your initial traffic source, hops over into YouTube video, and then it hops simply over into your offer or into your website. This is the initial funnel. Then you have the lead magnet YouTube funnel, probably the best if you're a business. I don't see that marker. Damn, you don't see it really. No, it doesn't matter. It starts off with a menu chat automation or Twitter auto DM. It funnels over into your YouTube video. Your YouTube video funnels then into another video, your YouTube VSL. More to that than your YouTube VSL section. Then you funnel over into your lead magnet, and then you only funnel into your offer and then booking a call. This funnel is without a doubt the best for business growth. Again, more to that in the funnel section. And then you also have the internal YouTube funnel. This one is really good once you have already an established built audience. You start off with a broad YouTube video, funnel them over into an evergreen action-based YouTube video, then funnel them over into a YouTube VSL, and then funnel them over into buying or booking a call with you. And this one is really the best funnel for channel growth. Now, based on these funnels, what you want to funnel into, again, for these two, you will funnel into your offer or lead magnet, or you can also funnel into another YouTube video. And this is what you will do with your call to action. So either funnel into your lead magnet or your offer or another video. And it really depends on how you want to grow on YouTube. So how you will do this is simply by creating a new major problem. So let's start off with your lead magnet and offer if you want to funnel into them. So you will say something like, now you have literally all of the knowledge, but it will be hard to apply it into practice because you simply don't have the time, you simply don't have the needed skills yet, you don't have the needed experience for it, blah, 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 and so on. And basically then you'll funnel into your offer. We'll talk about it later how. For if you want to funnel into another YouTube video, you'll say something like this. Let's say this is for this scripting video. Let's say it's a standalone scripting video. Now I'm doing a call to action and I'm saying something like this. Now you have everything to script a YouTube video, but if you don't know how to record, it's worth nothing. And with these 2 points, I basically created 2 new problems. Here I created a new problem and here I created a new problem for you that you now need to solve, because now here you have all of the knowledge, you watch the video, you already spend time on watching the video, and damn, now you have all the knowledge, but man, you don't have the time, you don't have the needed experience. So how do you solve this? How could you possibly solve this? Now you spent already all of this time watching the video, now you actually need to solve it. And the same goes for here. Now you watch this full video, you watch the full YouTube course, now you watch the scripting section. Damn, that's great, you have all of this in place. But now you need to record now you need to know how to record a YouTube video, because obviously a script is great, but if you don't know how to record, for what is a script for? A script is worth nothing if you don't know how to record. So again, you need to solve this problem and understand how to actually record. So this is the next step of your outro and call to action, and it will be about solving the new problem that just came up with your call to action, where you created a new problem. And then you will say something like this. So, to avoid these bottlenecks, you either go into the link in the bio, because there you can save yourself up all the time, all of the mistakes I did, all of the knowledge, tens of thousands of dollars that you would waste by doing everything yourself. Instead, click onto the link in the bio, and there you will get my full guidance on this and that, and you can save yourself up a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of mistakes simply by doing that. So this is how they solve the problem that we created here. And then here, now you have everything you need to script a YouTube video, but if you don't know how to record, it's worth nothing. But I actually made a video on how you can record a video, so just click onto the video you see right there, click onto it, and they will exactly break down how to perfectly record your good and well written out YouTube scripts. Bam, problem solved. Only thing they have to do is click on the next video, and they will exactly know how to actually record a YouTube video and how to do it in a really, really good way. Boom, all of the problems are solved, and this is how you want to do that. problems are solved. Now they just need to follow either the link in the bio and click on the next video. Why this is good, this one is harder to convert because there won't be too many people that will convert and actually buy from you. This is just typical. But this one is great to simply boost up your channel growth, simply because it's basically the end click-through rate of your videos will be way higher because viewers actually click on another video, and YouTube, because of that, pushes out your channel more, simply because you have binge-worthy content. YouTube can publish more ads onto your page because people spend a lot of time on your channel, and with that your channel gets pushed out even more, which is obviously really, really great for your channel growth in general. So that's why funneling to a next video is really, really good. Again, more to that we discussed in the funnel section, and there's really everything you need to know about how to funnel them into another YouTube video, how to use a broad video, then an evergreen action-based video, then a YouTube VSL, and how to then funnel into your offer. So in the funnel section, everything is broken down. If you already watched it, you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, guys, this is really it for the scripting section and the full YouTube course in general. Now you really have everything you could ever need to grow on YouTube. You have exactly how to script out a YouTube video, how to script out a YouTube VSL. You have all of the funnels you could ever use for YouTube. You have all of the content strategies. You know how to edit a video. You know how to understand analytics. You actually had 2 practical channel breakdowns. You had so many things. You know how to do ideation right. You know how to do SEO right. We actually went through the full SEO process. You have everything you could ever need to grow on YouTube. And now it's your time to apply all of this knowledge. I hope you have taken notes throughout the video. And now it's really about just applying this knowledge, applying it and using it to grow on YouTube. And I'm saying to you 100%, if you actually use all of this knowledge, there is no way you won't grow on YouTube, because again, now you have everything you could ever need to grow. So now, guys, if YouTube is something you need help with, I just recently created a completely new school community where I help out agency owners, coaches, YouTubers that start from scratch, growing on YouTube. There are 30 videos, I believe 30 separate videos on YouTube growth and YouTube content creation. You can get 2 one-on-one calls every single month with me and my business partner, where we exactly help you out with your YouTube content. We do a full-on channel audit for your channel. We analyze your thumbnails, analyze your videos, look at what you can do better, analyze your metrics. Again, we have one-on-one calls, 2 per month, where we discuss really everything you might need to know and where we personalize all for you. We can come up with a customized growth strategy. We check what you can improve on, what you are already doing good, and we can project the growth. Obviously, organic growth isn't that easy to project, but we can look at what you can do better, what you're doing good, and based on that decide. If you're a coach and an agency that needs help with YouTube, you can also just book a call with me and my agency. This is on the first link in the bio. You can book a call there. And then we can also discuss a free strategy for you. And if there's something for you, we can obviously help you out, done for you, and create all of the content for you, do market research for you, create a content strategy for you. And all of these things I basically just discussed in this full YouTube course. And you basically don't have to do anything aside of the recording. And that's it. So yeah, guys, if there's something for you, feel free to join or book a call. If not, again, this course is really everything you would ever need to grow on YouTube. This was probably one of my biggest YouTube videos, maybe ever. Maybe I'll make another one sometimes in my life, but yeah, 5 to 6 hours and big, really, really big. Don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, guys, hope you got a lot of value out of this. And yeah, if you want more value on YouTube, drop a subscribe on the channel. And yeah, honestly, I think it's enough for the call to action. You guys got a ton of value out of this. Let me ask a couple things as discussed in the scripting section. I gave out so much value, now I can ask you for something, obviously. So yeah, guys, I guess that's it. And if you want to see another video on my channel, click right here. There will be some video that I inserted. You can drop a subscribe here onto my channel. And yeah, guys, I see you in the next one.